maze of thoughts ensnare. Every joke a blade prepared cuts through lies with human flair. Unseen wisdom few can bear.
Hey! Hey, folks. Hey, welcome. It is I, Mr. Jingles Butler. So, oh, welcome back. Welcome back. Day 8 on the Zachary Young versus CNN defamation trial. And what interesting trial it has been so far. To the quick rundown of the case. Zachary Young, a former Navy and honorable discharge, medically discharged, started going into business in the intelligence unit, working in different countries, and then the Fuster clock, that was the withdrawal from Afghanistan, helped. Well, it happened, and well, Mr. Young decided to approach the corporations. Hey, you need people out. I have the expertise on how to get people out. How about you pay me and I will get the people out? And he did. And in my opinion, he was quite successful at it. Then CNN came along and decided, you know what? We think paying or getting paid to get people out of Afghanistan is wrong. So they did a hit piece on it, in my opinion, where they brought up people who, individual Afghans who were more or less victims of human trafficking. A couple of those, talked about those for 3 minutes. Then a solid minute of Mr. Young, front and center. Even though he was no part of a black market, he did not commit human trafficking, any of the sort, but he was still front and center. And then they finished off with another person who victim of human trafficking of sorts. And ruined his career, ruined his life. And so he decided to sue CNN for $1 billion. So yeah, that's the rundown of the case. We are day 8. On day 8, as the thumbnail says, was closing arguments. But it was also, it started with the cross-examination of, what's his face? Well, the head honcho of Vice President of CNN Operations, Washington Bureau. Vance? No. Whatever his name, they will tell us. They will tell us when we go into it. So he went on the stand, end of day 7, and we did nothing wrong, yada, 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 yada. But now it is time to listen to the cross-examination of CNN Vice President of Operations, LaVine. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, one of the best monikers on YouTube now. Despite the look on my face, you're still talking. Yep. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. And for you who are here live, hey, good to have you here. And as First Best Gigi says, thank you for being here. And hit the thumbs up if you haven't yet. Subscribe if you haven't yet. Check if you're still subscribed, because YouTube sometimes unsubscribes people. And as Gigi here, I do not have midstream ads for the live audience because me, myself, find it a little bit annoying during a live stream. It cuts up and you have to go back a bit to listen to everything. So no ads during live streams. For the replay crew, or for the people who I cut out the highlights for, you will get you will get an ad or two. So all I ask for in return for your live audience, give me a thumbs up and I hope I earn your subscription today. So who's here? Oh, it's a lot of it's a good bunch of you here. I see Ponsaki, I see Gwendolyn, I see Becky, I see Didi, of course, Kiwi Green, Fodin, Gregory, Libby. Despite the look, I saw that. My Wits End, and Becky again, JKD Buck, Fun Size. And yeah, so everybody on YouTube, hello. All of you over at Rumble, hi. And if you are on X, hi. Get over here to YouTube and stuff so I can. My apologies. Or to Rumble. It's this name you're looking at. Well, on Rumble, I'm known as Big Nick Starro. Okay. So, technically, folks, we are on verdict watch because everybody put in their closing arguments, and then since yesterday, been waiting for the jury to come back to with a verdict. Oh yeah, I also learned something we had a discussion about yesterday. Because some people believe, they have a cap on punitive damages, and as it turns out, Florida has, when it comes to defamation, they have 3 different statutes. One is when the cap is 3 times the compensatory, one where it is 4 times compensatory, and one where there is no cap on where is no cap. I had no idea, but apparently it goes to how bad evil the defamation was. If it is just disregard to the truth, then you have 3 times. If you know you're lying, then it's 4 times. And if you are actively seeking out a person to defame them, then there's no cap. So the judge, when we get there, the judge will tell us. But first, we have Mr. LaVine, cross-examination of Mr. LaVine, the Vice President of Operations. And I'm going to play in 1.25. Dun, dun, dun. And I have
keep the jurors in here, but Punitive have anything else that we need to address this morning?
I think there's a few exhibits that Mr. Delich will read into the record that have been stipulated.
Okay.
No, Your Honor.
The offer that we were going to make with Mr. Otto, I've shown it to Mr. Friedman, and we're just going to submit it as
Is that filing?
to save time from having to read it into the record.
All right. You want to submit that to the clerk and
Mark it as
she'll mark it as a proffer?
mark it as exhibit not admitted. Would that be the way it would go in the file? What's our next exhibit? 90?
Yeah.
I was going to say that sounds kind of light. 590.
And
All
just
right.
for the record, Your Honor, obviously plaintiff objects.
That's why it's a profit.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just.
All right. Yep. Clerk's just going to mark it for identification, so it'll be part of the record in the case. Obviously, it's not going to go back to the jury. All right. You want to, Mr. Delich, you want to, hang on.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hang on. Let me get the clerk ready to jot those down. For that, the proffer, I guess they were saying 590 was the next defense exhibit. No. All right, and plaintiff's got some exhibits that were stipulated too. So you ready? Go ahead, Mr. Delich.
Thank you. It's Plaintiff's Exhibit 111, Plaintiff's Exhibit 126, Plaintiff's Exhibit 280.
Yeah, we can.
Exhibit.
Verdict. I know it was just emailed a couple hours ago. I had gone through looking at a bunch of those cases, and I was waiting for an answer back from the staff attorney who was looking at some of that for me as well. Just for purposes of the record, and what I'll do is I'm going to explain why I did or didn't do whatever I included in there. I'll give each side 3 minutes to state anything else that we didn't discuss last night or anything else you want to preserve for purposes of the record. But otherwise, what I sent y'all this morning was what we're going to go with. And for the record, the verdict form, the difference that we discussed last night was in number 3. I just added, and this came out of the language of the mitigation defense. I added, what is the total amount of Zachary Young's damages for both lost earnings in the past or for loss of his earning capacity in the future reduced by, and the added part was reduced by any amount he failed to mitigate. So that was just to clear up and to address the defense as based on the instruction. On the jury instructions, plaintiffs had requested one on the eggshell plaintiff.
Oh, Becky, what is a proffer if not given to the jury? Proffer is in. I think we went through this yesterday. To my knowledge, it is testimony that wasn't allowed in for different reasons. The judge might have said, I will not allow this to be testified to. They still want it on the record for appellate reasons. So they proffer it and give it to the court to have it on the record outside of the jury's knowledge for appellate reasons. So to my knowledge, that is how they do it in Florida.
And we talked about it a little bit last night, but there's really not any evidence to say that any physical, emotional, pain and suffering sort of damages in this case that Mr. Young was claiming were overly inflated based on the circumstances or not reasonable under the circumstances, such that there's not even real evidence to discuss the eggshell plaintiff aspect of it. Also, it's not something, even though it's applicable and it's a statement of the law, it's not something that's normally given as any sort of standard instruction. We do talk about aggravation of a pre-existing condition, and those sort of circumstances would be appropriate under the facts as presented in this case. That's why I didn't give that one. On the outrageousness.
Yeah, as Gigi says, if you have a question, please use the big red question mark emoji. Oh. That way I can spot it easier. I dropped something and now I can't find it. How can I drop something right here and it's gone? Oh, there. Roll away. Oh well. I'm sure Mr. Jingles will have fun with that later. Yes, Konsaki, it's Gremlins. Into the Matrix. It's Mr. Jingles now. Yeah. It went from something and into a play thing. Now, let's get back to this.
Again, I looked at it a lot when we were addressing it on summary judgment, obviously addressed it in a footnote. In my summary judgment order, I like the times when I go back and I research something again and I reach the same conclusions that I did before. But outrageousness is talked about in the context sometimes for punitive damages. What's really kind of funny is the word outrageous is nowhere in 768.72. And the other ironic part about that is the language that's in 768.72 that talks about gross negligence or intentional misconduct is usually not in defamation punitive damage cases. But in looking at the case law that does deal with it, and I do recognize that it was mentioned in next to the last sentence or so, the last paragraph anyway of the first DCA order in this case. Generally, outrageousness is talked about in the context of explaining circumstances that are gross negligence and intentional misconduct and related cases different than defamation. And I think that the descriptions of actual malice or express malice as they pertain to defamation cases covers the kind of conduct that is considered in the other cases to be outrageous conduct. Hence, outrageousness would be subsumed in the definition of actual malice or express malice. So I'm not going to give it separately for that reason on that. The two other requested instructions that were labeled as defendants 14 and 15 that kind of talked about intent.
Yeah. Before Mr. Avery, no, not Mr. Eft. Or was it? LaVine. They had a discussion regarding jury instructions.
That would need to be found on the part of the defendant. I'll be honest, I looked at every Florida case, whether state or federal. I also looked at, there's a citation at the bottom of my of number 14 that is summary judgment order at page 15. I couldn't find anything close to any of this language in any of the Florida cases. That's not to say that there may be another state that applies it. And actually, one of the 11th Circuit cases was out of Alabama, and I even looked at that one too. You know, what it's talked about in, what is it, New York Times or Gertz or one of them is, you know, states can have their own substantive law on defamation that can develop it, but the threshold or the standard is what we're saying of actual malice that's required. So to the extent that there's some other states that may adopt some of these things, I couldn't find anything close, like I said, to the language that's in here in any of those cases. And again, I think to the extent that you look at defendant publishing something knowing it was false or having a high degree of awareness of its falsity necessarily has an intent on the part of the defendant in there. So I think it's baked into the definitions of actual and express malice that we are instructing the jury on, and I don't think there's anything separately that would need to be instructed on there. So that's my reasoning on why I did not include those. I think those were only ones I was still marinating or pondering, whatever the words were that I used last night. But anyway, if you want to go ahead, is there anything else you want to state on the record to preserve? I'll give you each side 3 minutes to preserve anything else you want to do regarding the jury instructions beyond what we did last night.
Not for plaintiff.
Mr. Tobin, anything on the fence?
Nothing further. I just preserve. Thank you.
Yeah. No, and I appreciate the arguments. Maybe you can go back and start writing another set of standard instructions for defamation cases.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Make all of our jobs a heck of a lot easier down the road. All right. Where'd my list go? I can't find one. Oh, there it is. All right. That
I saw in the comments section yesterday that a person who said this judge reminded them of Rob of Law and Lumber, how he always does when he's trying to find an answer, when he really has to think about it, he also does this: lean back, look up, thinks about it, and then answers. So yeah, I think that's a fair comparison.
deals with number one on my list of 6 things that I wanted to address before we got them in here. The other ones I think will hopefully be a little bit quicker. This next one brought the issue the other day on releasing the alternate juror when they go to deliberate on phase 1 this afternoon. I polled our other judges here. Nobody really had a good answer of having had this come up. The closest they came to, there's a rule of criminal procedure that deals with death penalty cases where you got a phase 1 and a phase 2. And I think the criminal rule says you excuse the juror and only the ones that go to deliberate phase 1 deliberate the death penalty aspect of it. Did y'all, and quite frankly, we couldn't find a Florida case on it. And staff attorney working on that too from whenever I brought that up a couple days ago. My thoughts are, if we have the 6 go back and deliberate on phase 1, those probably should only be the ones that would deliberate or be part of the deliberations for phase 2. But then we run the risk of, if they determine entitlement today and we come back tomorrow on phase 2, and God forbid somebody gets in an accident, gets sick or whatever, y'all stipulate to having 5 decide phase 2.
We probably should have to make that decision now and not wait to see which one leaves, right?
Well, I mean, y'all know who the alternate is that would be excused.
But of the 6,
Oh, yeah. Well, you're saying is I keep the other alternate and then we see who doesn't show up tomorrow?
no, not keep the other, but decide whether you go forward with 5. I'd say go forward with 5.
We're fine with that.
Okay.
Yeah, so,
All right. So
If somebody leaves after phase 1, then
I'm cutting the alternate loose when they go to deliberate today, and she doesn't need to come back tomorrow. And if somehow we lose one of the 6 coming back tomorrow, if we have to, then we'll go with 5.
okay.
Y'all are good? Y'all both good?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor.
All right. Yeah, I guess we probably ought to have our civil rules committee look at it like they did in the context of criminal cases. All right. That deals with number 2. Number 3 on my list, I went back to the discussions we had yesterday morning before we started the getting the jurors on here with testimony. I counted up at least 2 occasions, some instances by Mr. Friedman and by Mr. Axelrod, 2 each, where y'all in the context of the arguments that were being made relative to the Helios stuff of going beyond normal advocacy and taking personal jabs at the other side. So that's $200 each to you from yesterday to North Florida Legal Services. That was before I upped the ante after that. So I'll adhere to the $100, so $200 each on that. Mr. Friedman, and really this applies to everybody. When you were arguing yesterday, you were sitting back in your chair, stand when you make an argument. Just as a matter of professional courtesy. I know there are times in this case when we've shown up for summary judgment arguments or whatever we've done in person. I said, feel free to sit. If I say sit, sit. Otherwise, stand up and you're addressing the court. Mr. Axelrod, did Mr. Tobin talk to you last night?
He did, Your Honor, and
All right, and that's I'm taking it as just a slip. But now you're on notice that if you do it again today, I'm taking it as a direct, deliberate, conscious insult, and we're going to deal with that issue.
Your Honor, it was not deliberate. As you know, I had a very long day. I was on my feet most of the day, so I certainly apologize.
And that's why I was chalking it up, and that's why I just mentioned it to him last night. All right, and did you apologize to Mr. Young?
I have not.
All right, why don't you do that, and I will judge whether it's an apology, because I didn't ask for an apology yesterday. You tried to apologize to me, but saying, I'm sorry you were offended by that, or that's not an apology. So if you could apologize to me.
I called it out yesterday when the judge went off the rails on Mr. Axelrod. You owe Mr. Young an apology. And then he tried to apologize to the judge, saying, I'm sorry you feel that way, which is not an apology. And it did not get past this judge. It did not get past this judge. Oh, I like him. Yeah, this is about Axelrod calling Mr. Young a liar over and over again when he was on the stand, despite knowing all this paper about his security clearance. Axelrod, CNN's entire team, knew his security clearance was gone in 2022, but they still acted as if he still had it. And yeah, hoping that the defense wouldn't find out. And they found out. Oh. Yeah, I like this judge. So yeah.
Mr. Young.
Okay. Mr. Young, I apologize for the statements I made about the Helios contract and what it represented. I said you lied during your deposition. Your deposition testimony was similar to what we saw in the Ian Conway letter, and for that I do apologize.
No. You accept that, Mr. Young?
No.
Did he say no? Wait a minute. I need to get a sound enhancer going here. Let's listen to. Did he?
In the Ian Conway letter, and for that I do apologize.
No. You accept that, Mr. Young?
No.
I must. Or
You accept that, Mr. Young?
No.
Don't make accusations when you don't have a basis of accusing them of making discovery violations, and calling him a liar for saying that he doesn't have any work when he testified truthfully that there was a contracting agreement to hold the security, or an agreement to hold the security clearance.
Yeah.
which is not inconsistent with him making a claim that he doesn't have work. All right. If we got
Yeah. He said, no, I don't. He did not accept the apology. And I say, good on you, Mr. Young. You don't have to. You don't have to accept it. And you didn't accept the apology from CNN. And I completely agree. CNN? Oh. All right. Oh, I'm so cutting this out to a highlight segment. I am so cutting this out for a highlight segment. Oh, I need a swoop. Yes, my swoop is the Norwegian fire farting dragon. Oh, well, that was good. That was a good one. That was a good one. All right, let's keep going.
nothing else, we got all the jurors. Awesome. Let's get them in here. Yeah, Mr. LaVine, why don't you come up, and I'll have the clerk swear you in after the jury comes, since you do that. Oh, and on the jury instructions and stuff, I gave you the clean set as well as the ones that had all the crazy headers that we had. I'm gonna have Brittany print out copies of the clean set. I'll give you each a copy, and y'all can verify it before I even start reading them, just to make sure that what I said this morning is what we printed out, and then we'll make copies for the jurors to take back to the jury with them. All right? Right.
Kick on.
Yeah, I'll make find something there, right?
Watch you step going into the back row. Welcome back again.
All right, y'all be seated when you get back to your chairs. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Glad the rain stopped before anybody had to go driving out this morning. Let you settle in. And Mr. LaVine, since it's a new day, we'll have the clerk administer the oath again. If you'd raise your right hand. All right, and have a seat. And y'all ready? All right, Mr. Good. And Mr. Friedman, we just started cross, so I'll let you continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. LaVine.
Good morning.
Sir, do you consider CNN to be fair and balanced,
I do.
no matter what?
Yes. That is what we strive for.
So there's been a lot of media presence in the courtroom in this trial. Is CNN covering this trial?
I actually don't know. I've been told not to take track of media.
Corey, do you have any of the DX exhibits, DX71? Can we show that to Mr. LaVine, please? Or may I shift this just a little to the left?
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Hagan, can we publish that?
I see it now.
There we go. Can we get it on the big screen too? It's in there. I believe so.
It's in evidence. What was the number?
DX71, I think.
Defendant 71.
Yeah.
It's him. Okay.
And can we scroll down? Do you recall looking at this yesterday?
Yes.
Can we scroll down a little bit more, Corey? So I believe your testimony, this is one of the pitch emails that came from Alexander Marquardt to yourself.
Correct.
And I believe your testimony yesterday was that this pitch got you interested in the story, right?
That's right.
So fair to say that a pitch about extortion of desperate Afghans is what got you interested in the story?
No, it's fair to say the description of what he was going to try and report out is what got me interested in the story. The headline is not a headline of any consequence. It's not a final story.
Right, but I didn't ask if it was their final story that you were interested. I said that your testimony yesterday was that this pitch got you interested in the story, correct?
No, you asked me if that headline that you highlighted, and I'm saying no, it was what the description is below it.
Well, let me bring you one step back. The pitch from Alexander Marquardt got you interested in the story, correct?
That's correct.
And the pitch from Alexander Marquardt begins with a bold underlined heading, extortion of desperate Afghans, correct?
That's correct.
But your testimony here today is that that had absolutely nothing to do with your interest in the story.
My testimony is that is the entirety of what he wrote here that got me interested in the pitch.
So the entirety of what he wrote here, Mr. LaVine, includes the bold underlined heading of extortion of desperate Afghans, doesn't it?
Okay, sure.
Were you not interested in a story about extorting desperate Afghans?
I potentially could have been, but I read through the whole thing, and that's what got me interested.
So I think that brings me, thank you, Corey. That brings me to something else you said yesterday. You said stories like start here and end here, or sometimes they start and end where you thought they would be. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
This story start and stayed where it started, didn't it?
It pretty much tracked. Alex had done a fair bit of reporting before he even wrote this proposal. But, you know, as to what was going to end up in the story, that was still undecided.
I believe yesterday you were asked some questions about the use of black market in the story. Do you recall that?
I do.
And I believe your testimony was something along the lines of you thought it was okay to use the word black market because the story was about how desperate Afghans were coming up against even more hurdles.
Right, and I described those hurdles.
Why didn't you use the word lawless market instead of black market?
Could have, but that's not the word we use.
Why didn't you use the term chaotic market instead of black market?
Again, could have, but that's not the word we use.
Why didn't you use the word like dangerous market instead of black market?
Also a good synonym, but not the word we use.
Because those would have been more truthful than black market, because black market means illegal market. Has done for centuries. Centuries, I say. But every employee of the CNN, including this one, tries to say, no, black market means unregulated. No. An unregulated market is a gray market, meaning it's a gray zone. While black market is no longer a gray zone. It's a legal market.
Do you know Jake Tapper?
I do.
Have you spoken to Jake Tapper?
In general, yes.
Do you follow Jake Tapper on Twitter?
Off and on. I don't follow Twitter too closely.
Or X, whatever we're calling it.
Whatever you want to call it.
So it's called X, but are they X's or tweets? That's the thing. I'm a
I
little
think they're still tweets.
tweets. Okay. All right. So do you follow his tweets on X?
In that I am someone who chose to follow Jake
Right.
Tapper's account. Correct.
Okay. So are you aware that he has a show on CNN called United States of Scandal?
Yes.
And have you seen any posts from Mr. Tapper talking about how high the ratings are for United States of Scandal?
I have.
Have you ever talked?
How is this guy a vice president of operations, whatever, on CNN, and he doesn't seem to check news?
To Mr. Tapper about ratings?
No.
Does CNN care about ratings?
I think parts of CNN care about ratings. Our advertising department cares about ratings. I think our programming team cares because it's a measure of performance.
Do you care about ratings?
Not as much.
When I say you, I guess we have to clarify.
Yeah, me as a senior vice president of news, in my role in that, I'm more worried about the reporting and the quality of it than I am about the ratings. Me as CNN, I think there are elements of CNN that I described that are.
He should be glad he's not Pinocchio, because, oh my God. Yeah.
Yes, interested in ratings.
CNN makes money off of its ratings, right?
I think that's a very simplistic thing. CNN makes a significant amount of money off our cable fees. Where it comes to advertising, ratings are a helpful measure in order to negotiate that. But I don't think it's the sole thing that drives the CNN revenue.
Well, I didn't purport to say it was the sole thing, but can we agree that it's an important metric for CNN in order to be profitable? Meaning ratings are an important metric for CNN to be profitable. Is that a fair statement?
I think it's an important measure for CNN in order to engage with advertisers.
And therefore for CNN to be profitable, since
So to earn revenues, yeah.
so again, I think it's.
I'm not trying to be difficult.
No, it's
I'll
okay.
give it to you. Ratings matter, profits matter, and that factors into it.
Okay. Do you recall giving testimony yesterday that there's actually it was a DX 109, Corey? Do you have DX 109? Playing a little bit of Russian roulette here to see. There we go. And Corey, can we just, there we go. Thank you. Can we scroll down a little bit? Here we go. That message from you at November 10th at 17:05. Do you see that?
I do.
And do you recall talking about this yesterday?
I do.
And you talked about how there was a difference in your mind between an Afghan being evacuated by the United States versus an Afghan who's paying by themselves, and therefore you wanted to explain this difference. Do you recall that testimony?
I believe what I said, and if I wasn't clear about it, was that there is a difference between those who were helped out by the U.S. government, who wouldn't have been asked, I believe, to pay any money, and the people that were left behind that were now struggling to get out.
Okay, and the people that were helped out by the U.S. government that weren't asked to pay any money, you're talking about Afghans, right?
Yes.
And they got out without having to pay any money because the U.S. government paid for them to get out, right?
Yes. That's my understanding.
And you sat through this whole trial, right?
Uh-huh.
And the testimony in this case to date has shown that the people that Mr. Young evacuated also did not have to pay any money because someone else paid for them to evacuate, correct?
That's right. He evacuated employees of companies.
Okay, so why wasn't it important to explain that difference in your story that you published, but it was important to you to explain the difference between U.S. Let me ask a better question. Why I'm struggling to understand why you thought it was important to explain the difference between the United States paying for an Afghan to be evacuated, but you did not find it important to explain the same issue with regards to Mr. Young, that no Afghan had to pay.
I disagree with that. I think we did. We used his own words in explaining that he felt that those who he evacuated needed a corporate sponsor in order to pay the fees that he was asking for.
So I want you to take off your CNN hat.
Sure.
And I want you to be Adam LaVine on the stand.
Mm-hmm.
And do you truly believe that the video segment left the impression that Afghans were not being asked to pay by Mr. Young?
I absolutely do. I think what the impression given by the Zach Young portion of the story is that Afghans who were desperate and then come up against different obstacles then came up to Mr. Young. This is what I explained yesterday. And what Mr. Young represented to them is someone who seemed like a legitimate way to engage with someone and perhaps commercially get them out of the country. But in engaging with them, they realized that the prices were exorbitant to them as well. It was out of reach with this extra demand that they had to find some sort of corporation or otherwise to pay the fees to Mr. Young, which was also out of their hands. So he was a hope raised and a hope lost. And that is how he appeared in the story.
I mean,
I don't think that's accurate. And I don't think it. So why then did you have him in the story if the story was about Afghans who had to pay for themselves? Because this is the 5-minute segment or 4-minute segment was a continuous segment with the same banner. It was one and the same story. CNN here seems to indicate no separate stories in one segment. No, it wasn't. Because you started with people more or less human trafficked, you ended with people more or less human trafficked, and then you put Mr. Young front and center.
there was words about Afghans being exploited. Do you recall that?
Not in connection to Mr. Young.
So you have made an artificial division in your head. Well, let me not call it artificial. You've made a division in your head between the first 3 minutes of the story and the part about Mr. Young, right? Is that fair?
I think it's absolutely fair. And I know you didn't mean to say artificial, but I think this is what storytelling is. It can move through different parts of a story, different angles and different representations as you go through it. And I think that's what you see in the story.
You recall the lead-ins and the teasers that we watched from Nick Tapper. And he said things like preying on desperate Afghans, asking them to pay big time to get out. Do you recall?
That's right. And I believe we had 2 anecdotes before we get to Mr. Young where that is disrupt.
But no one is named in the entire segment. No evacuation operator but Mr. Young.
Right.
So sitting here today on the stand with your CNN hat off, do you really think it would be unreasonable to interpret that statement as applying to Mr. Young?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be unreasonable to think that it only applies to Mr. Young just because he appears in a story. I think Mr. Young was represented with doing exactly what he was doing publicly, saying publicly, going on LinkedIn and doing, and that is exactly what was there. We didn't say anything beyond that. We didn't say he charged anyone. We didn't say he exploited anyone. So no, I think the tease and the lead-in were general descriptions of the situation. And I think the story takes the viewer and the reader through that.
Put your CNN hat on.
Okay.
Same answer?
Same answer.
Now, you've a couple times throughout these proceedings, or yesterday, you've both yourself and your counsel have said, well, Mr. Young's own words were quoted in the segment. Do you recall hearing testimony to that effect? Did you use all his words?
No, we left out the spiteful bee, for example.
That's true. He also left out the fact that he said no Afghan is expected to pay, right?
Well, we did use that, not in those specific words. And look, hold on. We did say exactly what he said about his expectation that a corporation would pay the fees. We did not use, I mean, he said many things
So you didn't
to our
use all-
reporters, but we can't use everything. That's editing.
I didn't ask if you could or you couldn't. I asked if you used all his words.
I did not use the words you quoted, or we did not. I didn't write the story.
So fair to say you did not use all of Mr. Young's words, correct?
That's fair.
All right. So do you understand that if you quote parts of someone, it can be highly misleading, right?
Yes, but I don't think in this case it was. I think what you cited and what we use in the story are basically the same thing.
So, for example, if I said to you, ideas won't work unless we improve the process, and then you quote me as saying, I said the ideas won't work, that would be misleading, right?
Yeah, I think you're leaving out a key part of the quote.
You don't think you left out a key part of Mr. Young's statements?
Well, I think we caught the tone of what he was saying to us with what we use.
Yesterday, you gave testimony about the fact that you might have pulled the story 1 minute before air. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Sir, we have been litigating this case for 2.5 years, have we not?
Mhm.
We've been in trial now for over a week and a half, haven't we?
Yes, we have.
Every CNN employee that has taken the stand has said they would publish the story again, right?
That's right.
Every CNN employee that has taken the stand has said that they are not sorry, right?
I'm not sure that's what they said.
Are you
I mean,
sorry?
they did express some empathy to Mr. Young,
Okay, well,
but they're not sorry for the story, if that's what you're getting.
let's agree to disagree on whether empathy was expressed, but that wasn't my question. My question was, every CNN employee has said that they are not sorry.
I actually can't recall what everyone said each time, so I'll take your word for that.
Has any CNN employee on the stand apologized to Mr. Young when offered the opportunity?
No.
Do you want to apologize to Mr. Young?
No.
So let's be real, Mr. LaVine. Mr. Young was never going to be able to stop CNN from pulling that publication, was he?
I disagree with that. You know,
So you've
Okay.
answered the question. Is it your testimony here today that this story wasn't about Mr. Young?
the overall story was not about Mr. Young. It was about the situation that Afghans found them in. Mr. Young does appear in the story.
So he appears in the story. Story's not about him.
That's right.
His face is in the story. Story's not about him.
That's right.
Names in the story. Story's not about him.
That's right.
Messages from him are in the story. Story's not about him.
That's right.
At the end of this segment, Marquardt says that person offering those evacuations, Mr. Young, story's not about him.
The entirety of the story is not about him. I mean, I get that he appears there. I get we discuss him. I get he came up in the tag. It doesn't make the whole story about him.
Stories about Afghans facing exorbitant fees and a black market trying to get out.
Yeah,
And Zachary Young is the only person offering those services mentioned in the story.
that's not true.
Who else is named in the story as offering those services?
Two people are described as offering those services, and their interactions with the gentleman in California and the gentleman in Kabul are described. He's the only one named.
Oh, Mike, let me
He's
ask.
the only one publicly out there.
Maybe I misspoke, but I think maybe let's try this again. Stories about Afghans facing exorbitant fees and the black market trying to get out, correct?
Correct.
Zachary Young is the only person named offering those services in the story, correct?
That's right.
Story's not about Zachary Young.
That's right.
Is that with your CNN hat on or your Adam Levine hat
Both.
on? You testified yesterday about an apology. Do you recall that?
An apology or
Yeah, the apology that retraction and apology. I forgot what was the name of the woman from CNN that issued?
Pam Brown?
Pam Brown. Do you recall the Pam Brown apology?
Yes,
And you testified about it yesterday. Do you recall that?
I did.
And I believe you said essentially that you did it to try to avoid a lawsuit, right?
Yeah.
So CNN's not really sorry, right?
Here's how I look at it. And I think CNN made a decision based on what Mr. Young and you had brought forward that it would make sense to do this correction. Editorially, I think you've heard that people don't think that what they did misrepresented anything editorially, and they don't agree with our legal department. If you're asking me, I was like, let's listen to everything that was.
Oh, so your legal department decided you screwed up, but you yourselves does not believe you screwed up. But your legal department does. That's an interesting admission.
happening here, that only gets deepened. I mean, there's a lot about what was being asked of us by you and Mr. Young that I question whether these were already things that happened before the CNN story. You know, his business had already basically disappeared, right? Omentum's contract was up 4 days later. That was in the works for a while. He had been going back and forth.
Were you in touch with Momentum?
I'm still talking about this.
Your objection, narrative.
I'm basing it on what I've heard in this.
Objection.
Finish his answer.
His evacuation service, with a flurry of activity in September and early October, had stopped as of late October before our story. Your own financial expert came up and said he hadn't had any prospecting of anything new beyond that. I also heard him, you know, the testimony that he told 2 Viennese doctors that he had a traumatic experience related to Afghanistan. I get there's some question whether he sent in Afghanistan, but there's a traumatic experience there that had nothing to do with our story. I also ask about the banner where there's a question of reputational damage, but there's another thing that comes up on reputation, and that's his public actions on LinkedIn. If I was a hiring manager, and I often am, that would come up as a consideration too, and he would have to account for that. How do we know that's not what was impacting him before our story even ran? So there's a lot to me that suggests it wasn't a correction that needed to be run, but our legal department had a reason to do it, and I support them as the legal department for our company.
Sir, are you an expert in the intelligence community?
I'm not.
Do you speak German?
I don't.
Did you read the medical records from Germany?
No, but I read the medical records as they were presented in court.
So
I didn't read it, I heard about it.
when were the medical records presented in court, sir? When were the medical records presented in court, sir?
With your expert.
You saw medical records from
Well, they were
our
discussed.
expert? So you heard a discussion of medical records,
That's right.
and your take from there was that there was a traumatic event that occurred related to Afghanistan. Is that fair?
That's my understanding of what was said in those records based on what was testified to in court.
So you understand that the story CNN chose to run related to Afghanistan and evacuations in Afghanistan, correct?
I do.
So a traumatic event related to Afghanistan would very easily cover exactly this story, correct?
Not necessarily.
Sir, did you hear any testimony from any expert that Mr. Young said he was traumatized in Afghanistan?
I heard that that's how it was written and translated and presented in the discussion with the expert.
Okay. Getting back to the questions about the apology.
Mhm.
You said yesterday that Drew Shankman determined an apology was necessary
Right.
and told you to issue the apology.
Didn't tell me. He told the show. I wasn't involved in that decision.
Okay. Drew Shankman is CNN's in-house counsel, their lawyer.
He's a lawyer there, yeah.
Why did Drew Shankman issue the apology?
He didn't issue the apology.
Why did he recommend to be issued?
That was his legal decision based on his interaction with you and the letter from Mr. Young, and he thought it was prudent to do.
Okay. Why did he think it was prudent to do?
I think he thought that you guys were making a case that the banner in opposition to Mr. Young's face had created a concern by Mr. Young that it created the wrong impression, and he thought it was clear where this was going to be headed from the letter, that it was best to run the correction to try and take that issue off the table.
So see if I got this right. CNN's in-house lawyers took a look at the video after they got a letter from me, right?
I assume so.
And then said, oh man, we should issue an apology and retraction.
I think in some.
But the business disagrees with the lawyers. They don't think that you should have issued a retraction and apology. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think the editorial part, and this isn't uncommon, just the lawyers and editorial don't always agree. They make, they look at things differently.
You talked a little bit about yesterday the now infamous theater video. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And at one point, you got pretty fired up. You said that phone call happened. It legitimately happened. Do you recall that?
I have no reason to doubt it didn't.
Oh,
I do
yeah.
recall it, yes.
Okay. Did you check Alexander Marquardt's contact to see whether it was truly Mr. Young's phone number?
No, I have no reason to think Alex would mislead that way. He's never done that before.
I mean, did you see the call record, the call logs?
No, but why would I?
Oh, they were up here multiple times in these proceedings. Did you not see them when they were displayed? It was a big red box where the outgoing call from Mr. Marquardt should have been and the missed call from Mr. Young should have been.
Right,
Did you see those?
I did.
That doesn't give you reason to doubt that call actually happened?
No,
So let me just make sure that the record is clear. You have no personal firsthand knowledge of whether that call took place. Is that a fair statement?
I could see the video. I trust Alex. Alex is a journalist who reports to me.
Not what I asked, sir. You have no personal firsthand knowledge that call actually took place, correct?
I do. I saw the video of the call happen.
Sir,
No, I understand you're cynical that that call was placed, but as far as I saw, the call to Zach Young was made.
we saw a call placed to a contact named Zachary Young, correct?
Right, and Alex testified that it was the same number that was used to text with Mr. Young
I understand what Mr. Marquardt testified to on the stand, sir.
under oath.
Okay. I'm aware that he said it under oath, sir. Trust me.
Mhm.
But we're both aware of that. We both saw a call go to somebody called Zachary Young on the telephone, correct?
Correct.
All right. We both agree that Mr. Marquardt placed a call to a contact called Zachary Young, correct?
Correct.
My question to you is, do you have any personal knowledge of the phone number that was under that contact name? personal knowledge.
No, I have no personal.
So you are taking Mr. Marquardt's word for it, correct?
Yeah, of course.
And you are, strike that. So you actually don't know whether or not Alexander Marquardt placed a call to Zachary Young, correct?
I mean, I believe Mr. Marquardt. If you want me, did I go look at the call records, compare the numbers and know for sure? No.
So you don't actually know, correct?
Sure. Let me do that.
Or how many people work at CNN?
Several thousand.
Is Jake Tapper one of CNN's biggest stars?
Yeah.
Sir, you have sat through this trial, correct?
I have.
Oh, let me back up 1 second. We talked to you a little bit about some of the Nielsen ratings of the shows, correct?
Yes,
And the various shows we had, for the domestic shows, we had how many people watched them, right?
that's right.
And for the apology, we had how many people watched it, right?
That's right.
But there were 2 international shows, right?
Correct.
You don't have any Nielsen ratings on those shows, right?
No, we don't get Nielsen ratings or really any ratings for those shows.
How many people watch those shows?
I have no idea.
Could it have been 10 million people?
I don't think so, but I don't know.
Could be.
Could be.
Could it have been 20 million people?
Maybe. Could have been 4
Could have been 4 million.
or 4 people.
Do you really think CNN's international broadcast reached 4 people, Mr. LaVine?
I don't, but I have no way to know. As I said, I don't know what the measures are.
But CNN says on its website that it broadcast over 80 million homes, doesn't it?
That's right. But homes is, you know, the number of homes that have TVs aren't the number of people watching CNN.
So how is this jury meant to know how many people saw the allegedly defamatory broadcast if 2 of your shows have absolutely no viewership information whatsoever?
I don't have an answer for that. We gave you the ratings that we had to measure for the shows that we could measure, and we've been honest about what we do and don't have about that.
You understand Mr. Young lives internationally, right?
Yes,
So walking down the street, he has no idea if 10%, 20%, 40% of the population have seen that allegedly defamatory broadcast, right?
I guess that's true.
Sir, Mr. Young's testimony about, you sat through this trial, correct?
I did.
And you heard Mr. Young testify about the effects that the piece have had on his business and mental health.
I did.
You heard the testimony about how it has affected his relationship with his wife.
I did.
You heard Dr. Vincent testify that he believes Mr. Young has major depressive disorder and other specified trauma disorder, right?
That was your, yes.
You heard General Young testify that he'd have hired Mr. Young before the piece aired,
Yes.
and now he wouldn't even hire him to save a 16-year-old girl in Afghanistan.
Yes.
Are you aware, sir, that Mr. Young has now lost his security clearance?
No, the last I heard, Mr. Young said he wasn't sure what the status of his security clearance was.
Didn't you just claim you sat through the entire trial? And yet, this is news to you? You have really, really selective hearing.
You don't know the status of Mr. Young's security clearance? You're under oath here today, Mr. LaVine.
I don't, this is where I'm a little unsure of what the rules are, of what I've heard from counsel and what I've heard in court. So
I want to know nothing that you heard from counsel. I want to know what you've heard personally sitting here in court. Do you believe Mr. Young has his...
are you referring to Helios?
Hang on.
I'm just a little confused what I'm around.
What's your? He said he doesn't want any attorney-client communications.
I know.
If there's an objection, I would instruct him not to talk about anything that he heard from counsel.
It's not so much that, it's also foundation is based on what he's been listening to as he sits here through, not hearings that are happening outside of the context of the jury. He's just a participant. He's a spectator in things that aren't before this jury.
If you confine it to testimony, you ask him questions about testimony that's been presented in this case, but beyond that, or or attorney communications, he doesn't need to answer those questions. I'll sustain the objection on those 2 bases.
Your Honor, can I just add one basis for the record? He is the corporate representative. He's not just Mr. LaVine, and aware of documents received by...
Yes.
Still overruled? I mean, sustained?
Still sustained, yes.
Okay, understood. Thank you, Your Honor. Did you hear, Mr. LaVine, did you hear CNN's expert say that if Mr. Young does not have a security clearance, he's dead in the water?
For those types of jobs, yes.
Meaning for the jobs he's trained to do, correct?
Right, but I didn't hear him say he couldn't get security clearance. I just heard him say if he no longer has security clearance, it could just automatically apply to those jobs.
So if he's lost his security clearance, I think the words were something like dead in the water, right?
If he's lost, he's dead. I think so.
So you heard all this testimony from Mr. Young and Dr. Vincent and General Young, right?
I did.
You still stand by CNN's story?
I do.
Your CNN hat on?
Yeah.
Take it off.
Take it off.
Still stand by the story.
Still stand by the story.
Put the hat back on for me. Would you have CNN publish the story again?
Yeah.
Take it off?
Yeah.
Do you believe CNN did anything wrong here?
No.
Take the hat off?
No.
Do you think Mr. Young deserves an apology?
Mr. Young got an apology.
Do you think he deserves it? Was the question, sir.
Do I? Does CNN?
Put the hat on. Does he deserve an apology?
Further apology? No.
Did he deserve the apology he got?
From his perspective and what he felt, I think that apology was apt. Editorially, no.
You slimy son of a...
Sir, I don't want to ask you about, from Mr. Young's perspective. Once you put on CNN's hat, you're talking to CNN's corporate representative.
Mhm.
Did Mr. Young deserve the apology?
As a way to resolve the legal matter, yes.
No, sir. That wasn't my question. Did he deserve the apology?
Again, I think, and this is where we got into this in my deposition. I think as a legal matter that the legal counsel felt that apology was deserved. But
The CNN, if your CNN hat on, does CNN think?
well, our lawyers represent CNN, so it's the same answer as the CNN corporation and the CNN lawyer.
Take the hat off? Do you believe he deserves an apology?
No, and I think I've explained why.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Boom, boom, boom.
So, Mr. LaVine,
This is so slimy. So slimy. And for you who wonder, Nick, what about the YSL hearing today? I will cover that. Don't you worry. I told you guys almost 2 years ago I would cover the YSL trial from gavel to gavel. I'm still going to do it. There was a hearing today, and I'm going to cover it. But as of now, this is the trial up front.
Mr. Friedman was just asking you a couple of questions about the international broadcast of CNN, correct?
That's right.
And I think he referenced Mr. Young being in Austria, and walking down the street, he doesn't know who's seen the thing, who's seen the story, or whatever, right?
That's right.
Have you heard any testimony in this trial that Mr. Young has been accosted on the streets of Austria?
No.
Have you heard any testimony in this trial that Austrians have reached out to him and said, I can't believe what I saw on CNN?
No, in fact, the only thing we heard about Austria was that he was paranoid that the Austrian police were going to knock on his door. And so he started ripping up documents or deleting documents. But as far as I can tell, the Austrian police didn't give it any heed at all.
Have you heard any testimony in this case at all that Mr. Young received any messages talking about the CNN publications?
No.
Can you put up Defense Exhibit 103, please? And I think this is something that Mr. Friedman just asked you about. Thanks very much. Did you recognize this to be Alex Marquardt's Signal LinkedIn or Signal chat with Zachary Young?
Yes.
If you look up at the top in very small letters under the phone number, it says, for your security, conversation history isn't transferred to new linked devices. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you understand that to mean that if Mr. Marquardt had made a call on another device that it wouldn't show up here?
Yes.
You can take that down. Mr. Friedman asked you about the apology and the correction. At the time, March 17th, when CNN gets the letter from Zach Young himself, had CNN ever heard Mr. Young's concern before that black market implied he was doing something illegal?
No.
From anyone?
No.
It was never on the radar.
Never on our radar. No one ever reached out and said, I don't know why you guys are using the term black market to describe Afghanistan. No, never reacted.
That was the first time.
That was the first.
Because everybody knows that black market means illegal market. There was nothing to react to until you had to come up with this bogus defense that, oh, we interpret black market as an non-regulated market. And an unregulated market is a gray market, folks, because it's neither a legitimate, as in a white market, it's not illegal, as in actual illegal market, as in black market. That's why it's called a gray market, because it's hard to define. Black market is defined as illegal.
You take that down. Mr. Friedman asked you whether if Mr. Marquardt or Ms. Lewis had gotten more information, whether it would have changed the story. And you said that, yeah, it would have changed the story, or we would have pulled the story or something like that. And you wanted to explain why you disagree with Mr. Friedman's question that CNN wouldn't have changed the story. Can you explain to the jury why you disagree with Mr. Friedman?
Because it's an entirely speculative concept that it depends what that information is. You know, I've heard a lot about, well, you didn't speak to Bloomberg and you didn't speak to Audible, for example. Well, if Bloomberg had returned our calls and talked to us about Mr. Young, that series of questions would have gone something like, Mr. Young says he worked for you, and they would have said, yeah, he got 3 of our employees out of Afghanistan, and he charged you this much, and they would have said, yes, and we were happy to pay probably because we got them out of Afghanistan. And then we'd say, you know, Mr. Young's online, and he's been saying he aligns corporate people to Afghans in need. Did Mr. Young ever ask you if you would support other Afghans that have approached him? And they would have said, no, that never happened, because that's what Mr. Young testified to. So actually, that might have been added into the story in a different way than they're implying. Maybe we would have said, you know, we were able to confirm that Mr. Young did do these great extractions for some corporate clients, but his representation that he's trying to help other Afghans and get them corporations to help them was something that no corporation could confirm to us as happening. So, you know, it's all context. Like, we don't know what people would say that we hadn't talked to, but we have to leave open the idea that more information would come in that might change our understanding. You know, I talked about pulling stories. It doesn't happen. I mean, this happened once or twice where it's the last minute, but those were because a source emerged out of nowhere and said something that we said, hold on, that's changing our understanding of the story. We can't go forward with the way it is. We're gonna have to wait a day or two and change that. So it all depends what people say and how it impacts what we already have.
Mr. Mez, if you could put up DX 123. So I'm showing you that the script, or the transcript of the lead show on November 11th of 2021. Do you see that?
Yes.
Let's go to page 15. And Mr. Friedman was asking you questions about what words you used of Mr. Young in the story. Do you recall those questions?
I do recall.
If you would blow up the top, yeah, Mr. Mez, yeah, you're right there, the second paragraph. Yeah, thank you. Nope, keep going up, please. Thank you. I'm sorry, we're doing this on the fly. Nope, not that one either. I'm sorry. Nope, not that one either. Keep going up.
Thank you.
Yeah, we just gotta go to the top. There we go. Now we're up the second one. Thank you. I'm sorry about that. I need some caffeine. Can you read that for the jury, Mr. LaVine?
We got Young's number and called, but he didn't pick up. In a text message, he told CNN that Afghans are trying to leave are expected to have sponsors pay for them. Quote, if someone reaches out, we need to understand if they have a sponsor behind them to be able to pay evacuation costs, end quote, which Young says are, quote, are highly volatile and based on environmental realities, end quote. Young repeatedly declined to break down the facts to see if he's making money.
Do you recall Mr. Young's testimony about this quote where he said it was clear as day that he was only taking money from corporate sponsors?
I do.
How do you interpret that quote?
I think it's very clear that he expects the money he takes is going to come not from an Afghan deputy, it's going to come from someone underwriting that.
And those were his words that he provided CNN?
Those were his words.
And CNN included those in the article?
That's right.
Sorry, in the segment.
In the article.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you got any questions for Mr. LaVine, jot them down. Otherwise, either way, tear out the page out of your
Jury
notepad.
questions.
Fold it
Jury
over,
questions.
reflect it.
I like jury questions. Oh, the
First, that's how good that white noise is.
Yeah, get to that.
Oh. There seems to be more than a few of those.
Some up will do our
Oh.
abbreviated.
So I'm going to do a swoop because just in case there are a bunch of them, not just one or two, then it's going into a separate segment. So here comes the swoop. That, again, is the Norwegian firefighting dragon. You cannot sneak up that one from behind.
Review first.
skip ahead.
For the record. Are you ready? All right, we had a few juror questions, and just for the record, there were no objections by counsel or the court to any of these. First one, does a news outlet have a right to use someone's name if they don't want it used and ask several times not to use it?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if they have a good reason. I mean, you see two people whose names we didn't use because there were security concerns. So there are reasons that we would do it. But, and I know, you know, we're coming up to people who aren't in the news media, but we do give them a chance to explain that and explain why they don't think their name is. Just keep in mind, like with Mr. Young, he's asking to keep his name out, but he's out there publicly saying these things. It's not like and I think as we went through things, you actually saw Emma or Fuzz ask the question about one of the Afghans. Is he using his name when he's on Facebook asking for help? If so, why would we be giving him a shadow over him if that's not what he's doing? So it is a consideration. It is something we listen to, but in the end, you know, it's a judgment call how we do that. But especially if we're reporting the same thing someone is saying publicly, there's no reason for it. It doesn't make sense.
What amount of consideration was taken into account of Mr. Young not wanting his story to be told on air and saying legal action would be taken?
I would say, based on what Alex and Katie both have told me and what I recall, not much, because it really did feel like an attempt to stiff arm us and just keep us and scare us off. That's a pretty common tactic with a lot of people who aren't interested in having their story told. Doesn't mean we don't want to pursue the story. We felt it was an important story to tell. So that it wasn't a legit, you know, that's how it was read in the interaction.
All right, and the preliminary note on this from the juror was Adam LaVine testimony as himself, not CNN rep. Okay, so this is not in your CNN representative capacity.
Okay.
Do you think an organization that issues a disingenuous apology is discredited by that?
I don't think it was disingenuous in that our lawyers felt there was an apology that needed to be made for any misconception about aligning that banner with Mr. Young. Editorially, I know it gets so confusing going through all my different capacities I'm answering these questions. Editorially, though, I felt we were in solid ground. I felt like that story was legit. The banner was legit. I get that it ran, you know, at the same time that Mr. Young was on camera, but it wasn't written that way. It wasn't written to refer to him.
It wasn't written that. Jesus, it was one and the same segment, you absolute buffoon. Saying, oh, for me, this is the same as, let's give an example of something really heinous here. A British child groomer gang is being sought after, and this is very, very bad. Listen to these victims. By the way, here's a face and a name, Joe Schmo. And then you finish off with movie. It's the same segment. The inference is there. They claiming it's not written that way, in my personal opinion, is complete lies from CNN. They know exactly what they are doing because it sells. It's clickbait. They knew what they were producing was a falsity regarding to Mr. Young. They still put him up front and center in that story because they wanted a name, they wanted a face, they wanted to present a bad guy.
So editorially, I didn't see it. But as a corporation, our lawyers felt it was a due apology. And so in that sense, it was a sincere apology.
All right, and this next question has two parts. When you watch or read an apology, do you believe it right away? If you don't, why not?
I don't know how much capacity I'm answering this as a viewer.
This is you as yourself, not as a CNN rep.
Yeah, I do. I mean, obviously, for the viewer, they have no sense of what's going on behind the scenes, and it was meant as the corporation to apologize to Mr. Young. I mean, what the viewer didn't know is it was done because there was a threat of a legal suit that he was demanding this apology happen. But they wanted the apology, they got the apology.
Yeah, Councilor, come up real quick. Another note, just for the
Oh yeah. Oh, I almost forgot. That was the proper one. That was the proper one. That was in this trial. Sidebar counter 41. Yes, for you who are completely new here, I have sidebar counters on my trial coverage because it's funny. Oh.
All right, and just for the record, one of the jurors that asked one of the questions that I just asked you had handed another note, and there's no objection from counsel or the court to kind of the follow-up on this. This is relating to the question where you, Adam LaVine, testifying as yourself, not as the corporate rep, when I asked you on behalf of the jurors, do you think an organization that issues a disingenuous apology is discredited by that? The juror was asking, please answer the question directly, a organization, not yours. So
If you repeat the question again.
yeah, the original question was, do you think an organization that issues a disingenuous apology is discredited by that?
No. And an organization or a company has a lot of reasons to issue those apologies. Sometimes it is for something like this, to resolve a legal matter. It's an attempt to do so. They're doing it for that. You know, I don't think an apology has to be, you know, an emotional apology when you're talking about a company. That correction that ran on the air was sincere. It was written to be as clear as possible about what the issue was at hand for our viewers, and that there was no intention of doing that. And so that apology was issued.
All right, Mr. Axelrod, any follow-up on those questions?
Yeah, just one question. I know, one question. Mr. Levine, you heard the juror question about naming Mr. Young in the story.
Yes.
Why did you feel it was all right to name Mr. Young?
Well, as I said, again, nothing in that story that we use or describe was any different than what Mr. Young was saying publicly himself, separate from CNN, gone on LinkedIn, said all these things, interacted with these people. In that sense, like, he's out there saying these things. Why does CNN feel they shouldn't be using his name if he is publicly out there doing so?
Thank you.
For the same reason, in this story, a connection to what's her face, Katie, or even Mr. Marquardt, Mr. Marquardt, he was given 2 actual names on the ground in Afghanistan who were doing human trafficking. And he ignored both of those names because he was trying to get information on Zachary Young and nobody else. He ignored other leads of actual human traffickers to get to Zachary Young. That makes this a hit piece, in my opinion. That is why I believe CNN should be drawn through, figuratively, hot coal.
Mr. Friedman, any follow-up? Mr. Levine, you can stay.
All right, this is a recap, but Solva says verdict is in. So let's get to it. Or it could be a jury question, I don't know. We are live here now, we don't know yet. So we are live from court. Judge is there. This is when he shows up like this. This is him talking to the attorneys. So we don't know. But I mean, deliberating for 8 hours, that's a long. Yeah, yes, Al, live. This is live. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, there it is. There it is. According to Law and Crime, the jury has reached a verdict. The jury has reached a verdict. So we are actual live now.
All right. As I indicated, the jury has a verdict. Is there anything we need to address on the record before we bring the jurors back from the plaintiff for defense?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
All right, then we'll get the jurors back in.
Yes, this is live feed from court. We are actual live. Remember, folks, there are, if found guilty, then they will be case number, the second part of this trial, which
Y'all
goes
may be
to
seated.
what numbers?
I understand that the jury's reached a verdict. Is that correct?
Pardon me?
I said, I understand y'all have reached a verdict.
We have.
All right, you have the verdict form with you?
I do.
Can you hand that to the bailiff, please?
I will.
I'll ask the clerk to publish a verdict.
In the Circuit Court of the 14th Judicial Circuit in Fort Bay County, Florida, case number 22-608CA, Zachary Young plaintiff versus Cable News Network Inc. defendant. Verdict form number 1. Do you find by the greater weight of the evidence that defendant CNN committed defamation per se against plaintiff Zachary Young? Yes.
Guilty!
Number 2, do you find by the greater weight of the evidence that defendant CNN committed defamation by implication against plaintiff Zachary Young? Yes.
Guilty!
Number 3, what is the total amount of plaintiff Zachary Young's damages for both lost earnings in the past and for the loss of his earning capacity in the future, reduced by the amount that plaintiff could have earned from comparable employment? 4 million.
4 million.
Number
Okay,
4.
that
what
is the
total amount of
compensatory.
plaintiff Zachary Young's damages for pain and suffering, mental anguish, inconvenience, injury to reputation, and loss of capacity for the enjoyment of life that he sustained in the past and that he has sustained for the future? $1 million.
Oh,
Number 5, do you find by clear and convincing evidence that punitive damages are warranted against defendant CNN? Yes. Date, January 17, 2025, signed by the foreperson.
Okay, yeah.
okay, so they awarded him
All right,
5 million. Now, that's not the end of it. Now comes second part of this trial. What do the jury believe that CNN should be punished by? Because this was just the compensatory and for damages. Now we go to punitive damages, which is part 2 of this trial.
Juror 6, I take it since you were holding the verdict, were you the foreperson for the jury? Is that your jury's verdict?
Yes, it is.
All right. All right. Anything from the plaintiff?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Jurors, based upon that verdict, what that means is we need to proceed to phase 2 of the trial in this case. I didn't print them out, but let me pull them up real quick.
I think I was supposed to stand up.
No,
wasn't I?
no, you're fine. You're good. All right, I've got some more instructions to give to you, and what we'll do is just based on the time at this point, we'll move into phase 2. We'll get some lunch brought in to allow you to take a break, have some lunch at the appropriate time when it gets here. But we'll start with the presentation of some of the evidence and testimony to you until that point in time. Okay, are y'all good with that? All right, and I know since there was a restroom and stuff back there, y'all don't need a break or anything right at the moment, do you?
No, sir, but could we close the blind?
Again?
Just the front one.
Yeah, just front one is, that's okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna have the bailiff go grab your, are your notepads laying out there, or are they in the folders,
I
or?
think we left them all in there. They're laying out on the table.
Okay. Yeah, why don't y'all want to go back there and go grab your notes? I don't want the bailiff look at whatever your notes may be or anything.
I can grab them if.
Okay, if you want to do that, that'd be fine. Yeah, I'd rather just not have somebody that's outside the jury going and grabbing notes that are not contained in your folders. All right.
So, okay. So Zachary Young won. Now he asked for compensatory upwards of 21 million. Now he only got 4. Now, but $4 million is not chump change. It still is guilty. They just didn't find that all his prospected earnings and stuff was that high as he asked for. And for his suffering and damages, he got an additional $1 million. That I think is very low. I actually believe that is very low. But that's the jury for the three charges of defamation, which means all 3 prongs were met. Now, the next part of the trial, again, is about punitive damages. There is where the big bucks comes in, because how much does this jury believe CNN should be punished by paying? And that is the $1 billion that Mr. Young has been seeking. In there is the $1 billion. How much will they award him? This part of the trial commences immediately.
After we add, and I guess real quick, since I forgot to ask this question beforehand, after we had resolved the jury instruction issues last night, I think it was, I don't know, it's all blended together at this point. And the set that I had emailed to y'all, I think it was last night after we got done, was both sides good with the clean set of instructions that I emailed? Okay. Obviously subject to what we had talked about before, but in terms of what I'd ruled, y'all were good with the clean set that I had done in accordance with that. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, Florida is weird with this cap or no cap, three times the this and 4 times the that. But
All right, everybody got their own notes back and
yeah,
got pens and ready to go? Okay. All right, I'll give you some instructions now, and we'll go ahead and start proceeding. Members of the jury, I'm now going to tell you about the rules of law that apply to determining whether punitive damages should be assessed, and if so, in what amount. When I finish with these instructions, the parties will present additional evidence. You should consider this additional evidence along with the evidence presented, and you should decide any disputed factual issues by the greater weight of the evidence. Greater weight of the evidence means the more persuasive and convincing force and effect of the entire evidence in the case. You are to decide the amount of punitive damages, if any, to be assessed as punishment against the defendant. This amount would be in addition to the compensatory damages you have previously awarded. In making this determination, you should consider the following. A, the nature, extent, and degree of misconduct and the related circumstances, including the following. 1, whether the wrongful conduct was motivated solely by unreasonable financial gain. 2, whether the unreasonably dangerous nature of the conduct, together with the high likelihood of injury resulting from the conduct, was actually known by the defendant. 3, whether at the time of the loss, injury, or damage, the defendant had a specific intent to harm plaintiff, and the conduct of defendant did in fact harm plaintiff. And B, the financial resources of the defendant. However, you may not award an amount that would financially destroy the defendant. You may, in your discretion, decline to assess punitive damages. When determining the amount, if any, of punitive damages to be awarded, you may impose punitive damages to punish the defendant only for the specific conduct that you have concluded caused plaintiff harm. You may not award punitive damages to punish the defendant for anything other than the conduct that injured plaintiff. That is the law that you must follow in deciding the second phase of the case. In a moment, the attorneys will make brief opening statements to you, and then we'll call witnesses. When they are through, I will have a few final instructions about your deliberations. And like before, you're going to get a written set of these instructions to go back to you. All right. So, Mr. Friedman, you want to do a brief opening?
Mr. Rush will handle
All right, Mr. Rush. Okay.
May I proceed? Good morning. We're still in the morning. On behalf of both Mr. Young and our team, I want to say thank you. I know Zach feels heard in a way that he hasn't felt for over 3 years since the segment was played. And I can't tell you how much that means to both Zach and to our team. You've also decided how we felt that CNN's conduct in this case is deserving of punishment. That a message needed to be sent in some form to media that the conduct, hunting a man down because you don't agree with his ideals, is not okay. It's un-American. The only way we can send a message at this point is through a fine. It's by punishing CNN where it hurts, the bottom line. We're going to do our best to be brief today and to get our case presented very quickly. The law tells us that we cannot punish someone until we know how much they are worth. A $500,000 fine, $500,000 fine, it's nothing to a man like Bill Gates. His investments make him more than $13 million before he sits down for lunch at halfway through the day. To put it in perspective, a $500,000 fine to a man like Bill Gates is the equivalent to a $2 fine to an average person. So to punish CNN, you need to know how much they're worth. To help you understand how much CNN is worth, we're going to call just 2 witnesses. You're going to see some tape from CNN CFO, where we asked him some questions about CNN's financials. And you're going to hear from our expert, our financial expert, who's specialized in reading company financials. And he's going to help you understand what CNN's balance sheets show about their net worth. Once we give you the context you need, you're going to be asked to send a message. This is not a slap in the wrist type of situation. What we saw during phase 1 is that CNN thinks it can do what it wants. They argued it's perfectly acceptable to disagree with a man's ideals and spread lies about him around the globe. They ignored Zach's requests not to publish defamatory content. They treated him as guilty until proven innocent. And they labeled him as a criminal for their own benefit. I'm sure when I sit down, Mr. Axelrod is going to get up here and he's going to tell you, we've heard you loud and clear, that they understand. But those statements ring as hollow as their apology to Mr. Young. The company has proven that they will provide apologies to avoid consequences. As Mr. Friedman told you yesterday, you are the arbiters of justice. You will all decide how much CNN needs to pay to feel that to be punished. We are here to give you the information and provide you what you need to make that decision. And that's what we're going to show you. Thank you.
Mr. Axelrod.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. So obviously, it goes without saying that we're disappointed in the verdict, but that doesn't mean, as I said, that you all didn't do your job. As a trial lawyer, you come in and you hope the jury agrees with you. Sometimes they do, and sometimes they don't. But the first thing I said yesterday, and I still firmly believe, is that you want a jury who's going to go through the evidence and they're going to really put the time in. And obviously, you all did that. And we appreciate that, even if things didn't work out the way we wanted it to. So you've obviously found that CNN committed defamation in this case. So I'm not going to tell you that everything's roses and butterflies, because it's not. You found differently, and I'm not going to bang my head into a brick wall. And your judgment is sound. But just because you found that CNN is liable in this case doesn't mean that CNN is unredeemable.
That doesn't mean that CNN is unredeemable. Well, that's what the jury is there for, making sure that when you screw up this bad, it must have consequences. $5 million for Mr. Young is chump change for CNN. It's no big deal. What you are scared of here is the punitive damages. Because there are some interesting precedents set the last few years. And hello, Catnot Williams Raiders! Welcome to the Zachary Young versus CNN defamation trial. CNN have minutes ago were by a jury, they were guilty of defamation. Now, and they awarded Mr. Young $4 million for loss of income and $1 million for damages to him as a person, his reputation, and emotional damages and such. Now we come to the big bucks, the punitive damages. If the jury finds that, oh, we need to get it on CNN. Well, Mr. Young has asked for $1 billion. For you who are completely new here to this case, Mr. Young is a former Navy veteran. And after his service, he went into military as a military contractor. He worked in Saudi Arabia and other places. And then when the Afghan withdrawal happened, he provided services for corporations like Bloomberg and Audible to get their people out of Afghanistan. Nothing wrong with that. He got paid for it by the corporations. CNN decided we are going to make a piece on Afghans getting extorted vast amounts of money to get out of Afghanistan during the first o'clock. That was the withdrawal from Afghanistan. So in their hit piece, I can say that now because the jury has determined it was a hit piece. They started out with people who were more or less victims of human trafficking. Then they put Zachary front and center, despite him not acting in the black market, not acting in human trafficking, a legitimate business as a get corporations, employees, and families out of Afghanistan. But they put him in that hit piece as black market operator, as more or less a human trafficker. And the jury just said, hey, you defamed him because CNN ruined his career. What he was trained at doing, he saved dozens of Afghan people out of Afghanistan, women and children. And after the CNN hit piece, he could not do that work anymore. Because he was, he couldn't do it. He was a pariah in the eyes of that community. And so, 22 plus a baby. 22 plus a baby. Yeah. Thank you. So that was what he was doing, getting people out. Now, what I would have loved to ask CNN, well, when you made sure Mr. Young couldn't do that anymore, what happened to those people he could have saved? What happened to the people he could have saved? So in my opinion, CNN's hit piece probably killed people, killed Afghans. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Catnot Williams, for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yeah. For you who came, I'm assuming that Cat covered the YSL hearing of today. I will get to it as soon as this trial is done, because now we are into the punitive damages. How much does this jury believe that CNN has to pay up to make sure, don't you ever do this again to anyone? Oh, I have to change the banner. Damages. Part of trial. And new members. Thanks to Catnot Williams, it's 5. And also, honorary Viking of this stream is Catnot Williams for 5 gifted. That's $15. All right, now I'm done with the new banner. There. So yes, new members, 5 of them. Thank you so much. It went to Amanda Robinson, The Ghost, B. Castro, Not a Tame Lion, and Bree H. Thank you. And honorary Viking, Catnot Williams, so far on this stream. So far. If you want that honorary Viking to yourself, well, you have to beat $15. All right, let's continue with this. I hope you are all caught up, and let's listen to how CNN tries to wriggle themselves out of this.
And it doesn't mean that CNN should be buried. Doesn't mean that CNN isn't important. And let me just give you a few examples of that. You heard General Young, plaintiff's expert, testify, and he kind of made this offhand comment. I thought it was very interesting. He said he was watching the coverage of the wildfires in Los Angeles, which are really heartbreaking. And he said that CNN's coverage was outstanding. And he wasn't wrong. Because when natural disasters break out, CNN is there. And that's hurricanes, that's wildfires, that's earthquakes. When conflicts erupt, like some of the ones we've heard in this case, CNN's there. And all of
Yeah, CNN is there. And that kind of reporting is admirable. It's not admirable when you seek out a specific person just to stick it to him. That's not good. That is what this is about.
and providing all of that content, really important content's expensive. But it has a really tremendous value because we as Americans need to understand what our fellow Americans are going through if they're in California or if they're on the Gulf Coast and get hit by a hurricane, or if there's an earthquake in Northern California, or if there's a war in Ukraine. All those things are really valuable.
Yeah, don't mention Ukraine war in Florida. That might not be a good thing.
That CNN's liable, but that doesn't mean that there isn't, a reasonable path forward. So over the next few hours, I hope it doesn't take that long, you're going to hear about CNN's net worth, and you're going to see that the net worth of the company is actually in a subtle decline. You're also going to hear about the headwinds facing the entire media environment. Media is changing really quickly. You're going to hear some of the details about that. CNN still is a valuable asset because of what it does, because of that important information that it delivers. But there are really big challenges that it faces. And you're going to hear that for that reason, almost any amount of punitive damages, and even your verdict right now, will serve as a real punishment. And I'm not coming here to tell you that what you all have done should be the end. You've decided that punitive damages are warranted, so I'm not going to tell you that some number isn't warranted. But I am going to tell you that your judgment has an effect. What you've already decided has an effect. Sir, do you have some water? Do you need any?
Yeah, I'd like some water.
Yeah. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you. I'm not going to tell you that. I am going to tell you that your verdict already has an impact. When a media company like CNN that says that we value trust, our trust with the world. When you have a verdict like this, it delivers a message, and you've done that with your verdict. But that doesn't mean that CNN should be completely disregarded. So what's really important is one of the instructions that the court read to you about punishing CNN solely for the conduct that occurred in this case. And it's really important because you're not going to hear about any other defamation cases that you're punishing CNN for. That's not going to come into evidence. You're not going to hear that. Your job is really focused on this case. And so this case is fake.
Oh, you moron. You just told the jury there are other defamation cases against CNN. The jury wasn't supposed to hear that. Mr. Axelrod, for God's sake! Oh, you idiot. Yeah, folks, this has been the entire trial. Now, I made a dozen highlight videos on this. So if you're not caught up with how absolutely of a fustercluck the CNN's attorneys have acted here, the judge made this man, Axelrod, personally apologize to Mr. Young for lying about him in open court. Oh. This judge, in the beginning of the trial, imposed a $100 fine for personal insults between the attorneys. Later, in the trial, he upped that to a $1,000 fine for personal insults between the attorneys. This trial has been, oh my God, what's going on? Yeah, and it was a crap apology. And Mr. Young didn't accept it. It's in the highlight reels that I've been posting on my channel. Let's listen to.
It's really important because you're not going to hear about any other defamation cases that you're punishing CNN for. That's not going to come into evidence. You're not going to hear that. Your job is really focused on.
You just told them. Now, sadly, he didn't have to apologize in front of the jury, but he did had to apologize in front of the cameras. Oh yeah, another thing. These two teams of attorneys, they were pro-Hadvice in to this trial. And the judge told the attorneys that did the pro-Hadvice in, as in, they don't have the authority to work in this jurisdiction, but some local attorney vouched for them to come here and work. And the judge gave a friendly warning to local attorneys who pro-Hadvice in, other attorneys, that they are vouching for them and might also be responsible for their conduct. So whoever the local attorney that brought in the CNN team, he must be shitting brick right now, because he might also be liable for whatever fines the judge deem fit. Oh,
This case. And so this phase is really focused on punishing CNN for the conduct in this case. The conduct of CNN in any other case is irrelevant, and the conduct of any other media company is irrelevant. So at the end of this time, in a very quick, short order, I'm going to come back and talk to you about what we feel is the appropriate amount of punishment CNN should suffer, in addition to what you all have already found. So thank you, and thank you again for, obviously, you put in 7 hours and then 2.5 days. You all went through the evidence, and we all really appreciate it, even though we're a little bit disappointed, but that's the way the justice system works, and all we can be guaranteed is a fair trial. So thank you.
Freeman, your first witness.
all right, first witness in this punitive damage part of this trial.
And while you're getting Mr. Johnson on the depot designations for Mr. Cohn, do y'all have those that you can send to me?
Yes.
Or a printout or email them to my assistant?
Email.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, one other thing in this trial, there are jury questions. I also cut those out as separate videos. And oh my God, they are good. Oh my God, they are good.
I understand. I hadn't seen them either, so. Do you have them printed out, Mr. Bailey? What you got? Or you got an email? Okay. All right. I'll have them emailed to my assistant. Mr. Johnson? Hey, come around on up to the.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And if you could, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear affirm that the testimony you shall give
Okay,
on
this is
this
Mr. Johnson or
Just have a seat there and position the
Mr.
microphone
Young's
where it's
representation.
facing close to your mouth so that we can pick you up.
Sure, Your Honor, thank you.
Yeah, that's a good one from Swinton saying, I realize 5 million, more like 6.5 at the end. Doesn't sound like a lot to CNN, but this is one case. Start running this scenario in all the other defamation cases that may or may not be in the pipeline. Other hit pieces from CNN where they ruin people's lives and careers for a 4 to 5 minute segment. Yeah. It might add up. Let's continue.
Do you have notes on which ones you're objecting to?
Yeah, we're doing that here.
Oh, okay. All right. I was going to try to multitask. Yeah, you move the podium around, that's fine.
We assume, obviously, we assume this will be about 5 minutes or so. So we could do it now, or we could stop in the middle, or we could go to lunch now if the food's here and then do it after, whatever's.
Yeah. We don't have food here, do we? Yeah, I think somebody take care of ordering that. I was hoping.
It's on the way.
Okay, it's on the way.
I like this judge and I like this jurisdiction because they actually provided food for the jury. So no YSL stupid things here. Well, they don't pay much for jury duty in Florida either, but at least they provide food, snacks, water, coffee, and lunch and stuff.
Yeah, so let's go and we'll see when the food gets here. Maybe it's a good breaking point moving from direct across. So, Mr. Delich.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. My name is Robert W. Johnson.
And what do you do for a living, Mr. Johnson?
I am a forensic economist.
And what's your academic background?
I have a bachelor's degree in business administration with a major in economics from the Baruch College of the City University of New York. I have a master's degree in business administration with a major in finance and investments from Stanford University Graduate School of Business, as well as postgraduate training with the Strategic Planning Institute and the American Management Association.
And so you said you're a forensic economist. Can you tell me a little bit more about your professional background?
Sure. Out of graduate school, I went to work on Wall Street as an investment banker for the firm of Donaldson, Lufkin, and Jenrette. Our clients were the top 100 financial institutions, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, all 50 states retirement systems, and I also worked in mergers and acquisitions while I was there. From there, I went over to American Express Investment Management Company, not the travel part. We did managing people's retirement income. We managed $700 to $800 million of people's retirement income, and I managed most of the bond portfolio section, which is about $200 to $300 million. From there, I went to work for a company called HRB Singer. Our clients were primarily defense contractors. On that part, I ran mergers and acquisitions in that area. We did signal intelligence for various agencies of the Department of Defense. From that company, I transitioned over to a division of FMC Corporation, their defense equipment division. It's a $3 billion company division that it was. I ran specifically what's called capital budgeting. What that simply means is that anytime we purchased a piece of equipment that cost more than $1 million, I had to do all of the paperwork to ensure that we got fully reimbursed as a government contractor. Since 1981, I've been taking my academic training and my real-world experience and putting them together in the field of forensic economics.
And have you ever written any articles or books?
Yeah, I've had articles published in the American Bar Journal, the American Journal for Trial Advocacy. I've co-authored a book for Lawyers Co-op. I've been quoted in the Wall Street Journal, Barron's, Washington Examiner, Washington Post, and CBS Good Morning America.
And so you're here as an economic expert, correct?
That is correct.
Have you ever been qualified as an economic expert before?
Oh, sure. In my home state of California, we have 58 counties. I've qualified in all 58. There are 4 federal districts in California. I've qualified in all 4.
So does California ever qualified in any other states?
Oh, sure. Let's see. We've got, this is not my first trial where I qualified here in the state of Florida. I've also qualified in Alaska, Hawaii, Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York. I've got 45 pins in the map right now for 45 states, plus 2 territories. I hope to get all 50 before I finally retire.
Well, I wish you luck on that. You always work for the plaintiff side?
No, I'd say when the cases first come into our shop, better than 50, 60+% of the time, we're being retained on behalf of the plaintiff. As they work their way through the litigation process, cases start to settle, we get to the deposition stage. Now, cases have settled, and now it's up to 75% remaining plaintiffs. As we continue on in trial, like we are here today, almost 95% of my defense cases have settled, so it's 95% plaintiff.
So I bet your company has a website, right?
Yes.
Do you ever put information about the cases you worked on up on your website?
You know, I can only put on my website those cases for which my clients give me permission. If they say don't publish, even though like here is a public trial, they say don't publish, I'm not allowed to publish.
Do any of your defense clients ever let you publish information about their cases?
You know, I've been trying for 4 years to get them to do that. Even when they get the verdict they want, they say, no, Bob, don't publish. I have to respect that and not publish.
Why do you think they do that?
I don't think they want anybody to know that they've been sued.
Makes sense. So you're being paid for your time here, right?
I am retained for my time, yes, sir.
So what's your hourly rate?
$975 an hour, sir.
And what were you asked to do in this case?
Well, my task in this case was to use the standard methods of economic analysis used and relied upon by economists to quantify the financial condition of Cable Network News, Inc. regarding their ability to pay and their relative financial condition currently.
Corey, can you go to the next slide? All right, so this is what you're talking about. You're here to discuss financial condition and ability to pay.
That is correct, sir, yes.
All right. In the past 5 years, how many times do you think you've testified at a deposition or a trial?
Oh, Jesus. Several hundred, definitely, several hundred.
Like, how many of those involve punitive damages? All of them?
No, probably less than 1%.
Do you work for CNN?
No. I'm not an employee of CNN.
So it would be fair to say you're like an outside the company expert.
That is correct, sir.
Have you ever testified at trial on punitive damages on behalf of the defendant?
No.
Why not?
Well, I think basically the reason is because most corporate defendants have people who they employ. They have a chief financial officer, they have a chief executive officer, they have accountants who they pay significant amounts of money to understand all of the internal finances of the company. It makes no sense from my perspective to hire me, an outsider, who won't have all the intimate details of the company when they have somebody who they've already paid to come in and talk about something they already know. You bring your best known people to talk about your finances, and nobody knows the company better than the people inside the company.
So I think I forgot to ask you this. Can you tell me about, just at a high level, some of the cases you've worked on in the past?
Sure. I was the economist for the estate of Kobe Bryant in the unfortunate helicopter crash, Pan Am 103 over Lockerbie, Scotland, the MGM Grand Hotel fire for Lloyd's of London, the BP oil spill up in the Gulf of Alaska. BP was in Mexico. The Exxon Valdez was up in Alaska. We did 25 pro bono, which no charge cases out of the tragedy at 9/11, both at the Pentagon and at the World Trade Center.
Your Honor, I've been informed that the food is here.
Okay. Want to keep going? How long did you think you'd have?
30 minutes, maybe?
You all right?
I say keep going.
All right. Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and get through direct then.
That was a fast delivery of lunch. They ordered it like 10 minutes ago.
All right. So we got this new slide up here. So how does a forensic economist assess the company's financial condition?
Well, typically the way we do it in a case such as this, we look at a company's economic health, economic wealth, and their financial status.
All right. Corey, can we go to the next slide? So let's talk a little bit about what is economic health and how you measure it.
Well, when we look at economic health, we're looking at things like their company's sales, revenue, their net income, their profit, and what we call cash flow or cash flow profit.
Corey, can we go to the next slide? So the first one you said was sales and revenue, right?
Right.
So can you explain to the jury what that is?
Sure. Sales is the amount of money that a company makes through the sale of its goods or services. It's all the revenue they bring in for all the effort they put out to their clients and customers.
And what about net income?
Well, net income, you start with the sales, and then you deduct all the allowable expenses. And if you have anything left over, that's called your net profit or your net revenue. That's your net income or net profit.
And what about cash flow?
Okay. Cash flow, and this is a unique term, it's cash flow profit from operation.
Ooh. Thunder chicken for $20. What state is this in? Florida. Is there a statutory limit for punitive damage there? To my knowledge, depending on the findings of the jury, is either 3x, 4x, or no cap at all. All boils down to the jury. At what level? And I do believe they are at the no cap here, since they found CNN guilty on the 3 different kind of defamation the Mr. Young sought for. So I do not believe there is a cap for this punitive damage. Now, we will find out when the judge talks about it. We will find out. And with that, Thunder Chicken is now in the lead of Honorary Viking of the Day. Overtook Catnot Williams with his or her $20. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thunder Chicken is now. Oh. I almost forgot. I need to show my. I've been in work mode all day. So there. It's now it's Friday. Now it's officially Friday. Hair's out. It's Friday. Libby became a member. Thank you so much. Thank you. That means new members 6 of this stream. Yay! Yeah. Oh. Hello, Mr. Jingles is here. This is Mr. Jingles. He is the actual owner of this channel because he needs treats. He needs pets because if I don't, he will leave rodents in my bed. Well, he does that anyway. But so yeah. So this is Mr. Jingles, the actual owner and runner of this channel. I am just his humble servant. All right, let's get back to this.
Remember, I said you start with your revenue and then you deduct all the expenses. But there are expenses that you are allowed to deduct for tax purposes that you never write a check for. Items such as depreciation, amortization. So what you do is you get that revenue minus expenses, but now you add back all that money you never wrote a check to. So this is your real cash flow or cash profit. That's probably the most significant item in terms of looking at a company is.
Oh, yeah, I checked. Now, officially, CNN is heavily in debt. I think they are like in the $5 billion in debt officially. Now, that's just, in my opinion, for tax reasons that they are this heavily in debt. It still doesn't mean they don't have cash flow profits going on.
What is their cash profit?
All right. And so you also mentioned you look at economic wealth. So what are the measures of economic wealth?
Well, we look at what's called net worth. We look at cash on hand. We look at dividends. We look at capital expenditures, and we look at an economic metric called free cash.
So before we go, what's the difference between economic health and economic wealth?
Well, anybody can be health. In other words, how much revenue you have, how much profit. But when you want to look at another way of looking at a company, you want to look at how wealthy they are. You know, how much are they able to sustain in wealth?
All right, so let's talk about net worth first.
Oh. Ducking felonies tipped me via PayPal, and you did. $50. Thank you. Thank you. That is so generous. That is so generous. And we have a new leader in the Honorary Viking. It is now Ducking felonies with 50. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, via PayPal or buy me a coffee, we don't have that 30% to YouTube. That actually goes to me. And I will use that to get to Utah this summer. Because, as you might know, Jeff, Legal Vices, passed away just before Christmas. And I can't be there for his funeral. But I'm going to Utah to meet up with Jeff's family and Danny on Direct and other people in September. So the monetary support you give via PayPal is going directly to that trip. So thank you so much.
Can you explain to the jury what net worth is?
Sure. The simple accounting definition of net worth, you take all your assets, the value of all your assets, and you deduct from that all of your liabilities, all that you owe. If your assets have a greater value than your liabilities, you have a positive net worth. If your assets are less than your liability, you have a negative net worth, which would mean you're probably getting close to being in serious financial straits. But it's just assets minus liabilities. That's all it means.
And what about cash on hand?
Well, cash on hand and cash equivalents. Everybody knows what cash is. It's basically piles of dollar bills. Cash equivalents is, let's say you take your cash and you convert it into a certificate of deposit. That's good for 30, 60, 90 days. Well, it's not cash, but if it can be converted from that certificate of deposit into cash within 90 days, that's what we call a cash equivalent. That gives us an idea of how much cash the company has access to, even though they may not have it in straight dollar bills. They've got access to it within 90 days.
And then I think the next thing you mentioned is dividends, right?
Dividends, right. Dividends are money where they distribute earnings out of the company. In other words, they're taking cash and they're sending it out to whoever the shareholders could be. That could be an individual, that could be a parent company that may own them, but it's cash that's leaving the company that they've already decided their CEO, CFO, their accountants have blessed can leave and do no harm.
And then I think the next measure we were talking about was capital expenditures. What's a capital expenditure?
A capital expenditure are those items that a company purchases that are big, long-lived assets. We're talking about land. We're talking about buildings. We're talking about plant and equipment. These are the key things that you need to keep and maintain so that you will have an ongoing core of business. It could be a studio, whatever, but these are major expenditures.
All right, I think our last vocab word was free cash. What's that?
Okay, free cash is an accounting term. So what we do is we start with cash flow from operations. Remember, this is revenue minus all the expenses.
I like this witness. I've seen trials where punitive damages is on the table and they have an expert up there and it's absolute gibbery-gush. So I like this one. I can actually more or less understand what he's saying here.
That you actually write a check to. So this is your pile of cash after you've paid off everything, all your expenses. Now, we're going to deduct from that pile what we're going to use to purchase our capital expenditures, those core, long-lived assets that keep our company going. So if we have anything left, that's called free cash. That cash, you're free to do whatever you want. You can go buy another company. You can go build a studio. You can do whatever you want. You've already paid off all your expenses. That's what's called free cash.
So why are we talking about all these different things? Why not just use, say, net worth or profit when we're trying to talk about the financial condition of a company?
You know, that's because there's no one metric. There's no one measurement that can completely describe the company. One is not complete enough.
So you gave us this picture to help explain this to Jerry. Why is there an elephant on the screen right now?
Well, it's an illustration of why I need all these different metrics. I'm trying to get as many as I can to describe what we're talking about. In this picture, you see 5 people, each touching a different part of the elephant. Somebody's got the nose, somebody's got an ear, somebody's got a foot, somebody's got the body, somebody's got the tail. Each one of them can accurately describe the part they're touching, but no one of them can describe the whole animal. You try to get as many different measurements so you're able to describe the whole animal, which is why we can't use just one.
And so, and you looked at CNN's financial condition for this case, right?
That is correct.
So what did you look at to try and do that?
Well, we would like to look at all of their financial numbers. We'd like to see their balance sheets, their income statements prepared by their accountants according to generally accepted accounting. That's the sort of the standard that we'd like to have. Unfortunately, in this case, we were never provided with those financial documents. But we did get, what they did provide us with was their, what's called the 1120.
Oh, CNN refused the actual financial records. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting.
U.S. corporate income tax statements. So these are their company income tax statements for the years 2021, 22, and 23. They have not issued anything to us or provided us the documents for 2024 or any interim documents for 2024 for CNN Inc. on our part. That's what we would like to have, but we don't have it, so we're going to rely on the information that we have. We do know when we look at tax documents, and I compared them to the regular corporate documents we'd find in a company, we know that the documents that are prepared in traditional financial statements for use to give to your shareholders or go to the bank, usually to get a loan, those are done according to generally accepted accounting principles, and that's one set of rules. When you prepare a tax statement, that's not done according to generally accepted accounting principles. That's done according to the IRS rules on that part. So it's okay for a company to have 2 sets of books. One you show to the shareholders and one you show to the IRS. Perfectly, there's nothing wrong with that. But when we look at those documents, the ones that are the taxes.
I need to address something here. Folks, there are currently over 500 of you here, which is an excellent number. I really, really love that you're here watching this with me. Hit the like button, the thumbs up. You know how to do it. And here's the thing. I do not have mid-stream ads on my channel, mainly because I don't like it in live streams myself, so I don't use them. Replay crew, you will get a couple of ads in a longer stream or video. But all I ask for in return for this uninterrupted, besides my commentary, because this is a commentary channel, is that you thumbs up and subscribe if you haven't yet. Thank you.
They're designed by the company with good accountants to minimize taxes. They are much more conservative than the ones that you go and show your shareholders on that part. Both can be accurate, but both will be different because you've got a different set of rules in that sense. So we did look at those tax documents, their returns that were signed by, the last one was signed by Ernst & Young, one of their CPA firms that they have working for them. So we believe them to be accurate, valid, and truthful.
You said signed by Ernst & Young. What's Ernst & Young?
Ernst & Young is one of the big, I think there's only now 4 major accounting firms in the United States of America. They are one of the big 4, so to speak.
And so besides the tax documents, do you review anything else as part of your evaluation?
Well, I did read a deposition of Mr. Adam Cohen, and I did read the deposition and report of the defense economist, Dr. I'm apologizing now because I know I'm going to mispronounce her name.
Can I help you?
Yes.
The report, Dr. Junasia?
Dr. Junasia, thank you.
Understood. All right. So can we go to the next slide for you? And one more. All right. So let's talk more specifically about cable news networks' economic health. What am I looking at right here?
Well, based on their tax documents that we reviewed, we're looking at their revenue. And we can see that in 2021, it was 2.2 billion. 2022, it was 2 billion. And 2023 is 1.8 billion. That 1.8 billion averages out to $4.9 million per day. An average.
So they are on a downslope. Imagine that with hit pieces like this. And thank you to Kristen for buying me 3 coffees on the Buy Me a Coffee app. Now, if you don't like the PayPal, I also have buymeacoffee.com, which is buymeacoffee.com/Nick Starrow. You can find me there. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
That's every day, 365 days a year. On average, that's how much money is flowing in to CNN.
So like Monday, $4.9 million comes in.
Tuesday, another 4.9. Now, some days it'll be higher, some days it'll be lower, but that's the average revenue per day.
And go to the next slide, Corey. All right, and what did you find about CNN's net income?
Well, CNN's net income, again, these comes from the same tax documents. That's 2021, it was 0.6 billion or 600 million. 2022 was 0.3 billion or 300 million. And in 2023, it's 0.44 billion or $400 million.
And go to the next slide, Corey. What about net worth? What did you find about CNN's net worth?
Well, CNN's net worth transitioned from 4.4 billion in 2021 to 2.2 billion in 2022, and it increased back up to 2.3 billion in 2023.
All right, so CNN's net worth is about $2 billion.
Oh, no, CNN's net worth is $2.3 billion.
2.3 billion, sorry. What's 10% of $2 billion?
About 200 million.
$200 million. Can we go to the next slide, Corey? All right, and this, can you remind, what was cash flow profit again?
Again, cash flow profit is this is the amount of profit you had after paying off all your expenses, but it's the amount from operations for which you actually wrote a check. It is the pile of cash profit they said they had according to their tax return in 2023.
So have you ever heard?
Yeah. One thing when it comes to these punitive damages is that a jury can't award that a sum that would put a person out of business. That's the general idea. Now, we do know that in the Alex Jones punitive damages, they really didn't care, and neither did the judge, and neither did the appeals court so far. So we don't know yet. It's all up to the jury.
Heard somebody say, corporations are people too?
Yes.
Okay. So I know it could be a kind of controversial subject, but I want you to assume that you should treat a company like a person. Can you do that?
Okay.
So with that in mind, which of these measurements we talked about do you think you recommend using as most important for purposes of punishment?
That would be revenue.
Why?
Well, let me tell you a story. My son, when he was 16 years old, was captain of the football team, honor roll student. But every now and then, he would do something that would remind me, Dad, I'm 16. My brain's not fully formed. I don't always make good decisions. He got a call one day.
Absolutely. You got another bucket of water. Thanks, sir.
I'm sorry.
All right, go ahead.
He got a call one day from a young lady who asked him to come over and help him study for a test. I said, son, you've got that same test the next day. And I said, I'm going back to the office. You stay here and study. Backed my car out of the garage, went to the office. I'm sure not 5 minutes after I turned around the corner, he backed the other car out of the garage. In his haste, he took off the side mirror, but he didn't even know it. I come back, open the garage. There's no cars in there, but there is the side mirror on the floor. So, okay, I know what happened. I sit down. 20 minutes later, he pulls into the garage, opens the door, comes in, he's got the side mirror in his hand, and he's going, yeah, Dad, I know. I already checked. It's going to cost $200. I'm going to go in my room, I'm going to get $200, and I'm going to hand it to you. We're good, right? I said, no. That's where it starts. He said, what do you mean? I said, no. He told you, no, you weren't supposed to go. You're supposed to stay inside. But I said, no, you broke the rule. He said, son, you are now grounded for 2 weeks. Now, my son is really quick on his feet. He said, Dad, I'm grounded? Yeah, and that means no allowance either. He said, Dad, I got expenses. I got pizza after the game. I might go to Blockbuster and get a video that tells you how old it was. I only save 50 cents a week. I'm gonna go get another $1 and put it in there with the 200. You're still good? No, you lose all the money. I said, son, you gotta understand, if you're a player at the professional level and you miss the playing to the game because you are out partying hard the night before, if you think you sit down on Monday morning with the coach and you say, I'm sorry, and the coach says to you, you know that $1 million game check you were supposed to get? It ain't coming. And you go, wait a minute, coach, the Ferrari's coming Tuesday. No. If you were a plumber and you blow the job because you didn't read the plans, they don't dock you what you save. They dock you your whole paycheck. And if you're supposed to treat a company like a person, you start with revenue.
Right. So your example, the allowance is the revenue.
Correct. That's his revenue. Just like a company, they get revenue.
And so we're talking about some big numbers there.
Whatever they are paying these financial experts, he's worth it. Out of all the financial experts I've been heard of and heard from in the trials I covered or watched, this is by far the best financial expert I've ever heard. By far. $975 an hour, worth it. Well, I'm not paying it, but worth it. Jesus, this is good, folks. This is good.
Net worth was over $2 billion, I think, and revenues were similar, right? For $2 billion.
That is correct, sir.
$2 billion. How big is $1 billion?
Let's see. If you take $1 billion and you put it in the bank, year one of day one, and the next day, on day two, you take out $1,000. On day three, you take out $1,000. And you keep taking out $1,000 every single day. This is the year 2025. You would still have over $260 million left in that bank account. And that's assuming you didn't get 0% biblical interest. And I'm going to tell you they have interest in biblical times. That's how big $1 billion is.
Wow. No further questions, Karen.
Don't want to go.
This guy is amazing. And I just saw that Dali sent his folks over. Dali Raid, hey, welcome to the Zachary Young defamation trial. Zachary Young sued CNN for defamation and won. Now, he was awarded $4 million for compensatory, as in this is the money actually lost because of CNN. Another $1 million for the damages, as in emotional damages and stuff like that. Now we're into punitive damages. What does the jury say CNN has to pay in order to actually feel punished? So, yeah, so that is this part. I don't think that the 5 million is enough. I really don't. But it's a start. It's a start. Here's the big part here is how much can the jury punish them for doing this? So we'll have to wait and see.
Take a break and eat. Yes, all right. Go ahead.
So we are roughly 70 minutes behind. Now the jury is going to go eat, but they are still having
in your folders.
The judge, who I believe is really, really good, and the attorneys will have much more to talk about. So we will still have. I'm just going to skip ahead, for we are a bit behind.
Of Mr. Cohn, we need to do something on resolving these depot designations. Where are you guys on looking at those?
We want to raise an issue with regard to that.
What's that?
We want to raise an issue with regard to that, Your Honor.
Yeah, what's that?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
As you know, Your Honor, we received the motion eliminate to exclude our sole witness in phase 2 at 5:45 this morning. We then received the deposition designations regarding Mr. Cohen at 8 this morning. I was literally in the parking lot outside preparing for the motion eliminate argument. Mr. Cohen's deposition was taken, I believe, November 20th, 21st. I'm not entirely sure. They've obviously reviewed it very carefully because they filed a motion, right, Your Honor, regarding WBD that was primarily based on Mr. Cohen's deposition. There is simply no excuse that we are seeing this for the first time at 8 in the morning to radically reshape phase 2 of the case by both eliminating our sole witness and adding a number of designations. I don't know if you've been through them yet, but a number of depositions. I've skimmed it. I haven't reviewed in any detail. This is highly prejudicial to have this at the last second. You know, Mr. Delich said there's no excuse for filing the motion late this morning. He's just busy. I appreciate that. We're all busy, but the prejudice is fast. This is the phase 2 case we planned. We had planned it. They had Ms. Gennaro's report since December 23rd. They posed her on January 2nd with regard to Mr. Cohen. Again, deposition was taken well over a month ago. They've reviewed it very carefully. There's no reason why we got this at 8. So we would renew our opposition to the motion eliminate regarding Dr. Gennaro on the grounds that it's prejudicial. And we'd ask that none of Mr. Cohen's testimony come in. It's simply too late to burden us with having to review them, make objections, which we have plenty, make counter designations, which we have plenty. It's simply at this stage, they made a choice to wait. Sometimes choices work out, sometimes they don't. And we would ask that all Mr. Cohen's testimony be excluded on that.
Right. Why are we getting a, yeah, I mean, I've spent a considerable amount of time going through and reviewing all the other depot designations prior to trial. Why are we, and some of them pertain to phase 2 type of issues, but why are we getting, I don't know how long it is because it's an all, what I'm reviewing on my computer is all in one spreadsheet. But I don't know how long I mean, it's considerable in terms of the designations here.
Sorry, I think in total it's about 20 minutes of testimony from Mr. Cohen. In terms of why, when we submitted the original designations, we had agreed with the defendant that we would put phase 2 off for later. And then as happens in trial, we never agreed on when later meant. Obviously, you know, we've been waiting for the trial. So when we had a second break, we sent over the designations. It's really not that much. They don't want to have video. We can have it read in. It's not an insane amount of testimony. There was no court order requiring phase 2 yet to come in. The parties understood phase 2 would be pushed for later. And also, Your Honor, in terms of the motion to eliminate on for Dr. Janeza, as you will recall, defendants wanted to start financial discovery much earlier in this case, but defendants wouldn't allow it, and they held it.
Whoa. Ooh. There was an appeal that was pending, and if I correct, they didn't file a motion because y'all agreed to go ahead and hold off on it. So there was an agreement. So let's not. You want $1,000? You want $1,000?
No, Your Honor, of course.
All right. Then let's accurately misrepresent. They wanted to push off, which they have a right. They could have asked for a stay of that discovery. You agreed to it, so let's not cast aspersions.
Your Honor, I'm not casting aspersions. If the court will recall, we reached an agreement, and there was no stipulation filed, and the parties disagreed on the scope of that agreement.
We had issues later on where y'all were fighting about that, when the triggering date to start it was, but y'all had agreed to hold off for a while.
Your Honor, I never said we didn't, but there came a point in time after the first DCA rule when we wanted to move forward, and under the language of our emails and communications, we read it. And, you know, again, I don't remember if the court ended up resolving it because it ended up resolving on its own, but we read it as our agreement going until the first DCA rendered its decision. The defendant came back and said, no, it stays until the disposition of the motion for a hearing on bond.
I know, I resolved it.
I understand you resolved it, Your Honor, but
your point being, okay, you wanted to delay.
I wasn't misrepresenting anything to you, Your Honor. I take that very seriously. I never make any misrepresentations to the court, so I'm not casting aspersions. When I said that,
what's the point of they wanted to delay it? What does that matter on a depot that was taken in November? I had a whole bunch of depot designations that I resolved before trial. We didn't have an order that separated out depot designations for phase 1 versus phase 2. But why? I mean, you know, I'm dealing with a motion, and I understand the depot of Dr. Janeza was taken Thursday before we started trial, and I said that earlier to Mr. Delich. I understand this was taken late, but now we're on day 10. At 5:51 this morning, there was a motion filed. I don't know. They're saying at 8 o'clock this morning they got this list.
So, Your Honor, I was talking about the motion eliminate, and that's why that's where I was going, which is we wanted to start financial discovery much earlier. We couldn't. Your Honor flagged that this was going to be an issue, that doubtless were going to be an issue. You yourself, the court flagged that this would be a problem. And we got it done as soon as we possibly could, given how late in the game Dr. Janeza's deposition taken. So that's what I was talking about with regards to the delay. In terms of deposition designations, Both parties had agreed to only submit deposition designations for phase 1, so we just never submitted for phase 2. Your Honor, again, the defendant claims that they'd be highly prejudiced by receiving deposition designations this morning at 8. We'd be significantly more prejudiced after agreeing with the defendant to push it off by not being able to put in any evidence from Mr. Cohn in phase 2. And again, they don't want to cut videos, that's fine. If they want to counter designate, that's fine. But it's not a lot of testimony, and we have lunch break now. We've got the recross of, we've got the cross of Mr. Johnson, we've got the redirect of Mr. Johnson, we've got the direct of their expert Janasia, we've got the cross of it, and the redirect. There's time for them to look at 20 minutes of deposition designations in that time period. It's not that prejudicial. I agree. It would have been better if we got to them earlier, but the parties have been operating on this schedule. We're giving each other demonstratives right an opening, minutes before the opening starts. I mean, that's just been the schedule of this trial. We've been expediting things as quickly as we can to get things done within the time frame. So should we have sent them earlier? Would that have been better? Of course, Your Honor. But, I'm hearing from the defendant prejudice of receiving them this morning. I mean, the prejudice to the plaintiff not allowing us to put in any evidence when the parties agreed to put it in later would be astronomically greater.
I mean, as I was scrolling through.
All right, MG Law here in the chat. From what he reads in the punitive damages statute, if the fact finder determines the injuring party had specific intent to cause the damage, then there is no cap on punitive damages. Thank you, MD Law. Thank you.
Here, you argue about substantial prejudice to you, other than him saying, I don't know what our net worth is, and we don't have financials like a profit and loss statement or what have you. What evidence as to their cash flow, their net worth, their ability to pay a punitive damage judgment haven't you gotten in through Mr. Johnson?
Well, Your Honor, first of all, the first thing you talked about is very important because the case law in regards to punitive damages talks about when a defendant is unable or does not put forward evidence of its own net worth, it limits the argument available for a defendant on appeal to try to reduce a punitive damages award. So that in itself is important to us. And then, yes, we're able to get some of the information through Mr. Johnson, that's true, but there's nothing like, hearing it from CNN's own people. That is part of putting forward a case, is not only having an expert do it, but having CNN's own people do it. And so, taking away our ability to say, hey, you heard from CNN directly, or even the jury hearing from CNN directly what their profits and losses are. They're about to get up here and attack Mr. Johnson, as is their right. And we should be able to say, hey, it wasn't just our paid expert, it wasn't just our paid gun. You heard it directly from CNN's own people that talked about some of these numbers.
CNN's own hired expert's going to get up here and say Mr. Johnson's numbers that he used are correct numbers off the tax returns and everything else.
I don't know what she's going to say until she testifies to it, and maybe she will, maybe she won't. But even if she does, Your Honor, it's still not the same. It's a battle of experts. It's not the same as having a CFO tell the jury directly what those numbers are. And if it's, Your Honor, if it's that simple, if it's just these numbers, what's the prejudice? I mean, this is a defendant that is, saying, it's highly prejudicial for us to go through 20 minutes of deposition designations. I mean, we've been doing that the whole trial. The parties have been adjusting the deposition designations the night before in order to try to get this trial expedited. You ruled on them, but then we removed more. Right? And the parties were exchanging depositions and redesignations. I understand the argument is prejudice, but that's not what this is about. This is an attempt to try to keep these deposition designations out because we weren't able to get them over to them earlier. And there just isn't prejudice to them. They have hours between now and when that 20-minute video will be played. And they've had it since 8 in the morning. We sat here doing nothing, waiting for the jury to deliberate from 8 in the morning until almost 12:30, Your Honor. Those are hours and hours of time. They could have reviewed these deposition designations, and they have hours more. And it's 20 minutes. So, Your Honor, I take the concern, but it's not, that's trial. We turn things around fast in trial.
A few responses. One, Mr. Friedman alluded to an agreement about phase 1 versus phase 2 designations. I am not aware of any such agreement. I think my understanding of the sequence is late in the evening of Christmas Eve, we received for the first time deposition designations for Mr. Cohn and Mr. Tapper on December 26th after our Christmas holiday. We came back and emailed and said, hey, can we put off, because I think there was a hearing very shortly thereafter where we're going to review the deposition. We said, hey, can we put off Tapper and Cohn because they're phase 2? We just can't get to them right now. We got these in the evening of Christmas Eve. And they replied, these are just phase 1 designations for these witnesses. And that is as I understand, and my colleagues can correct me, that is the whole exchange with regard to sequencing phase 1 versus phase 2. It's been a while since I went into law school, but I took law school classes, but that doesn't sound like offer and acceptance of an agreement to me. There was no such agreement. The second point, Mr. Friedman kept on saying, well, what's the prejudice? It's 20 minutes. You, Your Honor, look at over the designations, they're on collateral issues. Mr. Friedman said, well, we want, the testimony from Mr. Johnson to come in from the horse's mouth. The designations they put are on collateral issues about your balance sheet. How do you manage, how do you track your cash flow? Simply to create sort of a narrative about CNN that's collateral to the issues Mr. Johnson testified to. As I mentioned, highly prejudicial to force us to do this on the fly. And I want to put in the context of the combined attack. 5:50 in the morning, your sole witness is gone.
Oh, this is a good question. Intent. How is intent within defamation determined? Well, let me try here. Now, in Florida, it seems like you have this, you are either, you're lying, or you are disregarding the truth. And then you have in Florida statute something that is the intent to actually go gunning for a specific person with the intent to defame him, with the intent to damage him, as in this case. That is the intent they are looking for. And if they found that intent, that CNN actively sought Mr. Young out with the intent of putting him in that defamatory segment, then there is no cap. That's my explanation, as of now at least.
8 a.m. Here are the deposition designations for our witness. People cannot operate in that way. That's not how a trial is supposed to proceed.
All right, well, if Dr. Janasia can testify,
The other thing.
what's the prejudice of allowing this in?
I'm sorry, say that
I
again.
said if Dr. Janasia can testify, what's the prejudice of allowing them to use Mr. Cohen's depot?
We don't have time to review them, but if your honor is willing to take the time to go through line by line and make rulings, I guess that's how it has to go. But we have objections. The other thing is, we potentially could have tried to bring Mr. Cohen here live. Our understanding as of last night was, or our understanding as of recently was, or we just didn't know what was going to happen with the deposition designations. Obviously, Mr. Cohen is in Atlanta now and going to travel in time, but we need to get these. There's prejudice. But at minimum, we need to spend court time going over the designations. And I need to be prepared to do so.
Some of the other videos that we played, obviously the folks weren't here testifying live except for Mr. LaVine, but that's a different issue where you can use his depot prior to trial as substantive evidence during your case, which he did. To the extent that Mr. Cohen's not the corporate representative, what's the grounds of using his deposition substantively in your case in chief?
He is the corporate.
Was he designated as corporate rep for Punitive?
On financial topics.
Oh, was he? Okay. All right.
Also, Your Honor, the parties exchanged and had court.
All right. So the issue on Mr. Cohen not being here live, if he's designated as the corporate rep for financial issues, then
It's not an admissibility issue, it's a prejudice issue.
okay. All right. Where are y'all on reviewing those designations? Or are you guys sitting on your hands saying we hadn't had a chance to review them, but we hadn't really even started cracking down and seeing if we have an objection to these things?
I've made it through the first third, Your Honor, but we're also scrambling to prepare crosses and directs in the context of motion of limit, in the context of Jeff saying demonstratives, literally, as Mr. Johnson was taking seats. So there's been a lot, Your Honor. I have not been sitting on my hand.
Your Honor, can I add one thing? Because the court pointed out something that I overlooked. As the corporate representative, it's all right to play the entire position if we wanted. Obviously, they could raise objections to it, but in the middle of our case in chief, they played a deposition testimony of Mr. Young without any designations, and the parties did not designate from the other party's deposition, but reserved the rights to use them. So the idea that there's some super surprise shock prejudice that we are now providing them with a limited form of that deposition, I think should be viewed in context.
I think the Mr. Young deposition is impeachment evidence.
It was not impeachment evidence.
Well, regardless, I mean, the whole point of doing depot designations before trial is so that, especially if we're using video, y'all can, if there are objectionable questions beyond just form, or even if there are form objections, we can resolve them, and then we're not playing this out in front of the jury. You can cut your tape on your video. You can do all those sorts of good things. All right, y'all need to finish reviewing what objections you do have on certain of these, because obviously if they're objectionable questions, you can't use the whole deposition, regardless of whether it's corporate rep or not. So I'm going to have to some extent, potentially resolve any of these objections. And whether it's somebody reading them or you're doing a video, and either way, I'm gonna have to resolve the objections before the questions asked and any sort of answers being given. So why don't you do that? I need to finish reviewing Dr. Janesh's depo. And they're gonna be back in 15 minutes. So why don't you spend 15 minutes doing that? I flipped through a bunch of these and I'm only looking at the question and answer, but I can tell based on the way it's cut that there is an objection that was raised somewhere in there. Some of these things, I don't know that there's, what's your position at CNN? I don't know if there's really an objection to that. So, I think there's a number of those things that probably wouldn't have any objection, but on some of these other ones, I can tell there's an objection there, and I don't know what the objection is because I'm just looking at what was cut and pasted into this Excel spreadsheet. So why don't y'all spend the next 15 minutes doing that? Let me finish up with y'all's expert stuff.
Yes, Your Honor, just in terms of timing, I really need to go outside and make a call to my client. And I know we're supposed to be back in 15 minutes. Is there any way we just have a couple more minutes? It takes time to run outside and find a place to talk.
All right. What do you want? 20 from now or till 5 till, something like that?
I thought would be great.
All right. I'll be back here then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I didn't want to say this earlier, but when they had come back with oh wait, that one says we have reached a verdict. Okay, never mind. I thought there was another note I had, but
Your Honor, you do have a note you placed under seal?
yeah.
Is it still under seal?
All right, it's going to be under seal till the end of the trial.
Okay.
All right.
Yes, late yesterday, just before the jury went home, they handed the judge a note. He looked at it and he just looked up and said, I'm putting this one under seal. And he's keep having that one under seal until everything is said and done and with this trial. So whatever's on that note, I want to see it. I want, please, Judge, I want to see it. Oh. Maybe the note said, yeah, we already found them guilty. Can we use the word fuck in it? Yeah, I don't know. I don't. Okay. Let's see here. Now everybody is there on lunch. Now we can go back finally, because we were just watching the CEO, the vice president of CNN News Operations, his testimony from yesterday morning. So for you who are completely new here, this slime ball, this absolute slime ball. So let's watch that until they get back from lunch. Oop.
Thank you. Defense next witness.
Oh, he was already done. Well, trust me, if you go back an hour and a half, you will see the cross-examination of this slime ball. And oh my God, it was bad. It was so bad.
With that, Your Honor, CNN rests.
All right.
Your Honor, place on a motion. Can we just preserve our right to do that later?
We'll preserve that, yes.
Thank you.
We'll do it.
All right, let's go right into...
During a break.
Okay.
All right, you don't have any issue with that?
No, we have a motion. We renew a motion.
All right, both sides can preserve that. Plans for rebuttal?
Yeah, Your Honor, I have to call Mr. Young to stand.
All right, Mr. Young.
Okay, rebuttal witness, Mr. Young. Okay, for you who are completely new here, in this trial, CNN brought forward a surprise document saying that Mr. Young was still employed, that he had security clearance with a certain company. And a couple of days later, Mr. Young's defense attorneys found out that CNN knew all along that that security clearance was not a job, and that security clearance was revoked in 2022. CNN's attorneys just never told Mr. Young's attorneys. And the judge went off. And this is posted as a separate video on my channel. The judge forced Mr. Axelrod, CNN's lead attorney here, to personally apologize to Mr. Young for lying. Yeah, so that is a separate video on my channel when the judge forced Mr. Axelrod to apologize. And Mr. Young didn't accept the apology. It was amazing. Oh, it was amazing. So, so up until this point in this trial, the jury hadn't heard about it. Up until this point. So I assume this is what Mr. Young will talk about during the rebuttal testimony.
You know the drill. Just face the clerk.
I do.
All right. And just make sure that microphone's positioned up close to your mouth.
Thanks.
Okay, Your Honor, I think we've just saved some time. We can, I think there's a stipulation PX 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, 22, 23, 29, 30, 45, 230, and 231. I will represent. They are Mr. Young's bank statements. And I believe there's a stipulation for them to come into evidence.
Yeah, we haven't had a chance to verify that all those are bank statements. Assuming they are, that is fine. And we'll take it as soon as we get a break.
When we'll take a break, just look at those.
Yep.
Let's make sure those are all. Did you get all the numbers? Okay. All of those numbers, starting with 9 and going through whatever evidence exhibits will be admitted.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Swamp Bear, just to let you know, Hayden knows about your appearance in Newsweek. Well, I was quoted in Newsweek. So feature, yeah, sure. But I was about this trial. And yeah, so I was featured. Let's see if I can find it again. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. There it is. Sharing this for the time being. So yeah, this is a Newsweek talking about this trial. And blah, 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 blah. And what people are saying. Nick Storrow, a legal commentator with over 30 years of experience in labor law on X, quote, "This is mass media theater disguised as news. For them, it was just another day. For Zachary Young, it was his life, his career. And CNN ruined it for a 4-minute segment." So, yeah. So, apparently, Newsweek follows me on X. So, hey. Yeah, and it was Swamp Bear. I believe it was you who also made me aware of it. I had no idea. They haven't reached out to me. So, yeah, I was featured in Newsweek. And I must say, I don't know if it had an effect on my viewership, but my viewership has gone up. Yes, I was saying hi on Newsweek. All right, let's get back to this.
Morning, Mr. Young.
Morning.
Do you still have a security clearance?
No, I don't.
When did you find out?
2 days.
Your Honor, please no further questions.
Hey, Cross.
Yeah, very briefly, Your Honor.
That was, oh, no, that wasn't good. That wasn't good. Just one question. They could have done that better. I must say, they could have done that better. They could have, I don't know, maybe the judge told them they couldn't, but in my opinion, they could have gone. So, Mr. Young, do you remember when you testified in our direct examination and Mr. Axel cross-examined you? He said that you still had security clearance. Yes, I remember. Do you now know if you have a security clearance or not? I know. What is it? I do not have a security clearance. To make the point larger and better.
For my notes. Mr. Young, is it true that if a company holds your security clearance, they have to be all right? They have to be okay or have to approve doing work with you?
I don't know the details of that.
But you would agree that a company that agrees to hold your security clearance, isn't saying that we wouldn't do work with you, right?
That's right.
I know your testimony is that you now found out you don't have a security clearance. Isn't it true that you just know you don't have a security clearance with Helios?
Helios was the only one company can hold a security clearance. In my case, for many years, that was Helios. And I just found out that that hasn't been the case for a couple years.
Since 2022?
That's right.
But you have no idea whether the U.S. government has actually canceled your security clearance, correct?
No, I do. That it's common knowledge in our industry. You have to have a company hold your clearance for you. You don't get to keep it as an individual. I think you understand that.
I'm asking you, did the U.S. government ever tell you that your security clearance was canceled?
They wouldn't do that. That's not how it works.
Really, my question is just, did the U.S. government ever tell you that your security clearance was canceled?
No, because that's not how it works.
For the record, I'll overrule the objection. I think he answered anyway. But did he answer?
I mean, this is better for Mr. Young than the actual questions from his own lawyers.
The last question. Because I heard both of them talking at the same time.
At the live said, no, that's not how it works. Yeah.
On the last one when you started objecting.
Yeah. But you are aware that your security clearance was in place with Helios till November of 2022, correct?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Jurors have any questions on Mr. Young on the issue that he just testified to? We'll make you do. All right. Yeah. Go ahead and write down your note, any questions that you have, and pass your papers to the bailiff. Counsel.
Oh, look at that. It's a sidebar. Sidebar counter 42. Oh, wow. Okay, skipping ahead. Checking if they're back from lunch. They are, oh, they are back from lunch. Okay. Let's get back to that. Live. We are now live again. Please put sound on. Yeah, this is not me muting the sound from court. This is law and crime who doesn't have sound on. Now, this is for the ladies who I understand really like this judge.
Nation talked about what Mr. Johnson didn't take into account had to do with these allocation of expenses from Warner Brothers. I think it came from, not from CNN. I don't know if it was CNN Worldwide numbers or whatever, but she was saying he didn't take into account an allocation of expenses. And looking at the questions you were asking is, well, how can he take into account things that he weren't provided, sort of thing, or something along those lines? Was the information that she was saying he didn't take into account, was it documentation that was produced during the course of discovery?
So yes, Your Honor, I don't want there to be a confusion about that.
Okay.
It was produced. It's just it's for CNN Worldwide, which is the reporting entity and not the defendant in the case. So CNN's position has been that we should look at it as the CNN business is structured. So they look at it as CNN Inc. plus whatever constitutes CNN Worldwide. And so she's, we think it's inappropriate because it's trying to take an expense allocated to this reporting entity that's not the defendant in the case and saying you should have incorporated it, he should have incorporated his analysis of CNN Inc.
All right. I don't think I was 100% clear when we were arguing about it as to whether the information was provided, because based on the questions, I was like, well, wait a minute, maybe that was not what we talked about when we were arguing this earlier. But what you said, I think, was what I remembered from before, but I was looking at something different, or how I read the transcript anyway, and the questions you were asking, I wasn't 100% clear.
Yes, Your Honor. I think, I don't want to speak for him, but I believe Mr. Johnson was just trying to convey that, we, for CNN Inc., the specific entity, we didn't have kind of traditional statements. And we did get some of those, the profit and loss statements for CNN Worldwide, but we never got anything like that specific to CNN Inc.
Okay. All right.
Your Honor, both experts are on a level playing field, and I don't think Mr. Young said anything different, but they're on a level playing field as far as what
Okay. Yeah. And that's, I mean, that would have been my concern, was that she was looking at something, there was some questions earlier. Did you talk to the CFO or, do any of that stuff? And she was saying no. But then when you were asking the questions, I thought everybody was on the level playing field, but then the questions seemed to suggest something else. So I just wanted to be clear on that. Okay. You doing cross?
Yeah.
You're doing cross, Mr. Axelrod? All right.
Something like that.
Something. All right. Let me do this. I'm just going to wait on. Have you had a chance to review the designations at this point, or Mr. Safer, you were reviewing those?
I've been looking through them. I mean, I have opinions about the designations, but I don't have anything systematic to you that can say, no objection, these are counter designations. I just, given how crazy today has been, all the things we do, I don't see any other way we can do it. Just go through them.
All right. All right. Well, Mr. Axelrod's doing cross, and then we'll still have redirect with regard to Mr. Johnson. Once you see about who's doing direct on Dr. Janasia, presuming you are, Mr. Tobin? Okay. Mr. Safer, why don't you spend time looking at Mr. Cohen's stuff, just in the interest of time. And
Okay, folks, it is now 8 p.m. over here, and you have been so generous. I'm having myself a whiskey, and I'm having, or in this case, a bourbon. Because it's Friday, it's weekend, and I'm an adult, and I can. Hello, Mr. What's that? Mr. Jingles, you have something? Or either? No. Oh, Mr. Jingles, this bothers you. Okay, it's just gunk, and it's not. No, Mr. Jingles. Okay, it's not actually in his eyes, so I can grab it later.
one of the issues I wanted to talk with Mr. Friedman, who's now walked out of the courtroom. I'm hoping that by 4 o'clock we can have done with testimony. And then with him, if the jury's deliberating, I wanted to ask the question of,
And so we've spoken about that in advance, Your Honor, and the answer is yes. As long as, the arguments are done and the jury's deliberating, he has no objection to the jury continuing to deliberate.
all right. And I maybe suggest to y'all of considering how much of Mr. Cohn's testimony you want so that we can be done and arguments can be done by 4:30.
Yes, Your Honor. You're asking whether we can look at cutting some of the designations? Yes, Your Honor. We will take a look and make an effort to do that.
Yeah, I understand why you may want to use some of it, and assuming that I'm going to allow you to use it, but some of it may be not necessarily other than wanting to emphasize the point of what Mr. Johnson testified to. So, all right. Well,
Understood, Your Honor. I'll take a look with an eye.
Okay. All right. Then anything else before we get the jurors back?
Let me find Mr. Sanborn really quickly. I don't know where he got off to. Is that all right, Your Honor?
Oh, for fuck's sake, what happened? Sorry. Hold on. There it is. Okay. Okay, so they cut the sound again. So this is not me. Oh. Mr. Jingles, do not use claws when you boop. No, Mr. Jingles. Mm. Mm. Not claws when boop. Mm. He doesn't care. I may or may not have clicked the wrong button, but the feed is back up. The bourbon is let me here. Oh. Varka's Straight Bourbon Whiskey Port Wine Cask Limited Edition. It is by the company Shankarddistillery.com. And it is based... Oh, Indiana, sorry. It's based in Indiana. There you go.
You all have a seat.
Jury's back.
I'll give you a second to get your notepads and stuff back out.
I got the water from the man. There's no waters in there.
There you go.
Thank you.
We got jury box service here.
Thank you very much.
Do I get a tip right now?
Thank you. Thanks.
Everybody all right?
Yes, here. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Axelrod, if you want to start across whenever you're ready.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, It is afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Dave Axelrod. You and I have never met, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Please let me know if you don't understand any of my questions or if I mumble, which I am apt to do, okay?
Not a problem.
Great, thank you. So, sir, I think one of the things you testified on direct was that CNN generates revenue of $4.9 million a day. Did I have that correct?
Correct. It's the average revenue per day in 2023.
In 2023. And you would agree that that revenue is being generated by all of CNN's businesses, correct? All of its business.
Collectively.
Collectively, right? So that's based on all of the news shows, all of the ad rates, all of the distribution contracts it could have, like all the stuff, right?
Everything they charge people for.
Right. And so that isn't just tied to one article or one show like that, right? It's everything, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And so revenue, we're talking about revenue, that $4.9 million, that doesn't include, you're not including in that number the expenses that are being paid each day, right?
No, as I said before, revenue is what you bring in, and then you have expenses that are assigned to that. And then if you have anything left over, you have a profit.
Right. So out of that $4.9 million a day, there's paying stuff like rent, right?
Correct.
Employee salaries,
Correct.
Productions in California for wildfires, things like that.
Whatever they're paying it for, sir.
Right. All of those kinds of expenses, right?
All of those expenses.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think, but you understand that there is a distinction between CNN Inc. and another company called CNN Worldwide, correct?
I know there's a brand called CNN Worldwide.
Right.
On our part, it's not one of the defendants here, but there is a brand called CNN Worldwide.
Right. And you went right to the heart of my question.
Yeah, we are into punitive damages now.
Is CNN
This
Inc.,
is
right?
the CNN has already been found by the jury guilty of defamation per se of Mr. Young. Mr. Young was awarded $4 million in lost income and $1 million in compensatory, or not compensatory, or pain and suffering and stuff like that. Now they are into the punitive damages. What does the jury believe CNN should pay in order to never do this crap again? Actual punishment. So that is what we have. I saw something from, despite the look on my face, you're still talking. Nick, when we started watching today, the judge asked Axel Rod if you have been spoken to or something like that. I believe you're referring to the apology. And that I cut out that as a separate video. It's on my channel. It's a 6 minutes or 4 minute segment. So it's on my channel as a separate video.
That is my understanding, sir, yes.
Right, not CNN Worldwide.
Correct.
So CNN Worldwide's numbers aren't the right ones for this jury to consider, correct?
I'm not considering them.
Right, you're not considering them.
No.
Okay,
They're not the defendant.
thank you. Sir, it's true. You probably said this, and I'm sorry if I missed it. But what would you consider yourself an expert in?
I do economic damage analysis.
Right.
Both injury, death, punitive damages, contracts. We do damages in litigation.
You're not an expert in the media industry, correct?
No.
And as far as you can recall, this is the first time you've ever analyzed the financial condition of a media company. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, yeah.
Oh, this is stupid. It's still business.
Would that be the same for a broadcast or cable network? As far as you recall, you've never previously analyzed the financial condition of a broadcast or cable network?
Yeah.
That is also correct, yeah.
MG Law is absolutely correct here. CNN is liable for defamation. The word guilty is only in criminal cases. They are found liable. You're absolutely correct.
Notwithstanding all of that, you do have a general sense that the cable industry is facing a challenging economic environment at present, correct?
A lot of businesses face challenging economic environments in this country, sir.
Well, sure, but I'm actually specifically focused on the current economic trends facing the cable television industry. You are aware that there are significant negative trends facing the cable television industry, correct?
They do have economic challenges, yes.
Okay. One of the things you would agree that's happening is people are cutting the cord, right? They're cutting the cord. They're not getting cable as much as they used to.
Yes.
And another one of these headwinds that's happening in the cable industry is competition from the streamers, right?
Well, usually they cut the cord and
they get the streamers.
Yeah.
And they get the streamers. Yeah. And so fair to say that you didn't take into account any of these industry trends when you came up with the numbers that you provided to this jury. Is that fair to say?
No.
That's not fair to say?
No.
I looked at your report and I didn't see any analysis of kind of the headwinds that CNN is facing. Where would I look to find those in your report?
What you'd look to is you would see that the revenue numbers, which are the ultimate telltale sign of any adverse economic conditions. If you look, 2021, 2.2 billion, 2022, 2 billion, 2023, 1.8 billion. Yes, there is a downward trend. So we have taken that into consideration. It's not being done in a vacuum.
Okay, so you went to exactly what I wanted to talk about. So again, let's talk about revenue. Purely focus on revenue, which is the money coming in, not accounting, for the money going out, right?
That's correct.
So what was CNN's revenue in 2021?
2.2 billion.
2.2. And what about 2023?
1.8.
And what is the percentage decrease from 2021 to 2023?
Maybe CNN should
Over
do
20%?
good
Over
reporting
20%.
and not slander. Just saying.
So pretty significant decline, correct?
It is.
Let's talk about net income. What was CNN's net income number for 2021? And sir, if you are referring to something when you provide that information, please just put it on the record, what you're looking at. I can give you a report that will refresh your recollection. There's just certain things we need to do when you testify.
Sure. What I'm referring to is the PowerPoint slides that everybody saw, which are based on the tax return documents from CNN Inc. So could you restate your question, please?
Sure. Would it be helpful for you to actually, I mean, do you know the numbers that you're testifying about, or have you been just looking at your report? I mean, I can show you your report if you need to be refreshed.
I'm looking at the PowerPoint slides, which are based on the numbers that were in the report. So the identical numbers. Do you need the Bates numbers for the documents? I don't understand.
So my question is, can you testify just from your memory, or do you need to have your report up?
Oh, I like to have the report. This isn't a memory test.
No, I completely agree. That's why I wanted to show it to you. I actually don't have that deck. Do you mind putting it up? Thanks. And you'll forgive me that since I don't have the report, I'm just going to have to kind of go to the right page numbers.
Council, it's in the slides, the PowerPoint slides that were up there that everybody saw. That's all I'm looking at. I'm not looking at the report. I'm just looking at the PowerPoint slides that everybody saw.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
We're on the same page, sir. But whatever.
Mr. Axelrod, you want my copy?
I have an old copy.
Yeah, yes, Roy. I think that CNN is going for, oh, look at us. We're on a downward spiral. Please feel sorry for us. I don't really care. And again, maybe you should stop doing hit pieces if you're in a downward spiral. Stop doing clickbait and do actual reporting of news.
I'm trying to get just the right slides. All right. Yeah, so if we could go to slide, are there page numbers on here? I don't think so. Corey, thank you for helping me out. If you could go to the net income number. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So, Mr. Johnson, what was CNN's net income in 2021?
Net income for tax purposes, $6 billion. 6.6 billion, effectively 600 million.
And in 2023?
It is approximately 0.4 billion, 400 million.
And so what is the percent reduction from 2021 to 2023?
About 50%.
What's that?
About 50%.
50%?
Yeah.
Okay. Pretty significant?
Yeah.
And then finally, if we could go to the next page, Corey. This is the net worth.
I misspoke, about a third.
What's that?
Third.
It's a third?
Third, yeah.
Okay. I think maybe you were jumping the gun. So at the net worth number, what was the net worth number in 2021?
4.4 billion.
4.4 billion. And what was the net worth number in 2023?
2.3 billion.
So what would be the percentage decrease from 21, 23 in CNN's net worth?
It's cut in half.
Cut in half. So you would agree that just looking at these numbers, that those negative headwinds we were talking about, they're showing themselves in CNN's financial data.
Correct.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Yeah, that didn't move the needle for me.
Just a few more questions for you, Mr. Johnson.
Okay.
Mr. Axelrod said you've never analyzed a media company before. Do you remember that?
Correct.
So what kinds of companies have you analyzed?
Let's see, I've done tobacco companies. I've done drug companies. I've done baby powder companies. I've done aircraft companies. I've done airlines.
Oh, this is good. These are the lawsuits he has been involved in. Tobacco company lawsuits. Baby powder lawsuit. That was a big thing about a decade ago. I mean, I remember a baby powder company, they actually went under because of a mistake in their production. And oh, this is good. They are getting all the things. And if people recall, oh, those were major liable thingies, and he was involved in it. Oh, this is good.
I've done beer companies. I've done people who build tour buses for the rock stars. So I've done all kinds of companies. This is the first media one.
All right, and can we put the net income slide back up, Corey? All right, so Mr. Axelrod was asking about this slide, right? And I think you said there's a 50% decline from 2021 to 2023.
Correct. I misspoke. It should have been. It's only gone from 0.6 to 0.4. That's about a third, about a 33.33%.
So 0.4. How much money is that again?
It's 400 million.
And net income's profit, right?
Correct. That's after tax profit.
So
they have 2.3 billion in revenue. They are netting 400 million of that. That's an 8% profit margin. For you who don't know, everything above a 5% profit margin on a major company is amazing. And this is after all the tax trickery. They are still netting $400 million. This is, yeah, exactly, Solva 54. This is after tax. This, folks, is good, damn good numbers. And, you know, they shouldn't be looking at your CNN financials, but also the parent companies as well. Yeah, they should, but apparently CNN wasn't doing it. They stalled. So there's no numbers to go from. That's my interpretation of what was said for just maybe an hour and a half ago, or an hour ago.
So it went down, and they still make $400 million.
Correct. Yeah.
And then earlier you gave an example about when your kid does something wrong, and you gotta put them in timeout or put their allowance in timeout.
Objection, outside the scope of cross.
Oh, I don't know what the question was alluding to. It may be related, so let's hear the question.
Fair enough.
So, Mr. Axelrod also asked you about revenues, right?
That's correct.
I think he said that from, I don't remember which years he was talking about specifically, but that there was a 20% decline in revenue.
Ballpark, yeah.
Can you remind me, what is CNN's average revenue per day?
Oh, ballpark, 5 million a day, 4.9, 5 million a day, average revenue.
Okay, but it's gone down 20%, you said.
Yeah, that's after the 20%.
Okay, so it's about after the 20%, now there's still 5 million a day?
Sorry again. Is this a closed courtroom? So few people is there, it's hard to believe open courtroom. Here's the thing. When I started covering this case last week, I had basically no views. Well, a week later, the views have gone up, of course, after the fact. But nobody's covering this case because no major network is covering this case. And why is that? Because they all do the same CNN does. If this gets high viewership or the coverage, then more people victims like Zachary Young, who doesn't know they can sue for defamation, might sue for defamation. So none of the major news organizations are covering this because they don't want to. Because they all do the same crap. So as my coverage has progressed, I'm getting better and better numbers. I am currently having amazing numbers for my little channel. But in my personal opinion, if one of the major law tubers were to cover this and make this a big thing, then yeah, you would talk of numbers like the that we heard numbers. Oh, Fox News has it front page now. Okay, they didn't last week. They didn't last week, but now they do. Good for them. Good for them.
Ballpark, 5 million a day, correct? Yes.
So if this jury wanted to punish CNN, like let's say the jury wanted to put CNN in a timeout for
Thank you,
30
Dr.
days.
Salonis, for
Yeah,
sharing
well,
this to your socials.
Yeah, I think they could.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So what's a 30-day timeout? How much is that?
Well, at 5 million a day, 10 days is 50 million. 3 times that, 30 days, is 150 million.
Thank you.
Jurors, you have the opportunity to ask Mr. Johnson questions. Jot them down if you have the questions. Otherwise, obviously, just tear out a page in your notepad and hold it over and pass it to the bailiff.
I have to a big thank you to Law and Crime for actually covering this case and airing this case. So big thank you to Law and Crime. And I've been watching their numbers, and comparably, I mean, they have close to 5,000 people watching
No
now.
jury questions.
Close to 5,000 people watching now. And a normal trial, they have 15, 20,000. So me having, what do I have now? Over 500 watching. So I have 10% of Law and Crime numbers. 10% of Law and Crime numbers. Because nobody knows about this case. Well, you guys know. And people are getting more and more knowledge about this case. But compared to other big cases, these numbers are rookie numbers. Had I not more or less stumbled upon this, you guys might not have heard about this case either. So a big thank you to Law and Crime for airing this trial.
All right, Mr. Johnson, you can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, thank you. And come Tennessee Go. I believe it's come Tennessee Go.
Would plaintiffs, your next witness would be?
Our next witness would be Mr. Cohn, Your Honor.
Mr. Coney, I have no idea who that is.
Have we gotten anywhere on?
This was a
resolution?
amazing witness. That witness cost $975 an hour, and he was for Mr. Young. He was worth every penny, in my opinion. When it comes to economic reporting in trials, usually you have people just monotonely rambling numbers. So yeah, yes, C3141. Yeah, the numbers he got from Yahoo Finance and made a PowerPoint. Yeah, but they paid for the presentation, and this presentation is the best in the as economics. It's the best testimony I've ever seen from an economics guy, because usually, no offense, you accountants and forensic accountants out there, but you don't get into it because you're overly charismatic in your work. In my line of law, labor law, I meet a bunch of accountants, a bunch. As people, amazing. Almost everyone, amazing people. I have had lots of fun with accountants. Behind closed doors, you're a hoot. But in a trial setting, when you get to numbers, it's this number. Mm.
A revised down one.
Yes, Your Honor. I've tasked people with getting it as short as possible.
All right.
Oh, I see you're talking about appeals. Everything in this trial will appeal. Every time they go to a civil suit like this, everything in this trial will get appealed. And Mr. Young's attorney might want to appeal because they want bigger numbers, and CNN's attorneys, they want to appeal to make this go away. That's just the nature of the beast. So, yeah, by this trial, this case is nowhere near over. They will be jumping in appeals for years.
And because I wanted to address the other issue too. When we do this, we'll have the jury retire back to the deliberation room for the moment. Go ahead and leave your notepads on your chairs. While you go back, I've got to make a ruling on one issue real quick, and we're trying to address this other issue. So just leave your notepads here. It should only be a couple minutes, but again, let me give you the instruction. Remember, all the rules I've given you apply even when we're outside the courtroom. Remember the basic rule: do not talk with your fellow jurors, friends, family, coworkers about anything having to do with the trial except to speak.
Folks, I don't know if this 14.4 million for John Cena is following me on X. Okay, I'm whoa. And I didn't even follow him first. He followed me first. I think this is the John Cena. This is, yeah, he has to make a wish as his, yeah, this is his official account. Now, I'm a Mick Foley guy. Mick Foley, all the way. But this is, okay. This was really, really unexpected. Or as in Europe, as we call them, John Cena. I have no idea what just happened. How do you know? You can't see him. Okay, I have no idea how this happened because somebody sent me an article on X, so I went on X and I just saw John Cena is following you, and I said, yeah, sure. What troll account is this? And Yeah, of course it's run by a bot, but it's still his actual page. Yeah, Mankind. Yes, I am the Mick Foley guy, all the way. Okay. I just thought I would. Yeah, he probably has some kind of auto following. I don't care. Really? Mick Foley lives near you? Oh. Yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry for the app, the derailing of this. I just saw it, and I had to show you. Okay. Let's go back to try it.
Court staff, no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blog, or other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. And remember to observe all the other rules I've given you. If you become aware of any violation of those, please let court personnel know. And again, I'll remind you again, even though you've already started deliberating and doing those things, don't have any discussions regarding the trial while you're back there for right now. All right, so we'll see you in just a couple minutes. Right, the jurors out of the courtroom. Y'all be seated. All right. On Dr. Well, I was going to ask to resolve the issue. Do you have a problem? And just to keep going and getting done, do you have a problem? I'm going to allow Dr. Janesha to testify with a condition here in a moment. But do you have a problem of putting her on the stand and going now while you're still working out Mr. Cohn's?
No, Your Honor. I think that makes a lot of sense.
All right. Are you guys okay with that?
I think that's fine.
Fine. Okay. All right. In terms of the objections on the motions in limine, I think she's qualified to testify. I think she's qualified to point out the issues that are there. A lot of the issues you've raised, Mr. Delich, I think you can deal with on.
Just a reference to GD. Nick is the chicken pope. You got to see the hat. Well, on Easter. At Christmas, I'm Santa Claus. On Easter, I'm chicken pope.
Cross-examination with her, and it goes to, again, the assumptions or positions or, biases or any other credibility issues that you can attack on cross-examination. The one issue, and I think some of it's borne out by the actual factual data, but the one issue where I think there's an issue, and I really see it as more of a relevance issue, is she talks about some of these things going out to 2028 and things of that nature. And I don't know that that is the analysis. And that goes to the trend issue, which was brought up on cross-examination of Mr. Johnson. I think it's fair game for her to talk about the trend, and to the extent that it's consistent with what was in that S&P or the Kagan data or whatever, I think that's fine. I think the projection aspect of it gets into a relevancy issue. So therefore, I think Mr. Tobin, she can testify about everything that she testified to. With the relevant inquiry is the valuation, ability to pay now, not 2028, not 2030, not 2035, whatever. So, and she can talk in reference to the Kagan. I think it's at least authoritative enough, as it may back up and comport with what she's saying of the trend line for the last 3-4 years, that we have the data that was exchanged between the parties. But for her to opine that, well, this is going to continue into the future, and I've got this report that says so, and doing a projection or a suggestion of what the future, either the revenue numbers are, the net income numbers are, or the valuation numbers are, maybe after 2025, I think that's a problem. To the extent we only had hard data through 23 on like the tax returns or whatever, obviously I think she can say, well, bringing us forward to January of 2025, assuming this trend line that's backed up by the Kagan data that's fine for her to opine on for valuation purposes, income purposes, and those sorts of things as of today. But we're not going to talk about post-January 2025 trending.
Thank you, Greg. Giving me a $4 super sticker, and it's a cup of coffee. And yes, I have a cup of coffee too. And if you want this mug, it's in my merch store. Thank you, Greg. Thank you so much for your support of this channel.
Okay. All right. Just to articulate, Doctor, what I'm ruling is the relevant inquiry is what the valuation is as of today, the ability to pay as of today, and those sorts of things. Some of the things you talked about in your report had to do with, I looked at the Kagan data and I was projecting out, we've got this trend line going down. And
oh, I didn't see that. That was Greg Atkins' first super on a live stream. Greg, thank you. Thank you for giving me the honors of receiving your first super. Thank you so much. I'm honored. I really am. Thank you so much. Everybody say thank you to Greg. Oh. I don't do that soundboard thing that good, so I have that instead for special occasions. So, yay! Disco lights for Greg.
Therefore, in 2028, we're going to continue at this rate, or whatever, or the percentage decreases over that time. That's not necessarily the relevant inquiry for today. So you can testify about what you have in your report and your analysis and the points that you raised about what the documentation showed that you're saying Mr. Johnson may not have taken into account. But in terms of saying that there's a trend line and in 2028, it's going to continue to decrease at, 20%, 30%, whatever it is, I'm reining that in to not talk about projections after January of 2025. All right.
Yeah, Judge is doing, this is absolutely correct, because just because you are currently in a downward spiral does not mean you're going to continue to be on a downward spiral. That's not how you do it. Now, the jury might take it into account, but you can't testify to it because it is impossible to know, even as an expert.
To the extent that you're using the Kagan data to go from the last hard documentation and data that we have from maybe 2023 to say, well, he didn't have the numbers for as of today, but based on this, January, the net value would be decreased by another 10%, or the revenue number would be decreased by 10%. That's fine. But we're stopping as of January 17th. I don't even remember what day this is. But we're stopping as of today. Do you understand? So we're not going to talk about future projections.
Yes, I understand.
All right. And the only reference to the Kagan stuff is as to get us to today. And whether it backs up the actual hard data that's in the numbers that were used, or it gets us from the last hard data that we have to today, that's fine. All right.
Ron, I did have one related issue. Dr. Janesh's office prepared a demonstrative. Council had agreed to it, but it does contain in shadow projections out past 2025. I don't know that we can cut it.
Do we only have it in PDF or do we have it in PowerPoint? We don't have it. So. Yeah, just like that. Yeah.
Just do like a redaction box?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can do that, that'd be great.
If we could just have a couple
All right.
minutes to get that.
And Your Honor, unfortunately, I think I got out in front of my team on the issue of Dr. Janeja testifying before Adam Cohn. Apparently, some of the numbers, if his relevant testimony comes in, Dr. Janeja will provide context to some of the numbers in the Cohn testimony. So
Probably need that.
sequentially, you would have to come first.
All right. And Mr. Cohn, I'd allow him to testify despite the fact we didn't have the designations. I've got two things. I mean, one of them is obviously if there's an objectionable question that he shouldn't be testifying to, it shouldn't be testimony that's played to the jury. The second aspect of it is from a timing standpoint, let's, to the extent that we can minimize duplicative testimony between Mr. Cohn and Mr. Johnson, that's just a timing issue.
Can I make two broad points about his testimony?
What's that?
Can I make 2 points?
Yeah.
The first point is you heard Mr. Johnson testify a second.
Just for the record here, I really, really enjoy that this part of the trials are being broadcasted. This is the day-to-day business. This is what we normally don't see, the discussions when the jury isn't there. Usually, especially in criminal trials, we don't get to see this, but here we get to see it. And for me, I just like listening to it because this is lawyers without the theater in front of the jury. These are just lawyers and the judge.
Ago that the CNN worldwide numbers aren't the right numbers to be in this case. Almost all of Mr. Cohn's testimonies about CNN worldwide, by their own admission, those aren't the numbers we should be talking about.
But one part of the problem is all they were getting was CNN worldwide numbers.
He did an analysis. He stood in court under oath and said this 2 point, I don't remember the figure, the CNN 8 number is the right number. They've already, through their expert, admitted that the CNN worldwide numbers aren't the right ones. Almost all of Cohn's testimony that designate is about CNN worldwide.
Okay.
Your Honor, to the extent we want to, I may be able to address this concern for some of the designations. I just been a little on the fly here. I've been able to get back in and see what we can cut. I do think that there's probably a substantial amount of material that can get cut from here if I could have, 5 or 10 minutes to take a look. It's just
who's dealing with Dr. Geneza's cross?
it's supposed to be Mr. Friedman. So if he can't be found, I would step in. But the plan was for Mr. Friedman to handle that. Although it sounds like she can't go until we figure out Mr. Cohn. I think if I could have 5 minutes to figure it out and another 5 minutes to try to make sure things are worked out with Paul and Corey.
I just want to make one other broad point. Most of the designations are a significant amount involve things like, well, you don't have a balance sheet, you don't have this, just building an evidentiary record for discovery type issues. Mr. Friedman earlier, when we were going over this, in saying those are relevant, that's relevant because appellate courts have said that we agree, we've got an appellate record on that. That has nothing to do with the trial. They want to, if there's a post-judgment appeal and they want to make an argument about we didn't meet our burden based on this and that, they've got that record. They don't need any trial testimony. That's the deposition. That's the discovery. So that would not be a reason to bring any of that in. The only purpose is just to embarrass the intent, and it's prejudicial.
Well, I was thinking about that from the standpoint of we'll consider his filing of his deposition, which it probably already has been filed, but if not, but if that resolved the appellate concern issue or remitter issue,
CNN didn't turn over the proper
whatever new trial issue, what have you.
His full testimony has been filed with the court.
Shocker.
It might, Your Honor. It might. That's the best I could do right now. I don't want to overcommit here, but I do think that with just a small allotment of time, I can get this down to probably just a couple small clips.
Well, let me ask this more fundamental question, because Mr. Axelrod was saying the problem of Dr. Janation testifying right now is you needed to get some Mr. Cohen stuff. If you guys were fighting about using Mr. Cohen's depot, if Mr. Cohen's depot wasn't used at all, is there an issue with Dr. Janation testifying?
There's testimony that they like that we think she should provide context for. So we think we should follow the sequence in a world in which Cohen is.
Oh, you're saying, so if the testimony comes in, then you'd have her testify about certain things. I got you. Not that her testimony needs Mr. Cohen as a foundation.
Not at all.
Okay. Okay. All right. Mr. Dell, see if you can square away with Mr. Cohen's stuff.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Luckily, I am talking so much, so we are a bit behind. Oh, does this count as a sidebar? I'm counting this as a sidebar. Sidebar counter 43. Yeah, folks. On this channel, you will get a sidebar counter. Skipping. Come on. Oh, still not back. Okay, let's go back to this one. Because I think we still on this, we were listening to Mr. Young's rebuttal in the actual trial segment.
Mr. Young, I got a couple questions for you, but I do want to say that y'all submitted a couple of questions that I'm not going to ask, and based on the rules of evidence or procedure, prior rulings by the court, that those are not appropriate necessarily for asking Mr. Young at this point. And just for the record, also, we'll discuss those issues on the record when we take our break in this case. So anyway, the questions that I can ask you, Mr. Young.
Jury questions for Mr. Young. Okay. I have no idea how many, but just so I can find this because I like getting the jury questions out as separate videos, as highlights. So here's a swoop. Yes, that is the Norwegian fire-farting dragon swoop. You can't sneak up on that one from behind. All right. Jury questions for Mr. Young.
And I'll read the question as it's written, because that's what I'm supposed to do. Do we have documentation?
I assume that's related to the clearance. And we do have documentation that I had a clearance through Helios. And now we have additional documentation that's come to light in the last 2 days, also from Helios, informing me that they no longer hold my clearance.
What was the explanation of denial? Is what's written in the question.
Am I allowed to get into that?
I mean, if you have the explanation.
Okay. I don't have a lot of detail at this point. And I don't want to speak for Ian Conway, who was the CEO of Helios, who was holding my clearance for many years. But, and again, I don't have the details, but they made a decision in 2022 that they no longer wanted to maintain my clearance. And I just found out about it. So I was pretty shocked.
All right. And the last question, which is similar. What was the reason your security clearance was canceled?
Similar answer. I just don't have the details yet. I plan on trying to get more information in the near future, but this came as a surprise to me and also my lawyers.
Oh, the shade.
Any follow up on those questions?
Oh, the shade.
Yeah.
Oh, the shade. Oh, the shade. How to say CNN hid it from us without saying CNN hid it from us. Ooh, the shade. Hey, Greg became a new member. Thank you so much, Greg. So not only did you honor me with your first super, you are also a member. Thank you so much. Thank you. I am honored. In my community section, you will find a link to my Discord, which you now have access to. And you also have your own emojis here on YouTube and access to all my members-only content here on YouTube. And it is probably over 100 hours of members-only things here on YouTube, just for you members. And for if you are considering it, anybody else, it's $3 a month. $3. Thank you so much, Greg. Thank you. Wow. Yeah, the shade in this, that is an excellent jury question. throughout this trial, the jury questions have been amazing. When everything is said and done, I will do a video about with all the jury questions. Some of them were so short and really didn't matter. Others were amazing, which I have cut out to separate videos. Once this is over and done, this trial is over and done, I will collect all of them to a separate video, all the jury questions, because I believe when you see them from the start of the trial going forward, you see the progression here from the jury, what they actually think. And for me, that is so interesting to see.
Yeah, just a few. Mr. Young, isn't it true that Helios let go of custody of your security clearance because the U.S. government never reestablished the contract that Helios had in September 2022?
Yes.
And you have no information that Helios let go of your security clearance in 2022 because of the CNN publications?
That's correct.
Thanks. No further questions.
Just one question, Your Honor. Mr. Young, you don't know that it wasn't because of the CNN story, do you?
No, I don't. As I said, this just came to light for me anyway, 2 days ago. So I still don't have a lot of details.
So, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Young, you can sit down.
Oh,
Yeah. Any other rebuttal?
Now, the jury took 8 hours of deliberations, but I do believe the 8 hours was because Mr. Young sued for 3 reasons. Because apparently in Florida, defamation per se is not the only thing. So you have in the 3 things he was suing for was they knew what they're lying, they had a disregard for the truth, or they actively sought him out to defame him. So those are 3 different. I don't know if that exists anywhere but Florida. I have no idea if this is some thing anywhere else. I simply have no idea. It came to a complete surprise to me. That's the way they do it in Florida. So that might be why they took 8 hours to find CNN liable on all counts of defamation. And with that, so that segment will be a separate video on this channel for you who just want the highlights.
That's all for us.
Okay. All right. So plan for us. All right. Do you want to, I've got the copies of everything, but I wanted y'all to take a look at them real quick before I start reading any other instructions.
I also think, Your Honor, you need to potentially resolve those motions.
Okay. Well, and we need to address that. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, the jury, the testimony and evidence is concluded at this point in time, so that gets us into...
Auto doctor, did the jury already find intentional harm? Yes. That part of this trial is already done. The jury found CNN defamed Mr. Young. That part is already done. They awarded Mr. Young $4 million in compensatory for loss of income, past and future. They awarded him $1 million for emotional damages and stuff. Now we are into punitive damages. That's the part of the trial we are currently viewing, which the jury has to determine, is it 0 or does it have a number? They need to punish CNN for doing this. So that is this part. Let's see if they are back. They are not yet back. So let's go into let's see here. Then they're just going through. This is just. Oh, hold on. Let's go into their closing arguments to the jury. Oh, let's listen to judge's jury instruction here.
Yeah, they each got a copy of the verdict.
Yeah, we just have one copy over here.
Yes, Joel, they are liable. It's guilty is only in the criminal setting.
Yeah,
Not.
Yeah.
Where the guilty party? Where the guilty party?
All right, because I had it said I was going to hand it to clerk to file. And I guess let me.
Oh, really? Hold on. Sorry. Mrs. C, those three prongs of defamation are standard in most states here in America. Okay. This is my first defamation trial I covered. So I only heard I only watched and heard about the Deputy Heard. That's all I know. So this was completely new to me. So I'm educating myself while commentary. You should change the stream title to say liable. Okay. Yes, I should. Then I have to change the thumbnail as well, I guess. Okay, dun, dun, dun. That was just a change of a word. Dun, 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 change. There it is. Okay. Done. Yep, it's done. All right, and Mrs. C, thank you for covering this case, Nick. You are much appreciated. Thank you for being here, Mrs. C, and you, everybody else. Thank you for being here. What I believe the first day I covered this, I had like 60 viewers. Now I have most of this stream. I had over 500. So yeah, this case, even though it took a while, people are starting to notice it. So thank you guys. Thank you so much for being here. And hit the thumbs up. Only half of you have hit the thumbs up so far. So more of you need to do that. Thank you.
No defense, y'all had filed your requested ones, the ones that we talked about, 14, 15, and all those, y'all had already filed that. Mr. Delich, what you guys sent me this morning.
I think it's okay, Your Honor. We don't need to.
Well, I was just going to say for
here. Oh, come on. Yeah. Okay, let's listen to punitive damages isn't decided yet, Mads. That's the part of the trial we are currently waiting for. So now this is what you're looking at now is just before closing arguments. So they're on a break right now in the court.
Jurors entering.
So we are recapping some of the stuff that happened earlier in the trial that I haven't gotten to.
All right, y'all grab your seats when you get back to them.
Oh, wow. Tammy, you absolute legend. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. first of all, you set up an automatic through PayPal. Thank you so much for $3 and some cents. Thank you so much. That is so, so nice of you. Let's see here. And you bought me a cup of coffee on buymeacoffee.com. That is so, so nice. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I always appreciate all the super chats, the PayPals and everything. But when you set up an automatic one that you believe in me so much that you just automate it, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This channel survives on the monetary support of you guys. Now, ad revenue on this stream will be decent. Even though I don't have midstream ads, you get an ad going in and an ad going out. And with this amount of people, it adds up. So, yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Members of the jury, you have now heard and received all the evidence in this case. I'm now going to tell you about the rules of law that you must use in reaching your verdict. You will recall at the beginning of the case, I told you that if at the end of the case I decide a different law applies, I will tell you so. These instructions are slightly different from what I gave you at the beginning, and it is these rules of law that you must now follow. When I finish telling you about the rules of law, the attorneys will present their final arguments, and you will then retire to decide your verdict. And let me tell you, you're going to get a set of these back in the jury room, so you don't necessarily need to take notes on all the law that I'm instructing you. Okay, so. Plaintiff Zachary Young seeks to recover damages from defendant Cable News Network, Inc., CNN, for allegedly false statements that plaintiff claims defendant published about plaintiff on defendant's television programs, its website, and in social media posts. The law calls this type of claim a claim for defamation. In the publications at issue in this case, the publications at issue in this case were made at the following times and through the following mediums. 1, a video segment that aired on The Lead with Jake Tapper on November 11, 2021, hosted by Jake Tapper. 2, a video segment that aired on Connect the World on November 12, 2021, hosted by Max Foster. 3, a video segment that aired on CNN Newsroom on November 13, 2021, hosted by Boris Sanchez and Amara Walker. 4, a video segment that aired on CNN Newsroom on November 13, 2021, hosted by Jim Acosta. 5, a video segment that aired on CNN Newsroom on November 14, 2021, hosted by Michael Holmes. 6, a video posted on Facebook. 7, a video posted on CNN's website. 8, the lead tweet. 9, at NetSec CNN tweet. 10, Alex Marquardt's tweet. 11, Alex Marquardt's Instagram post. 12, the digital article. The issues for your determination on plaintiff's defamation claims are: 1, whether defendant published the statements. 2, whether the statements were of and concerning Zachary Young. 3, whether the statements were materially false. 4, whether the statements were defamatory. 5, whether defendant acted at least negligently in publishing the statements. And 6, whether plaintiff suffered actual damages as a direct result of the statements. Plaintiff must prove his claims by the greater weight of the evidence. Additionally, if you find that the greater weight of the evidence supports plaintiff's defamation claims, you shall also consider whether plaintiff should be awarded punitive damages. If you find that the greater weight of the evidence does not support plaintiff's defamation claims, then your verdict must be for the defendant. I now want to instruct you on certain issues that have already been decided in this case. The following issues have already been settled. Defendant published the segment, the article, and each of the social media posts at issue. Plaintiff advertised his services to Afghans. Plaintiff did not act illegally or criminally. Plaintiff did not take money from Afghans. For purposes of the defamation by implication claim that the publications were of and concerning plaintiff, defendant's use of the words exorbitant and exploit to refer to plaintiff's prices and/or his business activities are not by themselves actionable because they are statements of opinion and cannot alone serve as the basis for liability for defamation. And defendant did not publish any statement that called plaintiff a scam artist or state that plaintiff was operating a scam. These are issues that have already been decided in the case and that you will not be asked to decide. In deciding the issues that you will be asked to decide, you may take into account these already decided issues. And I will now define some of the terms you will use in deciding this case. Greater weight of the evidence means the more persuasive and convincing force and effect of the entire evidence in the case. Plaintiff must prove that persons who viewed and read the segment and article understood them in the way that he claims. That is, as implying that he was engaged in criminal activity or that he was preying on Afghans by taking money directly from Afghans. The meaning of a challenge statement must be determined by its natural and probable effect on the mind of the average viewer or reader. The average viewer or reader is a reasonable person of ordinary intelligence, education, and background who would be representative of those who actually read or viewed the publication. To determine whether a statement is actionable, you must examine the statement in its totality in the context in which it was uttered or published. You must consider all the words used, not merely a particular phrase or sentence. In addition, you must give weight to cautionary terms used by the person publishing the statement. Finally, you must consider all of the circumstances surrounding the statement, including the medium by which the statement is disseminated and the audience to which it is published. To recover on his claims for defamation, plaintiff must prove that the statement and implication he takes issue with were, in fact, reasonably understood by the ordinary reader as referring to him in particular. That is, that it must be of and concerning the plaintiff. I've already determined that for purposes of the claim for defamation by implication, the statements were published of and concerning plaintiff. For plaintiff's defamation per se claim, you must find the statements were published of and concerning Zachary Young. A statement is defamatory if it tends to harm the plaintiff's reputation, tends to lower him in the estimation of the community, tends to expose him to hatred, ridicule, or contempt, tends to injure him in his business, reputation, or occupation, tends to deter third persons from associated or dealing with him, or charges that plaintiff committed a crime. Not every unpleasant or uncomplimentary statement is defamatory. A statement is not defamatory merely because it is mean, embarrassing, or upsetting. Florida law holds that certain statements are so harmful in nature that they are presumed defamatory as a matter of law. A publication may be defamatory per se when it, 1, charges that a person has committed a crime, 2, it charges a person with having an infectious disease, 3, it tends to subject one to hatred, distrust, ridicule, contempt, or disgrace, or 4, it tends to injure one in his trade or profession. Defamation can also be implied. Even when statements are true, they are defamatory if the statements juxtapose facts and create a false impression that tends to harm plaintiff's reputation, tends to lower him in the estimation of the community, tends to expose him to hatred, ridicule, or contempt, tends to injure him in his business, reputation, or occupation, tends to deter third persons from associated or dealing with him, or charges that plaintiff committed a crime. A defamatory implication can also be created by omitting facts. An omission effect is defamatory if it creates a false impression that tends to harm plaintiff's reputation, tends to lower him in the estimation of the community, tends to expose him to hatred, ridicule, or contempt, tends to injure him in his business, reputation, or occupation, tends to deter third persons from associating or dealing with him, or charges that plaintiff committed a crime. In order for plaintiff to recover on his claims, the statement and implication about which plaintiff complains must be materially false. A statement is materially false if the substance or gist of the statement conveys a materially different meaning than the truth would have conveyed. A statement is also materially false if it creates a materially false impression or implication. To determine whether a statement is materially false, you should consider the context in which the statement was made. The fact that a publication may have contained some false information does not necessarily make the publication materially false. Minor inaccuracies regarding factual information do not make a publication or statement false. If the gist or the sting of the allegedly defamatory statement produces the same effect in the mind of the recipient as the precise truth would have produced, then the statement is substantially true and not materially false. To recover on his claims against defendant, plaintiff must prove that defendant was at least negligent in publishing the statements in this case, and if so, whether that negligence was a legal cause of the loss, injury, or damage to plaintiff. Negligence is the failure to use reasonable care, which is a care that a reasonably careful person would use under like circumstances. A statement is a legal cause of loss, injury, or damage if it directly and in natural and continuous sequence produces or contributes substantially to producing such loss, injury, or damage, so that it can reasonably be said that, but for the defamation, the loss, injury, or damage would not have occurred. In order to be regarded as a legal cause of loss, injury, or damage, a statement need not be the only cause. A statement may be a legal cause of loss, injury, or damage, even though it operated in combination with the act of another if the defamation contributes substantially to producing such loss, injury, or damage. If you find for plaintiff on the defamation claims, you should award plaintiff an amount of money that will fairly and adequately compensate him for such damage as the greater weight of the evidence shows was caused by the statements and publication of the statements in question. If you find that the statement and implication plaintiff ascribes to the segment and article were not the legal cause of any actual injury to plaintiff, then your verdict must be for defendant. Any amount of damages which you allow for loss of ability to earn money in the future should be reduced to its present money value, and only the present money value of these future economic damages should be included in your verdict. The present money value of future economic damages is the sum of money needed now, which, together with what that sum will earn in the future, will compensate plaintiff for these losses as they are actually experienced in future years. If, however, the greater weight of the evidence supports one or more of plaintiff's claims, then you shall consider the defense raised by defendant. As a defense to plaintiff's claim for economic damages, defendant contends that plaintiff could have reduced his damages by making a reasonable effort to seek and retain comparable employment. Comparable employment means alternative employment similar to plaintiff's former job in the nature of the work, responsibilities, and skills required. Plaintiff need not accept employment that is unsuitable or demeaning when compared with plaintiff's former job. The burden is on defendant to establish that plaintiff failed to exercise reasonable diligence in mitigating his damages. If the greater weight of the evidence supports the defendant's claim that there was comparable employment available to plaintiff and that plaintiff failed to make a reasonable effort to seek and retain such employment, then you should reduce any damages you award to plaintiff by the amount of money that plaintiff could have earned from the comparable employment. If, however, the greater weight of the evidence does not support the defendant's contention that there was comparable employment available to plaintiff and that plaintiff failed to make a reasonable effort to seek employment, then your verdict should be for plaintiff in the total amount of compensation for economic damages that is fair and just and not wholly remote or left to conjecture or guess. There is an additional claim in this case that you must decide. If you find for plaintiff and against defendant, you must decide whether, in addition to awarding damages to compensate for his injuries, whether punitive damages are warranted as punishment to defendant and to deter others. The trial of the punitive damages issue is divided into two parts. In this first part, you will decide whether the conduct of the defendant was such that punitive damages are warranted. If you decide that punitive damages are warranted, we will proceed to the second part of that issue, during which the parties may present additional evidence and argument. I will then give you additional instructions, after which you will decide whether, in your discretion, punitive damages will be assessed, and if so, the amount. Punitive damages may be awarded if you find by clear and convincing evidence that defendant acted with express malice and actual malice. Express malice means that defendant acted with a primary motive to injure plaintiff and had ill will, hostility, or an evil intention to defame plaintiff, or was motivated by a desire to harm plaintiff. Actual malice means that defendant either knew the statements were false or published them with reckless disregard of whether they were false or not. Reckless disregard is where the defendant, in fact, entertained serious doubts as to the truth of the publication and is not measured by whether a reasonably prudent man would have published or would have investigated before publishing. Clear and convincing evidence differs from the greater weight of the evidence in that it is more compelling and persuasive. Clear and convincing evidence is evidence that is precise, explicit, lacking in confusion, and of such weight that it produces a firm belief or conviction without hesitation about the matter in issue. Plaintiff claims that punitive damages should be awarded against defendant for the conduct of its employees in reporting, writing, and delivering the challenge statements. You may award punitive damages only if plaintiff has proved by clear and convincing evidence, 1, that any of those employees personally acted with actual malice and express malice, 2, their actions were a substantial cause of injury to plaintiff, and 3, that defendant was also complicit because A, defendant actively and knowingly participated in the conduct of its employees, or B, the officers, directors, or managers of defendant knowingly condoned, ratified, or consented to the conduct of its employees, or C, defendant engaged in conduct that constituted gross negligence and that contributed to the injury to plaintiff. Gross negligence means that the conduct of defendant was so reckless or wanting in care that it constituted a conscious disregard or indifference to the life, safety, or rights of persons exposed to such conduct. In deciding this case, it is your duty as jurors to decide the issues, and only those issues, that I submit for your determination. You must come to an agreement about what your answers will be. Your agreed upon answers to my questions are called your jury verdicts. The evidence in this case consists of the sworn testimony of the witnesses, all exhibits received in evidence, and all facts that were admitted or agreed to by the parties, and any fact of which the court has taken judicial notice. In reaching your verdict, you must think about and weigh the testimony and any documents or other material that has been received in evidence. You may also consider any facts that were admitted or agreed to by the lawyers. Your job is to determine what the facts are. You may use reason and common sense to reach your conclusions. You may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence. In addition, you may, but are not required to, make certain adverse inferences I will instruct you about. But you should not guess about things that were not covered here, and you must always apply the law as I've explained it to you. Let me speak briefly about witnesses. In evaluating the believability of any witness and the weight you will give the testimony of any witness, you may properly consider the demeanor of the witness while testifying, the frankness or lack of frankness of the witness, the intelligence of the witness, any interest the witness may have in the outcome of the case, the means and opportunity the witness had to know the facts about which the witness testified, the ability of the witness to remember the matters about which the witness testified, and the reasonableness of the testimony of the witness considered in the light of all the evidence in the case and in the light of your own experience and common sense. You have heard opinion testimony on certain technical subjects from persons referred to as expert witnesses. You may accept such opinion testimony, reject it, or give it the weight you think it deserves, considering the knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education of the witness, the reasons given by the witness for the opinion expressed, and all the other evidence in the case. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited just because the witness talked with the lawyer about his or her testimony. If you find that plaintiff destroyed or otherwise caused evidence to be unavailable while it was within his possession, custody, or control, and the evidence would have been material in deciding the disputed issues in this case, then you may, but are not required to, infer that this evidence would have been unfavorable to plaintiff. The court has already determined that plaintiff had a duty to preserve the following evidence, but he destroyed or otherwise caused this evidence to be unavailable. One.
Yeah. He did delete a lot of messages during his depression phase. Because as he explained on the stand on day 1 of this trial, he was his own first witness. Because he believed that through CNN portraying him as a black market operator doing illegal things, he is living in Austria, Europe. And Austria have laws against people who work in the illegal market. So, out of desperation, panic, and in his state of depression, he deleted a lot of messages. You can go back to day 1 on this to find out.
Screenshots not preserved, transferred, or saved in electronic format after November 11th, 2021. 2, data not preserved or transferred pertaining to messages or phone calls made by plaintiff's old cell phone or made on plaintiff's old cell phone after November 11th, 2021. 3, signal messages that were deleted and not saved after November 11th, 2021. And 4, plaintiff's LinkedIn private messages that were deleted after November 11th, 2021. You may consider this, together with the other evidence in determining the issues of this case. During the trial, I've ordered that certain testimony or other evidence be stricken from the record, and you have been instructed to disregard this evidence. Do not consider any testimony or other evidence that I have ordered stricken. Do not speculate about what a witness might have said or what an exhibit might have shown. That is the law that you must follow in deciding this case. The attorneys for the parties will now present their final arguments. When they are through, I will have a few final instructions about your deliberations. Any other preliminary instructions subject to, obviously, our discussions on this? Anything else from the defense? Mr. Friedman, whenever you're ready, how much time you want to reserve?
Can you let me know when I'm at 15?
Okay, now it is time for closing arguments. This as well, I will cut out as a separate highlight video on my channel. And because there's a lot of people out there who just don't have the time or the energy to go to a live stream. They prefer the highlights, and I try to provide it. I really do. So, here's the swoop. Yeah, that's the Norwegian fire-farting dragon. You can't sneak up on that from behind. And I saw Hey Marius, I cannot find the membership sign up. I'm on my iPhone. As I've heard about this with iPhone, you have to go out of the app and go into a web browser, because iPhone for some odd reason does not support YouTube's membership tag whatever's.
Left, but I may end early, in which case I'll
Okay.
leave it a little long.
That's
All
fine.
right, closing arguments.
Good morning.
If you want to move that over anymore, feel free. Yeah, I think we did opening somewhere in there, but I'm just saying, wherever y'all, either one of y'all feel comfortable, that's fine.
Okay. Good morning. It's been a while since I got to talk to you. I enjoy what here a lot because it gives me an opportunity to interact with you. And today, I don't really get to hear from you until you render your verdict, but at least I get to speak directly to you. Most of the time, I'm facing this way, so it's a nice change. I've obviously had a lot of opportunity to spend time with Zach, and we've tried to. We were staying in this beautiful hotel down the block, and we've tried to make a little bit of a ritual of taking a little bit of a morning walk or so, just to kind of debrief. And I told him that today was going to be the last time I get an opportunity to talk to you. And was there anything he wanted to say? And he just said he wanted to tell you that he thanks you all. He's been watching you. You're all paying very close attention, and the questions you all are asking are just really demonstrate how closely you paid attention to this. And whatever your verdict is. Okay.
Yeah, you can't. In closing, you really can't talk about what your client is talking, because technically that's attorney-client privileged information. Now you can only Mr. Young can waive that, but you shouldn't take that up in a closing argument. But I do believe he got the message through.
During CNN's opening statements, well, let me say I thank you for listening and paying attention. It's been obvious how engaged you are, and on behalf of my client, thank you very much. During CNN's opening statement, their lawyer told you that every word you're going to see in CNN's reporting was true. Every word was going to be accurate. That was not a true statement. Fuzz Hogan, a member of CNN's triad, testified that he was satisfied with a story that was 3/4 true. Now, they did use some of Zach's words, but they deliberately left out the most important points. The parts that some witnesses said were interesting, that no Afghan was ever expected to pay, and that he only worked for corporate sponsors. The lies CNN told got so convoluted on the stand that they couldn't even keep them straight. Ms. Lillis thought CNN actually included those statements in their reporting. Even CNN's on-air apology to Mr. Young was a lie. Every single CNN employee got up on this stand and told you that they thought black market was accurate. Each of them paraded a uniform lie that they thought the term black market meant an unregulated market. Each of them conveniently told you that they understood the word to mean the opposite of every single dictionary. And Mr. LaVine, CNN's star witness in this case, who sat through the entire case, told you that the only reason they apologized was because it was legal strategy. None of them are sorry. All of them said they would do it again. We made a point of making sure that was clear. Would you do it again? We asked every one of them. Everyone said they would. They said they had nothing to apologize for. And when we asked Mr. Marquardt if he had any remorse for the fact that, let me rephrase that, when you all asked Mr. Marquardt, I don't know who, but one of you asked Mr. Marquardt if he had any remorse for the fact that Zach can no longer work in the space he was trained for as a result of this reporting, he said he had no remorse. Now, Mr. LaVine said something yesterday that I thought was really important. He told you that there's no evidence that came forth in this trial that there was a conspiracy. Mr. LaVine was either mistaken or misrepresenting the truth to you. At the beginning of this trial, we told you to look very closely at the words CNN used before this lawsuit was filed and compare it to the words that you would hear in this courtroom. Each and every one of CNN's employees who testified that came into this courtroom looked you all in the eyes and told you that words don't have meanings, up is down, and wrong is right. Mr. Lumley, Tom Lumley, the British man, he was the only one who couldn't lie to you with a straight face. He lied with his words, but we each saw that that man was shaken to the core. That man's conscience was ripping him into on the stand, and he hated the fact that CNN was forcing him into this conspiracy. If CNN is willing to do this to Zach, the patriot who served this country as extensively as he did, they're willing to do it to anyone. Something that makes America unique is that it's not always the politicians or the rich or the powerful that drive the course of our country. Some of our most important moments are driven by everyday Americans, like you. That's how this country was founded. To this day, we may not know the names of the people that dumped the tea in the Atlantic up in Boston, telling Britain that we would not answer to their king. But they're responsible for this country and where we are today. America is one of the only countries in the world that has jury trials for civil cases. Think about that for a second. We are the most powerful and richest country in human history. And we also just happen to be the only country that allows a group of strangers to decide cases of this magnitude. We believe that each one of you has an opportunity to change the course of history today. These are polarizing times, and mainstream media organizations are responsible for driving much of the nastiness that we've seen in our culture. Mr. Young took this case this far because he's always believed in the concept of America. He chose to serve this country because of that belief, and he's now choosing to put his trust in you to cure this injustice and send a message that our news organizations must be held accountable. I want to start to take you through some of the evidence we've seen in this case. And I want to start where it began. And I think it's important that the story begins with Zach. And it's important that you know who he is, or who he was, I should say, because it's important to remember what CNN destroyed. Zach loves his mom, supports her. He's been doing it forever. We learned that part of the panic and terror he endured over the past few years is because he doesn't know what's going to happen to him. Zach loves his wife, Irina. She couldn't be here today, even though she really wanted to, because as Zach told you, her mother's really ill in Austria. But she's been watching and asked me to thank you all. And Zach loves Misha. Misha, who has been one of Zach's only comforts since CNN destroyed his life. But we learned more about Zach than just his family. We learned that he wanted to serve his country. We learned that he enlisted in the Navy, trained to become a Navy SEAL, but got seriously injured before he completed that training. His dreams were derailed, but he was resilient. He returned to school, he completed his education, he worked at rehabilitation, he served his country in Pakistan and Afghanistan, protecting U.S. government officials in Blackwater. We learned that Zach got noticed by a U.S. government agency while he was there. And while Zach wouldn't tell you, I think it's pretty obvious now from all the testimony in the case that it was the CIA. He was recruited, trained, and served our country in the CIA for many years. And we learned that during that time, he developed a very deep network of skilled individuals. When he left government service, Zach was a real-life former spy. He had been trained by 3 different outfits, Blackwater, CIA, and the Navy SEALs, in some of the skills that we only see people have in movies. CNN's own expert took the stand and called him a SME, a subject matter expert, without hesitation. But after serving his country for so many years, Zach decided it was time to leverage those skills and his network to build a corporate business working with defense corporations. We call this sometimes going corporate. You heard how he traveled to the UAE and trained the SSD for defense contractor called Near East Consultants, how he expanded that into working with Frontier Services Group, and then further expanded that for working for Arrow, which soon became the largest defense contractor in the United Arab Emirates. We heard how his network and good work led him to be introduced to Matt Gunning and John Keeley, senior CIA officers with deep relationships in Saudi Arabia. We heard how Zach bet on himself and invested 1.5 years of his life working for free to design, create, and implement a revolutionary idea, a private corporation providing spycraft training to U.S. allies abroad. And we heard and saw the $400 million contract that resulted from those efforts. To service the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Zach and his team brought in a massive defense contractor called DynCorp. Now, by any definition, Zach was succeeding. He was not only making great money, he was working with what he called the dream team of former spies. No one had ever assembled a team like this, and Zach worked intimately with all of them as their director of training. Zach was at the peak of his professional career. He was rubbing elbows with Leon Panetta, former U.S. security and defense and the CIA director, Michael Morrell, former acting and deputy director of the CIA, and some of the other incredible people you see on this list. And then the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia project suffered a setback. Happens. After working for years on that project, interviewing hundreds of people, drafting reports on the issues of the path forward, the United States denied the technical authorization needed to continue training Saudi Arabia. Zach is a patriot, not a mercenary like others have called him. The minute the United States said no, he returned home immediately, even though he knew that that vacuum would immediately be filled by China and Russia. Zach told you how China was willing to do it for free, and Saudi Arabia was paying them $400 million to do it instead. That was okay. Zach had severance, he had a wife that had missed him terribly, a dog that needed some significant attention, and the knowledge that his network would soon be tapping him for more work. He had a tremendous reputation. He had the respect of his peers. And we heard from Mr. Humphreys, CNN's own expert. These jobs come with high salaries and massive kickers. The contract for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia contract was a $400 million contract. The potential upside on getting these contracts signed is astronomical. And as expected, it happened quite soon. Amentum had acquired DynCorp and brought him back in to begin a non-specific contract-based relationship where they were paying him $200 an hour for work. And while he was working for Amentum, his network came through for him again, as it always had before CNN broadcast this defamatory video. He gets a call out of the blue. It's Audible, the multi-billion-dollar corporation owned by Amazon.com. They got his name from a contact at the FBI. Can Zach help evacuate 3 women in Afghanistan? They had people stuck there. Zach sprung in action. This was his opportunity to expand his network of corporate clients beyond Near East Consultants, beyond Frontier, beyond Arrow, beyond DynCorp and Amentum. This is exactly what he was specializing in, security and intelligence for corporations. And so he tapped his network, one of his biggest assets. We saw documents where he was asking DynCorp and Amentum how they would compensate him for leveraging that network. He stopped his work for Amentum, he supervised the plans of evacuation, and he successfully extracted 3 women from Afghanistan for Audible. Now, after that extraction was successful, word travels fast in these small circles. Bloomberg called him up. They had 4 women and a baby stuck in Afghanistan, and Zach got him out. Then he got a call from Civil Fleet. A middleman had connected Zach with Civil Fleet. Zach got 3 of their women out of Afghanistan. Then a call from Hero. 3 separate evacuations, getting 12 women out of Afghanistan. All told, Zach saved 22 women and a baby from Afghanistan. Now, to be clear, this was a business. Zach was serving customers as he always has. He was serving his customers, corporations and NGOs. But you're allowed to be proud of the work you're paid to do. Many of us are. And we heard Zach, the requirement of a corporate or NGO sponsor wasn't only because that was his clientele. It's also because these refugees needed someone who could navigate the complex legal issues that arose when Afghans arrived in new countries. And with all this success, Zach decided to try and tap his network to see if he could find more corporate clients. Now, you heard General Young testify that these jobs aren't listed. There it is. These jobs aren't listed on monster.com or websites. A 2-star general came in here and testified. He said, you don't find these on websites. So, Zach, trying to be entrepreneurial, turned to LinkedIn, where he was connected to chief security officers, chief executive officers, chief operating officers, and other security and corporate-oriented folks. And he made posts trying to find other corporate clients. LinkedIn's a network of professionals. You heard CNN's own expert testify that he uses LinkedIn to fill jobs. Now, Zach hoped he was onto something. As it turned out, he wasn't. You don't get these sort of jobs from monster.com or from LinkedIn. But he tried. No money ever came in from his efforts on LinkedIn. But what happened when Zach began posting on LinkedIn is that many Afghans began reaching out to Zach too. And so Zach refined his messaging. He started posting, if you're a sponsor with funding in all caps. If you are a sponsor, funding is required. He was reacting in real time. It was a business idea. That's what entrepreneurs do. They react in real time. Now, Zach doesn't deny that his public advertisements were seen by Afghans, and that he therefore, as a technical matter, advertised to Afghans. It's like if I have 20/20 vision, and someone puts a advertisement on the television about LASIK surgery. Now, technically they're advertising to me, but I'm not their target audience. And the court has told you that Zach advertised to Afghans, and he's not denying that. But he was also clear that he reasonably expected and only wanted his post to be pushed to his network of security professionals. Now, I'm not a journalist, but to me, the real story has all the markings of a great feel-good story. A former CIA operative, small business owner, entrepreneur, evacuating women and a baby from a murderous failed state on behalf of Fortune 500 companies. What might that story look like? Maybe something like this. CNN investigation. Former CIA officer evacuates 22 women and a baby from Afghanistan for Bloomberg, Audible, and NGOs. This would have been a good story. More importantly, this would have been a true story.
Oh, this is good. From a closing, this is what they should have reported. But they didn't. Oh, this is good. Oh, that's great. They changed the headline. Oh, that's so good. I can't believe they got approved of. I can't believe they got disapproved by the court. Whatever they did to get this exhibit into closing arguments, whatever they, I don't. This is so good. Oh.
And CNN could have run this story, but it's not what CNN had in mind. It had all the information, or almost all the information it needed to run the story, but it didn't do it. And in a lot of ways, this case is about choices. CNN chose to not report that it confirmed Zach was former CIA. CNN chose not to report that Zach was conducting evacuations for Bloomberg and Audible. CNN chose to not report that Zach's evacuations were successful. And CNN chose to report on Zach alongside people he had nothing to do with, like Mr. California and Mr. Kabul. CNN chose to label his face and his name with a black market label. CNN chose to paint him as a predator that preyed on helpless human beings. In other words, again and again, CNN chose theater over truth. And now, you all get to choose what to do about it. Now, CNN knew the truth. They knew that Zach was only serving corporate clients. They saw all of Zach's communications where he was doing that. They saw, do you have a sponsor able to provide funding? Do you have a sponsor able to provide evacuation costs? It sounds like it ended pretty quickly after she said she didn't have a sponsor. They knew. And by the way, Zach told them in plain English, to Katie Bolillis, the straight shooter, no, on November 3rd, over a week before they went to publication, no Afghan is expected to pay for evac costs. None would ever be able. If you recall moments ago, I asked Mr. LaVine if they included this in their story. They didn't. Now, CNN admitted this expressly in its internal communications. Mr. Marquardt, Young's MO is asking Afghans if they have a sponsor, and when they say no, he drops them. Just talking to another woman in Kabul who was in touch with the Young guy and who just stopped answering her once she said she didn't have a sponsor to pay the bills. I've seen him shut people down immediately if they don't have a sponsor for money. No, this is interesting. Katie Williams repeated Zach's message that we just looked at to Mr. Marquardt. He claims no Afghan is expected to pay for evac costs. None would ever be able. Mr. Marquardt admitted under oath that he knew Zach's MO was to require corporate sponsors. You saw in 7 instances that he shut people down when he didn't have a sponsor. Correct. Time and again, you saw his interactions where he dropped people they didn't have a sponsor. Yes. I was just talking to a woman from Kabul. We looked at that message. Yes, that's more or less his pattern. You told her that you'd see him shut people down. Correct. So you knew that. Yes. And Zach told them. He told them before they went to press. That's definitely not a realistic deadline. I can tell you for sure some of your facts and assertions are not accurate. And if they were published, I will seek legal damages. He told them they were wrong. They knew it, and they went to press anyway. He told them they would stand here to face you if they went forward, and they chose to do it. because they wanted to hurt him, because they wanted clicks, they wanted views, and they didn't care at all about the truth. Now, there's only one thing that explains these actions, and that's malice. Clear, actual, and express malice. Let's think about what CNN did for a minute here. They had no evidence that Zach had ever taken money from an Afghan, because he didn't. To be clear, there was no evidence that Mr. Young ever accepted money from an Afghan. Answer, that's correct. I have no evidence that he took money from an Afghan. I have no evidence that he took money from an Afghan. The court has told you that, Mr. Marquardt, right? That he didn't take any money, that he didn't take any money from an Afghan. Correct. You found no evidence of it. Correct. And the court has found it. Correct. They knew. Mr. Marquardt admitted on the stand. They also knew that they had no evidence Zach had ever taken advantage of an Afghan, because he didn't. Sir, that's not what I asked you today. Maybe you want to say it now, I'll ask you again. You have no evidence that Mr. Young took advantage of an Afghan. Answer, that's correct. And as we covered earlier, you do not have any evidence that Zach took advantage of an Afghan. Answer, that's correct. No evidence he took money from an Afghan. No evidence he took advantage of an Afghan. It doesn't stop there. They had no evidence that he ever exploited an Afghan, because he didn't. You also do not have any evidence that Mr. Young actually exploited an Afghan, correct? He was exploiting the situation, but I don't have evidence that he exploited an Afghan in particular. No evidence he took money from an Afghan. No evidence he took advantage of an Afghan. No evidence he ever exploited an Afghan. No evidence Zach committed a crime. Despite the investigation, you found no evidence that he committed a crime. That's correct. The next part of that sentence is a lie. We never ever reported him doing anything illegal. Do you contend that Mr. Young was doing anything illegal? Answer, absolutely not. They had no evidence he was doing anything illegal. They had no evidence he committed a crime. They had no evidence he exploited an Afghan. They had no evidence he took advantage of an Afghan. They had no evidence he took money from an Afghan. But they ran their story anyway. The story that they ran clearly said that Zach was a bad actor, preying on desperate Afghans and charging them money. They didn't care about the truth. Let's take a look at the digital article. The title, Afghans face exorbitant costs. Afghans didn't face exorbitant costs from Mr. Young. They didn't face any costs. Another part of the digital article, Afghans desperate to flee are increasingly have to negotiate with private operators, charging exorbitant funds. Afghans didn't have to negotiate with Mr. Young. They weren't being charged exorbitant funds by Mr. Young. He didn't deal with Afghans. Look at the digital article again. Thousands more Afghans want to leave, and many Afghans are turning to potentially unscrupulous operators. He didn't deal with Afghans. Now, all of these quotes show that CNN was crafting a narrative of Zach preying directly on Afghans by demanding money from them, something he never did. Now, their videos did the same thing, worse. Zach was a bad actor preying on desperate Afghans and taking money from them. Don't take my word for it. Take CNN's words for it before this lawsuit, where they said, when they were teasing the full segment that was about to come, look at those words, and you will see the way CNN characterized its own upcoming video.
Desperate Afghans still trying to escape the country, being preyed on by folks demanding that they pay up big time to get out.
Desperate Afghans are being preyed on by folks demanding they pay up big time to get out. Is that the evidence you saw about Mr. Young? He didn't deal with desperate Afghans. He didn't pay with Afghans. He didn't prey on Afghans. He didn't demand they pay him big time to get out. This is how they characterize their story. But it's not the only one. There's another one. This one went international.
And as our Alex Marquardt discovered, there are plenty of unscrupulous people ready to take advantage.
He didn't take advantage of Afghans. But there's more. Another teaser by Mr. Tapper, describing what was coming in a minute, the segment you've all seen 100 times.
They say they will help Afghans escape the country, but only for a price, a steep price. How desperate Afghans are being preyed upon. That's next.
Afghans escape, but only for a price. How desperate Afghans are being preyed upon. That's next. It's not Mr. Young. Now, the gist of the segment could not be clearer. There are bad people preying on desperate Afghans and taking money directly from them. Look at what CNN said in this segment. Look at what CNN said this segment was about when they were peddling scandal for views and clicks. Don't listen to what they are saying now after they are facing you. They literally put this man's face over a banner and said,
So he went online, where he found a man named Zachary Young.
Afghans and activists, Afghans, report demands of $10,000 to $14,000. Mr. Young never demanded any money from an Afghan. He worked for corporations. This is a clear accusation that Zach was demanding money from Afghans, something they knew was false. We looked at their testimony. And then look at what they did next. After telling you in the teasers that this video was going to be about a bad actor preying on desperate Afghans and taking money from them, they played heartbreaking stories about two Afghans trying to get their families out, even though they knew that there was no connection between Mr. California and Mr. Kabul and Mr. Young. Look at Mr. Marquardt's own pre-litigation admissions. The Kabul interview I just did was heartbreaking. Nothing to do with this guy, though. Either of your two interviewers talked to Zachary Young? No, there's no connection there. They put a message on the screen in their segment and blurred his name. They blurred this name, but it's David Lerner. It made it seem like he was interacting with Afghans. Afghans trying to flee, face a black market, exorbitant fees. And they put this American activist on the screen and blurred his name. We know that David Lerner is an American from the Midwest that didn't really have any Afghans to evacuate, who lied to Zach about having a sponsor. Sponsor, yes, I'm not corporate. And Zach believed was just wasting his time. That's what they put up there above a banner about Afghans. CNN, in this way, and other ways that we've talked about and will, editorialize their segment in ways the news never should. This isn't a short film. This isn't supposed to be theater. This is supposed to be news. This is supposed to be the most trusted name in news. They leverage their influence and their massive resources to paint a very clear picture of a bad actor preying on desperate Afghans by taking money from them. And it was clearly about Zach. He was the only operator mentioned in the story. And importantly, for the defamation by implication claim, the one where you have to decide the gist or the implication of it as opposed to the definition of black market, the court has already told you it was about Zach. Zach, an American veteran who was serving corporations and NGOs, something CNN knew and didn't care about because they hated Zach as much as they loved ratings. Now we watched as they imposed their own hypocritical moral values on Zach. God forbid he should make money providing needed service to corporations in a war zone. Only CNN is allowed to make money off war zones. Only CNN is allowed to sell ads while reporting on wars. When Zach got paid by corporations to provide a needed service in a war zone, he was a mother effer that needed to be nailed. He was a shitbag. He was an a-hole. He was a shit. He had a punchable face. All by Alex Marquardt, CNN's cowboy. Zach's desire to make a living by providing services to corporations and saving the lives of 22 women and a baby meant it was his funeral bucko, according to CNN. They were right. When they went to publication, we lost part of Zach. CNN cries foul on a small business owner's 65% profit margins for very risky work. When you heard its own CFO testify that they predict a massive corporation, 42.5% profit margins for themselves, 42.8%, excuse me. CNN has the gall to get up here and say that clear, obvious, and common sense interpretation of the gist isn't right. CNN is so arrogant. They are so used to getting whatever they want without being holding to account that they stand up here and they talk down to us with bold-faced lies about what the segment's gist really is. And they expect you to believe it. I mean, do they think we're all stupid? Do you remember The Wizard of Oz? I grew up on that. My mom loved it. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. CNN has a man behind the curtain too. CNN's own reporter, Nicole Gaet, she saw the reporting at issue here. And what did she say to CNN before it was facing this historic lawsuit? She said it plainly. She said, so the inference running through Alex's story that these people, Zach was the only people, that these people are just bilking desperate Afghans for their money might not be fair at all. They get up here and swear to you that that's not what they meant, even though their teasers say it, their banners say it, everything they say says it, their own internal people said it. And they expect us now to believe what they say on the stand? CNN's own reporter knew that gist. The inference is that Zach was bilking Afghans for their money. CNN's own reporter knew that the story was not fair. She knew the story was not true. And CNN published it anyways in reckless disregard of the truth. Do not let CNN rewrite history. Do not let CNN tell more lies. Do not let CNN destroy someone else's life for views and clicks and their own self-righteousness. This isn't just about a defamation by implication case. There are two claims in this case. The defamation by implication, that Zach was preying on desperate Afghans, taking their money. There's more than just the defamatory gist of bad actors, because Zach is also suing for defamation per se, because CNN called him a black market criminal and ended the career he spent so many years training for. We saw Zach's corporate contracts with clauses in the section entitled Compliance with the Law. The employee must comply with all laws, including black market. And if you engage with the black market, you would be terminated for cause and you would lose your severance. These contracts expressly required you stay away from a black market. We looked at 3 different dictionaries. Google, an illegal traffic or trade, about what black market means. Not that we should have to. It's obvious, but we're in a court of law. Let's get formal. We pull out the dictionaries, the authoritative source of what words mean. If you're in an argument with somebody about what a word means, how do you end it? You pull out the dictionary. Oh, look at the dictionary. Google, an illegal traffic or trade in officially controlled or scarce commodities. The American heritage, the illegal business of buying or selling currency or goods banned by a government. A place where such illegal business is carried on. The illicit trade in goods or commodities in violation of official regulations. I'm going to touch on this later, but 7 CNN employees came in here and gave you a definition of black market that can't be sourced to any source at all. Ask yourself how that happens absent a conspiracy that Mr. LaVine denied was happening. It's not just a made-up definition. It actually is refuted by the dictionary. Webster says that a black market is an illicit trade in violation of official regulations. That means in order to have a black market, you have to have regulations to violate. An unregulated market can't be a black market. You know what's an unregulated market? It's a free market. CNN was telling you that instead of saying black market, they could have said free market, same word. Don't check your common sense at the door. Do not let CNN rewrite the English language to avoid liability in this case. And then CNN ran a story that in no uncertain terms called Zach a black market criminal. The first segment opens like this.
Still, many Afghans who desperately want to flee Taliban rule, and Afghans who say their lives are at stake, they remain behind. As CNN's Alex Marquardt has discovered, Afghans trying to get out of the country face a black market full of promises, demands of exorbitant fees, and no guarantee of safety or success.
So Afghans face a black market. He says it, it's on the banner. And as the video continues, Zach's name gets put on the screen above the black market label. Now, CNN likes to call it a chyron or a banner. Zach called it a label for a reason, because it labeled him in a way he can never get away from. It labeled him as the black market operator the Afghans were facing. But the image changes as the video goes on. Now it's not just Zachary Y, it's Zachary Young. And it has his face on it too. And there's that label in that indelible ink, black market. That man is the black market operator. The image changes again. They blow up his face real big in case you had any doubts about who is the person operating on the black market. Who is the criminal? Telling the world and CNN's millions of eventual viewers that Zach is a black market operator. The CNN investigation on the bottom, it's more like persecution. CNN says that the video isn't about Zach, that the black market isn't about him. But they're just lying. Listen to what they showed in the video. Look at what they said before they were called to this court to be judged by you. CNN couldn't have been clearer. After running a piece about black market evacuations and talking about Mr. Young as the provider of that operations, Mr. Marquardt, when commenting on the black market of evacuations, says this.
That person offering those evacuations, Zachary Young.
I mean, come on. Does it get clearer than that? That person offering those evacuations. There's only one evacuation talked about in the entire video, the black market evacuations. In openings, CNN's lawyers told you And neither story accused Zach of doing anything illegal. Opposing counsel said, never implies Mr. Young is doing anything criminal. That's just untrue. And that's a favorable way to say it. Now, Fuzz Hogan, one of the members of CNN's triad, testified that the story was reporting that Zachary Young was operating in a black market and that he intended to suggest that Zach was operating in a black market. Mr. Hogan, you agree the story was reporting that Zachary Young is operating in a black market, correct? Yes. Now, this is a symptom of trying to put on 7 people on the stand and get them all to engage in a conspiracy. They can't keep it straight. Liars eventually crack. And so I'm sure some of them will hold the line. And it's easy to hold the line on words like, oh, black market means unregulated. Yeah, that's easy to hold the line on. But under questioning, documents, prior depositions, cracks start to form. Hogan admitted it. You agree the story was reported that Zachary Young was operating in a black market? Answer, yes. Is that because you intended to suggest that Mr. Young was operating on a black market? Answer, yes. Alexander Marquardt testified. In this example, CNN uses Mr. Young as an example of someone who operated in a black market. Is that correct? Answer, yes. Cracks. Truth eventually comes to light. Now, the use of the words extortion and fraud alongside black market in the communications of the story from pitch to publication prove that everyone inside CNN knew that this story was about criminality and illegality the entire time. And we saw those. I brought Mr. Marquardt through those communications. Remember, I kept repeating them. Deception, scams, black market, extortion. So I don't know what you're doing with that. Well, now you know what I was doing with that. Shows their intent. Now, when you go back to deliberate and you look through the emails, the Slack messages, you'll see it for yourself. CNN not only knew it was reporting that Zach was operating on a black market, it was gleefully reporting that he was engaging in illegal activity. It knew it the whole time. Moments ago, Mr. LaVine was on the stand, and I asked him, I said, you testified yesterday that sometimes a story starts here and ends up here. But this story started here and ended here, right? And he said, yeah, pretty much. Started with illegality, started with scams, deception, extortion, fraud, price gouging. That's where it ended. CNN's own corporate representative said it, admitted it on the stand. This story is about illegality. It knew it in October, it knew it in November, when it was still referring to it as an Afghanistan extortion story. Now, CNN republished its hit piece 11 more times, and in many of them, they stressed the black market nature of Zach's activities, adding intros and outros that doubled down on this defamatory accusation of criminality. With 434,000 more people watching, CNN said this.
As CNN's Alex Marquardt discovered, many are turning to the black market for a way out.
And they played the segment. It was Zach they were turning to, CNN said, on the black market. On November 13th, with 503,000 more people watching, CNN said this.
A CNN investigation into the black market business of fleeing Afghanistan. CNN's Alex Marquardt found a black market ready to take advantage.
You know who they found? Zachary Young. Now, the damage of these videos was immediate and overwhelming. I want to get to that in a minute. I want to talk about malice. Because accidents happen. This was no accident. In opening, my partner, Mr. Roche, told you we have the burden of proving our case to you. For negligence, by the greater weight of the evidence. For punitive damages, by clear and convincing evidence. And he told you that we welcome that burden. I want to double down on that. Hold me to our burden. I am confident we have satisfied this burden and more. CNN's malice and willful desire to harm Zach is documented by their reporters. Think about that for a second. This organization is so arrogant. They respect the American people so little that they don't even hesitate documenting their malicious intent. Hold me to my burden because we have the receipts. Hold me to my burden because the world is watching what you all are going to do today. Hold me to my burden because your verdict will stand in history as the moment everyday Americans from the great state of Florida, from Bay County, stood up to fake news, stood up to lies, stood up to corporate greed, and shifted American media back toward normalcy. I'm not scared of that burden. I welcome it. If after reviewing the evidence you've seen, after watching CNN's pretentious and self-righteous reporters deny their own words over and over, change their stories over and over, express discomfort at owning their own words, twisting themselves into pretzels to explain them away, you still don't agree with me? I don't want to die. Don't give me a dime. Don't give Mr. Young a dime. He feels the same way. We wouldn't have came all the way here. We wouldn't have brought this case to you if we didn't think we were going to prove it. Now, Mr. Young was offering evacuation services to corporations. I want to review what we learned in the last week and a half. Mr. Young was offering evacuations, corporations, and NGOs. Everyone was happy. Zach was happy. He was making a living and building his business and reputation. His clients, corporations like Bloomberg, Audible, and the DynCorp Momentums of the world were happy too. They got exactly what they wanted. The people they wanted were extracted from Afghanistan at a price they were more than happy to pay. And the Afghans were happy because they were now out of a place where their lives were in danger. But that's not a story CNN can sell. A corporate transaction isn't newsworthy. If corporation paid for evacuations and a corporation got evacuations, there's no story there. And CNN agreed. And Alex Marquardt agreed. He said he wasn't doing a story about corporate evacuation. So it wasn't about companies hiring private contractors like Mr. Young to get their employees out of Afghanistan, right? That's not what the story is about, no. Tell me something, if that's not what the story is about, why was he in it? If not malice. Mr. Marquardt said, I didn't want to know what Audible and Bloomberg were doing to get their corporate employees out. Then why was Mr. Young in it? You know what? Alex Marquardt explained his motivations. Clicks, views, and fame. He wanted a story that would be broadcast as widely as possible. Yes. You wanted to disseminate as widely as possible. Yes. Broadcast as widely as possible. Yes. You hoped the story would have gone on as many programs as possible. Absolutely. If you had your choice, would it have run every single hour? Yes, it would. You wanted the story to be seen by as many viewers and readers as possible, didn't you? As we do with all our stories. And Mr. Marquardt, besides admitting that he wanted the clicks and views and the fame, he also admitted that people love hearing about a good scandal in the news. People love hearing about a good scandal in the news, don't they? Sure, some do, he said. I mean, he didn't have to admit it. We know that. While he denied chasing scandal under oath, he admitted to looking for scandalous actions. He took just a moment ago.
Just a couple minutes ago, I got a note from one of the jurors that asked if they can text their mother to see if she has a ride to work. And obviously we need to talk to them, and there'll be more than a minute or two. Are you okay if that juror goes? The phone's probably out in the jury lounge.
Yes.
Okay. All right. How do you want me to bring him in?
I think you just, any way you want to communicate, it's fine. However, the fastest and most efficient way is fine.
Why don't you grab that juror and tell them to go run out to go do what they need to do on their cell phone?
All right. They
No,
are back
didn't
on
bother to
live.
bring it.
We,
I know there was some.
we are back on live. We were listening to the closing arguments. We will finish that off. But this is live. And please, you in the chat, I'm covering the CNN defamation trial. Please avoid too much politics. That has nothing to do with this trial.
Attorney's still in the courtroom, but the note earlier said, "Hi, did you forget us? It's 5 o'clock somewhere."
This is not me muting. This is Law and Crim. What's going on? Come on. Sound, for frick's sake. Sound.
Veteran.
Y'all may be seated.
All right, folks. First of all, thank you to Sparkyzilla over at Rumble for your $5 Rumble Ranch. I also have to but thank you to Derek for your $10 via PayPal. And thank you to Mrs. C for $25 via PayPal. Thank you so much. If you don't know, the monetary support I received through PayPal is going to my trip to Utah in September. Sadly, I can't be on Jeff Legal Vice's funeral tomorrow because I'm half the globe away. But I will go to Utah in September to meet with Jeff's family and Donnie on. And yeah, so the monetary support you give this channel through PayPal is going directly to that trip. So thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I did not forget about y'all. However, as sometimes comes up in the course of a case, there's estimates of amount of time that things may take to get worked out or deal with, and sometimes they take a little bit longer. But your patience being back there was actually a fortuitous thing. And your participation over the last 2 weeks has actually been a beneficial thing because the parties have reached a settlement of the remaining part of the claim. So you will not need to hear any further.
Okay. I did not know this was possible. And I know people in the chat has been saying this. I did not think you could reach a settlement over the punitive damages because that is Mr. Young has gotten his $5 million. Apparently you can settle for the punitives. And that is exactly what happened here.
Your testimony. You will not need to go and deliberate any further. And we've concluded the trial. So your patience in my few minutes, I think, or whatever it was, the first time or second time I said 15 or so, it ended up being beneficial to the parties. So, you all have been here for 10 days. You paid close attention. You've asked some great questions throughout the course of the trial. Y'all spent a long time late in the last night and this morning deliberating the case. And I can tell you on behalf of the court, I appreciate it. It's definitely on behalf of the parties. They both want to express their appreciation to you. Sometimes parties can work things out, talking amongst themselves. Sometimes it takes necessity of getting here, present the case, putting on witnesses, putting on evidence in front of y'all, hearing the things that you're asking them. And in this case, obviously you deliberated part of the case, but it's a beneficial part of the process of parties sometimes being able to work it out. So, and they have told me when they came back and announced that they reached a settlement, they told me that being here and having y'all give us your time and attention for the last 2 weeks was an important and a big part of assisting them and getting to that sort of resolution. So don't feel like your time was wasted because it was very beneficial from the standpoint of getting this to a conclusion. Now, having said that, I'm at a point where I can discharge you from your service as a jury. I want to tell you that on behalf of the parties, the lawyers, and the people of the state of Florida, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration in this case. I also wish to advise you of some special privileges that you enjoy as a juror. No juror can be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. In other words, nobody can come up to you and force you to talk about anything you thought about the case, any discussions you had about the case, unless you get an order from me that says you need to come down to the courthouse and tell me this because of some issue. For many centuries, our societies relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to talk about your work as a juror in this case. The lawyers and their representatives are not permitted to initiate any communication with you about the trial. So,
Yeah, as I see you in the chat going on, and I listen to you, and whatever CNN offered has to have been, we will not appeal this to Kingdom Come for years and years and years, but we will offer you this boatload of cash if we don't move forward. Simply because, as you theorize in the chat, yeah, they are so scared of what the jury will say. Will we ever find out what that sum is? I doubt it. There will be NDAs all over the place. But me personally, if it's under 100 million, I don't think he would have settled it because he has already won 5 mil. But yeah, I would assume it is in that range because CNN, and also at the beginning of this trial, there was barely none to zero coverage of this trial. Now it is 10 times that coverage on my channel alone. Another channel has picked it up. News organizations have picked it up. They want this gone. They can't afford getting more coverage. So yeah, my estimate is in the 7 figures, at least.
they know as officers of the court, they're not to reach out to you and contact you or try to ask you anything about your thoughts on the case and the trial here. However, you may speak to the lawyers or anyone else about the trial. I've been telling you for 2 weeks, don't talk to anybody. At this point in time, you are free to talk to whomever you want, but that is up to you. You also have the right to refuse to speak with anyone. A request may come from those who are simply curious or from those who might seek to find fault with you. However, it will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. So rest assured, nobody can force you to talk to them, but it's entirely up to you, and you are free to talk to whomever you do and choose to at this point in time. Your notes, yes, ma'am.
Oh, I just wanted to say that this jury has been, they've been wonderful to work with. They have taken their job. We have taken our jobs very, very seriously. We had some excellent discussions and questions and tossing about in order to reach our decision. And I think that they are just, I just want to say how much I enjoyed working with them and with you as well.
No, I appreciate that. But I know that you guys had some good interactions. Y'all got a lot, and obviously spent a lot of time over the last 2 weeks together. So, you know, I do appreciate it, and the parties definitely do as well. At this point, your notes, are they still back there? Or they're on your chairs, aren't they? Yeah. Go ahead and leave your notepads in the folders. My bailiff will collect those, and we're going to destroy them. No one is ever going to see your notes. Bailiff out there's got a little note for you. If for some reason you do get summoned for jury duty in the next 12 months, you get out of jury duty free card. Hopefully that won't happen, but if somehow you do, you've got the note there, and you can contact the clerk's office and tell them that you should be excused, unless you want to come back and do it. That's entirely up to you as well. I will tell you that we did not, on jury selection last Monday, none of that was streamed. So the fact that we used names or whatever, there were no images, no names or anything. During the course of the trial, the media has been careful that none of nobody was picked up on the video for any of that, or if accidentally something happened, it's been immediately blurred or removed. Even my boo-boos, which I caught myself once, well, I think it was 3 times total. They have removed any names that I may have accidentally used during the course of the trial of any of the jurors in the case. So your identity is not, has not been out there. And I do appreciate the media's cooperation and assistance with that.
Yeah. On one of these streams, he blurted out the name. That's gone from my channel as well.
I think one of y'all may have been kind of curious or something about that at one point, but anyway, just to let you know, that is that. Anybody else have any questions or anything? Yes, ma'am.
Do we have the privilege of knowing the settlement amount?
I don't even know. I don't know.
I don't know, I'll Google it.
Apparently not.
No. Nobody will find out this settlement amount.
Well, now
I'm
you can
quite
look
sure
things
of
up
that.
if you want to. What I'm going to do is you still have stuff in the jury lounge there. So I'm going to have bailiff take you, get your stuff collected from the jury lounge, and we'll have a bailiff take you down to the parking lot. Oh, yes. I normally, unfortunately, other than your get out of jury service note, you don't get the juror badge as a souvenir from your service.
There are some notebooks in there. It's on the table. There was.
Do y'all have anything else back there?
Yes.
In the deliberation room?
The note you
Okay.
sealed.
All right. Well,
What was the
we-
note you sealed?
If nothing else,
Your Honor.
y'all have a great weekend. And
Please say
it
it.
is 5 o'clock.
Please
We're not-
say it.
It's actually 6 o'clock somewhere now.
Hey!
And I will say, I've never had a juror sidebar with the static noise on before, so I appreciate that. And the lawyers have not either, so.
This was a
Thank you,
great
Judge.
try to
Y'all have a
cover,
great
folks.
weekend.
This was a great try to cover. I'm so happy I got to share this with you guys. Now, we're not done yet. Folks, we're not done yet. Because I want to see the damn closing arguments. And I'm going to watch it with you.
He was open for a 3rd week.
Is that all? Or is there still one back there?
Almost set up, we bring her out.
Thank you so much, folks. It's been my great pleasure to cover this trial with you all. Great pleasure to see Zachary Young get justice. Yeah.
All right, y'all can be seated, jurors.
And seeing CNN with their tails between their legs, amazing.
Is there anything else?
Pretty safe question to ask now, Your Honor.
I feel a little more comfortable saying that.
Not for play. No, Your Honor.
All right.
The note, please, Your Honor, the sealed note.
I guess since there's a resolution of the case, the note that I had last night. I did seal it. For the record, the note we got last night, which was right at about 9 o'clock, when I just had them come back and I said, you guys agreed to stay till 9 o'clock, so you haven't reached a verdict. Their question was, can we answer question 1 and question 2 tonight and come back tomorrow for 3, 4, and 5? And my fear was it was not disclosing any vote that they had, but it was disclosing potentially where the verdict was going.
Yeah.
You know, and obviously until the verdict was reached in the case and decided, they could have gone back and changed their decisions.
Does it have any?
Good choice, Your Honor. Good choice. Oh, I like this judge. I really, really like this judge. He knew where they were headed, but he sealed it because they could have gone back, theoretically. And yeah, they were probably going to make CNN pay an enormous amount of money. But CNN, last minute, chose to settle. They chose to settle. We don't know the amount. The amounts we know is Zachary Young got $4 million for lost income, $1 million for the emotional damage and stuff, and then the punitive damage we will never know. But whatever the settlement is, it's with a non-disclosure, and it will be with we will not appeal. We will pay out immediately. So realistically, somewhere between 25 and 100 million, realistically, to be paid out. Will it be leaked? I don't know. If it will leak, will I cover it? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah, I will. Oh, hell yeah, I will. Oh. Let's see what else is going on here before we go back to closing arguments.
Be some money going one way or the other. Me and Mr. Sanborn.
I read you verbatim with the notes. And I guess other than, I said the word question 1 and question 2, and actually
Rumor is
said
200
Q1
million.
and Q2.
Oh, that will take care of it.
So anyway, I mean, obviously it's not an indication of what their decision was on their verdict.
Is that the gist of
The implication. But anyway, so that's why I didn't want to read the note, and I needed to take a moment to decide what I needed to do, since normally we discuss the notes that comes from the jurors on both sides, but I didn't think it would be appropriate under the circumstances last night to do that. So hopefully you understand why I just said, they say till 9, so they're going to go home and we'll be back in the morning. I do, I said yesterday, I commend both parties and their counsel for the way that the case was presented, despite some of the hiccups and things that have come up during the course of the case. But I do, for the most part, I mean, the presentation of this case over the last couple of weeks has been professional and very clean presentations with how you guys have your teams running things. And, it's impressed me.
This is from LA Horse Freckle. Good decision. Maya Kowalski is still fighting J-Hatch, even though a jury gave a family $250 million in 2023. Yeah. And that is a fustercluck of a case. Who was covering that last? Yeah, because now Maya's attorneys are fighting with each other. I do believe Excited Utterance is covering that part. And it's so sad to see. It's so sad to see.
Those things are easier. Those make it easier for me sitting up here instead of starting and stopping. And I think in terms of a jury presentation, obviously, I think it makes a big impact of not having the jurors just sitting there while you guys are trying to figure out how to get an exhibit up or something like that. So I think the way that the case has generally progressed, the trial progressed, was great. And in the lead up to this case, your teams, you might have had diametrically opposed opinions on the outcome of a particular issue or whatever, but y'all were very professional and working together generally to try to resolve down and distill down whatever the.
Oh, I don't think you mean that, Your Honor. You imposed a $1,000 fine. You made Miss CNN's attorney personally apologize for lying. Well,
at the heart of issues are. So I appreciate that. I also appreciate the extensive briefing that both sides provided on stuff. It was a lot of stuff to read on my end, but it does make my understanding of an issue and my ability to rule on an issue, and hopefully in a timely manner, a heck of a lot easier. So I do appreciate that. And I've enjoyed that. I've enjoyed that aspect of this case of the way that y'all briefed everything. I do want to say I appreciate the cooperation of the media. It's not always the easiest thing. I say stuff that I forget a couple of times, and I appreciate y'all covering me on those to try to protect the identity, especially of our jurors in this case, because, we inconvenienced them enough by having them here for that period of time. Y'all made the comment last night, I think Mr. Sanborn did, about our support staff. And, you see a number of people that have been here in the courtroom, and you've talked with a number of them, but there was a ton of people in the lead up to this between the clerk's office and the security in the courthouse, our IT and court administration staff that really made it possible that things could run smoothly. I know, they worked very well with y'all in lead up to this so that things could be done. They worked extensively with the media folks. So I appreciate that. And, just me being able to get stuff done on a somewhat timely basis without my assistant and my staff attorney helping on this thing. I want to thank them obviously for their help and helping me get through this and try to make rulings that a lot of times maybe you're not happy about, but at least I can get them done where we can keep things on track. So I do appreciate that. I wish everybody safe travels back. Hopefully you don't run into travel issues with the weather, but looks like next week it's going to be pretty darn cold in a lot of places that people are heading back to. So unless we have anything else, we'll be adjourned.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah.
If I may,
Folks.
it's been an absolute pleasure practicing for the past 2.5 years. We're very lucky to have you on the bench.
I appreciate that.
I know we threw a ton at you, and it was very much appreciated.
Well, I've enjoyed some aspects of it, even when it's curveballs coming out of there. Just challenge is something new, different, and having to deal with it. But again, y'all's work on stuff has been helpful of prepping things and loading all this stuff into OneDrives and everything else throughout this. So,
Brittany's been getting paid overtime.
I was just going to.
What you are looking at now, what you're seeing here, you rarely get to see. Because they can be absolute B-word against each other. The judge can go at it. But at the end of the trial, this is what you usually see. Now, this won't happen in the YSL trial because Fani Willis is still see you next Tuesday. But this is usually what happens. Everybody's there in their professional capacity. Even though I believe the CNN attorneys are absolute fucktwats. Whoopsie. When I said I said four quad. I said four quad, not fucktwats. I said four quads. So usually. This is what happens. Once the trial is done, hey, it was all in a trial setting. Tay Marius says they can't appeal on agreed settlement. I don't know. I think the case is officially over with this settlement. Unless CNN does some screwery and don't pay out, this is the end of it.
I wanted to just thank you, Smith, for extraordinary
no, that's what I was saying. Without her being able to get stuff back and forth to y'all and get communications and things from y'all, sending me emails early in the morning.
Oh, and
551 filing for Mr. Delich.
Mr. Young's. I've sent off communications with Mr. Young's attorneys for an interview with either Mr. Young or his attorneys. I have not seen. I have not gotten a reply yet. But now, if you want to see the highlights, I have a dozen videos. But yeah, this is the end of the trial. Now, we still haven't seen the closing argument, so I'm actually going. Yeah, I know it's over, but I still need. We are going to see it because it's my channel.
Agreed. You were looking at scams and deceptions, and now you're looking at exploitations. Yes, absolutely. Scams, deception,
I will
black market,
still cut
exploitation,
this
all things
out to
within
separate video.
Exploitation, scams,
I will
deception,
still.
black market, price gouging.
Sorry, I will still cut out the closing arguments as a separate video. I will still cut out all the jury questions throughout the trial as separate videos, as a separate video, just so you know. But I haven't seen this yet, and I want to see it.
These were things I was looking into. They're looking at exploitation, scams, deception, black market, price gouging.
Oh, Jesus Christ. My brain is not. Unless I've said it already. Derek, thank you for your $10. But also from Tammy, thank you for $25. Thank you via PayPal. Thank you so much. And thank you to Slidey Pie over at Rumble for your $1 Rumble rant. Thank you so much. So yeah, let's move on with the closing arguments.
Extortion and fraud. You know what another word for these are? Scandal. And you know, despite Alex Marquardt refusing to admit it, we know that every good scandal needs a bad guy. So CNN set its sights on Zach, and it hunted him down regardless of the facts. We saw the document trail of Alexander Marquardt chasing 7 people about Zach and coming up empty-handed. He hated that I kept calling it strike 1, strike 2, strike 3. And I admit it wasn't a perfect metaphor, but I did it because it made a point. You remember now that we went through 7 people with a single-minded focus of hunting that man down. Under oath, Mr. Marquardt denied watching Zach. You kept watching him, isn't that true? I kept doing my research. In his emails, before he was facing you guys, this is the same guy I've been watching. Under oath, he denied looking at Zach's LinkedIn profile, but his messages before he came before you guys, I've looked 1,000,000 times. Under oath, he denied zeroing in on Mr. Young. You zeroed in on Mr. Young. He wouldn't admit it. He wouldn't own it.
Thank you, VCC, for being here.
Before he had to face you guys, we zeroed in on an American offering outrageous prices. We watched Katie Bolilis help CNN's manhunt for Zach. She lied to him. She told him she was a straight shooter. She was anything but. As one of you all said best, she pursued a path of guilty until proven innocent. She felt entitled to answers. She felt just as entitled to bury him when he didn't feel like talking. And as we discussed before, CNN found nothing about Zach, but it moved forward anyway. Alexander Marquardt was pitched a story by people who hated Zach. Jill Kronetsky, parasites can be hard to exterminate. James Daniels, there's a special ring of hell for people like Zach. When Alex Marquardt pitched the story internally, he only named Zachary Young as the person they were focusing their hunt on. CNN's top brass, Mr. LaVine and Mr. Callahan. It's a good story if you have these examples of Young. Mr. Callahan, can we find out more information on Young? The whole organization was targeting this man for a scandalous story. CNN hated him. They felt that he was evil for making money while providing services to corporations involved in war. We've addressed their hypocrisy. They can be paid for this, but not Zach. CNN can exploit the desperation of Afghans to run a story about them. They can exploit the desperation of Afghans to sell ads on their stories about Afghans. Zach can't, God forbid, make money by saving people's lives. CNN made Zach the bad guy. But did they tell you about anyone they evacuated? This man evacuated 22 women and a baby. About any evacuations they funded? About any lives they saved? Of course not. If anything, they made sure there was one less person offering evacuation services. If anything, CNN caused fewer people to be evacuated. Regardless of why. Go back and read the story CNN published. The United States government was evacuating like 200, 300 people. This man himself evacuated 22 and a baby. That's a significant percentage of what the United States government was doing. They took him off the table. Now, regardless of why they hated him, their hate is apparent. We saw it on their faces when they testified. We saw it in their internal documents. And, I got to apologize for all the profanity that's been going on in this case, but we felt it was important to maintain accuracy to the records. It's court. We don't usually use profanity, but we thought it merited it. You needed to understand the true feelings of what was going on here. But I think we've done it enough, so I'm going to try to lay off a bit. Alex Marquardt, we're going to nail this Zachary Young mother effer. Matthew Phillips, going to hold you to that one, cowboy. Cowboy. And then under questioning, when asked at deposition, what did you mean by you're going to hold him to that one, cowboy? He said, I'm going to hold him to the highest standards, journalistic ethics, to fulfill his reporting. I mean, come on. Cowboys are lawless, the wild, wild west. Now, CNN got up here and argued, no. So we're going to nail the Zachary Young mother effer, but just a couple messages down. I say, or maybe not. Maybe he slips away. When someone slips away, it's not that you stopped trying to nail them. It's that despite your best efforts to nail them, they got away anyway. So Mr. Marquardt's pointing out that he said, I'm going to nail him unless he slips away. That's not exonerating. That's damning. It's just a further doubling down of intent. I'm going to nail him unless he can escape. It's pretty hard to escape an organization like CNN. They broadcast into 70 million households. Mr. Conte, the producer, what a punchable face. He hated him too. Margaret agreed, right? On the stand, when I said right, I didn't mean right. I was being agreeable, not agreeing. I mean, I don't even know where you split that hair. That's insanity. Katie Willis, she seemed real nice, but she called him an S-bag, an a-hole, shady as hell. She hated him too. Alexander Marquardt says, it's his funeral, bucko. And Katie Willis laughed. As I said before, it was. Part of Zach died that day. And Fuzz Hogan, one of the members of CNN's triad, called him a shit. They hated him. And then we watched Alexander Marquardt ignore lead after lead after lead and pursue this man until the end. He never tried to find the person that offered Mr. Kabul an evacuation for $50,000. He never even tried to contact Audible because he decided in his omnipotence that it made no sense that Audible would be in Afghanistan. First of all, it's absurd. You think people in Afghanistan don't want to listen to audiobooks? In fact, probably they have literacy issues and audiobooks are probably popular there. But who cares? Maybe Audible had extended family that was out there. Maybe Audible just wanted to sponsor some people out. How do you sit there and just say, oh, I'm not going to chase this lead? He knew he had evacuated people from Audible. And he's like, nah, this guy's a liar. He's a mother effer. He's a shit. I'm not going to listen to it. I'm not going to chase him down. Or probably, and what the evidence shows, he didn't want to chase it down because he wanted to run his story. We hear how he reached out to Bloomberg, but Bloomberg didn't respond to him. Don't let CNN trick you. Marquardt didn't reach out to Bloomberg News. Mayor Michael Bloomberg is a billionaire. He was a mayor of New York City, and he also runs a multi-billion-dollar news organization. Bloomberg News hired Zach to extract someone from Afghanistan. It'd be like texting Jeff Bezos, the owner of Amazon, to try to find out about information about Audible. He was purposely going after people who had no information. He ignored Audible. He ignored Mr. Kabul. He ignored Bloomberg. He ignored Hazami Barmada, the activist who said to him, you're trying to get me in trouble, Alex? You heard it over the speakers? He said, have you heard of this guy, Zachary Young? She's like, I've heard of this company, Raven. They're charging $20,000. Have you heard of this guy, Zachary Young, Hazami? I've heard of this company, Dunkirk. You haven't heard of Zachary Young. Hazami told Alex Marquardt that that Raven was charging $20,000. If you're outraged in the prices, Mr. Young's prices were way less, $14,500. He ignored them. He ignored leads on purpose because he set his sights on this man. CNN set their sights on this man. He was ordered by his superiors to go after this man, and he went after this man. They ignored the texts that Zach sent, proving that while he really couldn't help Afghans, he wasn't heartless. He's a little rough around the edges. He's a Navy SEAL. He's a CIA officer. Spent time in Blackwater. I think Mr. Rose touched on this in opening. When your daughter is stuck in a foreign country with hostile people, you don't want a silver-tongued Mr. Marquardt showing up trying to get him out. You want Liam Neeson from Taken with a special set of skills that's going to come in, do what's necessary to take him out. This man is a little rough around the edges. Yeah, it's true. But he's not heartless. And he showed CNN he wasn't heartless. I tried to get this man, Ahmed Zuber Nouri, in touch with people. He was trying to help an Afghan called Ahmed Zuber Nouri. Do you recall that? I remember him sending screen grabs to her. Did you mention Nouri in your final report? No, of course not. That would run counter to their goals. This one's mind-boggling. Marquardt declared that the story of an Afghan whose evacuation was paid for by an NGO. He said, I'm not going to continue talking to that man because his story right now doesn't align with mine, unfortunately. Again, look at the documents in this case. This man is no different than anyone Zachary Young evacuated. An NGO or a corporation paid for it. But it happened here, his story didn't align with mine, unfortunately. If it was because of an NGO payment, Mr. Young wouldn't be in that story. You know why this man's story didn't align with Alexander Marquardt's? Because it didn't reflect poorly on Zachary Young. It wasn't a lie about Zachary Young. That's why his story didn't align with mine. So when you look for malice, when you look for intent to harm, when you look for knowledge of falsity, look at these internal communications. Don't listen to what they lied to you on the stand. Look at the documents, the receipts. And you know what's insane is we literally have multiple admissions from Marquardt before the litigation started, before he knew that we would use the court's compulsory power to have CNN turn all their documents over to us, before he knew that was coming, and we'd be able to put them on a TV screen for you all. He literally admitted it. Do I believe charging people $15,000 a head to get out is a scam? 100%. It's not a scam to engage in a transaction with a corporation. And then he said the quiet part out loud. I believe it's a scam 100%, but I can't say that per se. It's got to hold up the veil, right? If they just go out there and become the National Enquirer, CNN will lose everything. They've got to hold up the veil. I believe it's a scam. Can't say it per se. Defamation by implication. Now on the stand, Marquardt was so desperate to get out of this document, he said, I allowed for the possibility or something like that of developing. And I don't know if you remember, but I was like, you allowed for the possibility? It says 100%. It's not allowing for the possibility. So he orchestrated theater. And let's look at how the theater starts. He says, such a nice guy, so desperate, good English, ready to do an interview in some fashion. Good elements are lining up. Would love to get a producer signed and some of it on tape. He films that interview. He does some more of the shots that we saw CNN's own internal guidelines don't allow you to do. We make the news. We don't create it. He filmed the guy's hands. He filmed the guy's feet. He filmed from behind the guy's feet. He adjusted the camera down. You've seen the infamous theater video now like 8 times. But I have to break it down for you one more time. Marquardt places a call to someone he saved in his phone as Zachary Young. He makes sure the cameraman catches the contact name. We really don't know who he's calling. But we know that there's no outgoing call to Zach on Alexander Marquardt's phone, and we know there's no missed call on Zach's phone. CNN's explanation is, oh, between November 3rd and November 10th, Marquardt switched phones. Okay, where's the missed call? It's a lie. There was no call. He called one of his buddies under Zachary Young's name because he didn't want him to pick up because he wanted to set up a shot with Zach not picking up so it looked shady. Mr. LaVine yesterday was so desperate for this lie to be true, he said he definitely called him. But today, under vigorous cross-examination, he agreed, I actually don't know. Let's pretend for argument's sake that some weird glitch happened that no one can explain. And he did really call. So what? One of you asked him yourselves, how many times did you try to call? 1 time. He says, I really wanted him to get on the phone. Yeah, right. If you really want somebody on the phone, you call more than once. He told Katie Bo-Lillis not to make an introduction. So even if he did purposely dial Mr. Young's number, he set it up so he wouldn't get a response. He stopped that introduction. And then, when Alexander Marquardt was facing the camera, he picked up the phone and he pretended to be on the phone for 30 seconds. And Malaysia Bordeaux said, oh, that's a recreation. It's allowed, but it's not what their standards and policies say. And then the worst. We report the news. We don't create it.
Theater.
He admitted introduction. So even if he did purposely dial Mr. Young's number, he set it up so he wouldn't get a response. He stopped that introduction. And then, when Alexander Marquardt was facing the camera, he picked up the phone and he pretended to be on the phone for 30 seconds. And Malaysia Bordeaux said, oh, that's a recreation. It's allowed, but it's not what their standards and policies say. And then the worst. We report the news. We don't create it.
Theater.
He admitted it. I mean, you rarely get smoking gun documents like this in a legal case. You just rarely do.
Theater.
And then on the stand, he tried making up a lie. He was so embarrassed. He wouldn't admit to the words theater. I kept saying, you can't own your own words. It's theater. He couldn't even sick to his stomach that he was outed in front of all of you. And he made up another lie. He goes, oh, I just love SNL. I love John Lovitz. He does theater all the time. And you recall, that was on direct or cross. And when I got it back, I said to him, no, John Lovitz doesn't say theater. He says acting. Did you see his face when that happened? The veneer shattered. He was a liar. He was engaging in theater. He was caught in it. He lied about it. He was caught in it again. CNN knew the story wasn't true. They knew they had no facts to support it, but they hated Zach. So they orchestrated theater. They set him up, and they took him down. And other internal documents from CNN, they admit that they knew the story was fake. 80% emotion, 20% obscured fact. Did you hear me ask Mr. Lumley, what's an obscured fact? His answer was, an obscure fact is nothing but a lie. Because when you obscure the truth, you're a liar. Other internal documents say the same thing. We don't know if they're con artists. I kind of want to say, what the F? It's an incomplete story. We really don't know what's going on. It needs more reporting. The story is full of holes like Swiss cheese. I think it's a half story. At least Fuzz Hogan. Sorry, make a quick hit video. It's an infernal story. It's not ready for prime time. I'm not sure it's salvageable. We really need to pause it. It has fundamental questions. At least Fuzz Hogan cracked again under rigorous questioning.
And you responded, yeah, he's a shit.
I did.
And then you went on to approve a three-quarter true story, didn't you?
Yes.
He approved.
Hold on. They were allowed to bring in live from the trial in closing arguments? Oh, wow. I've never seen this before in any trial setting. I haven't even heard of being allowed in closing arguments live, the live feed. Oh, wow.
The three-quarters true story. When you go back there and look at malice, they knew it wasn't true. They knew it was three-quarters true and tried to prove it. That is your malice. You don't need to look at anything else. There's tons of it, but that right there is your malice. They knew it wasn't true. They knowingly published falsehoods. Malice. Yesterday, Mr. LaVine got up here to testify that the idea that so many people conspired to make Mr. Young take down Mr. Young was absurd. Well, let me tell you what's absurd. And I told you I'd touch on this earlier. CNN has 7 highly educated employees come up here. When asked for the meaning of black market, every single employee has provided the same definition, but that definition appears in no dictionary or any source whatsoever. What are the odds that 7 highly educated employees, all non-nefariously, land on the same definition of a word, but none can tell you where it's from? You know what that is? That is a conspiracy. Let me tell you what else is absurd. You asked Emma Lacey Renault a straightforward question. What things are considered when evaluating fairness for the subject of a story? And she couldn't answer you. She said, fairness is a tricky concept. It's a tricky, tricky question. No, it's not. Fairness is an easy concept, unless you're CNN. Fairness is honesty. Fairness is straightforwardness. Fairness is simple. What's tricky is unfairness. Trick questions are unfair. Tricks are what you use when you're not being fair. Fairness means presenting the truth, the whole truth. CNN didn't treat Zach fairly. They didn't give him the benefit of the doubt. They didn't check their facts. They didn't care about the damage they were doing. And now they want to call fairness tricky. Excuse their behavior. You need to stop. Remember that as part of this case is something called punitive damages. You need to determine not only if what they did deserves punishment, but if a deterrent effect is needed. We asked every single CNN witness on the stand, would you do it again? Are you sorry? And down to a man and woman, every single one of them said they would do it again. Every single one of them said they are not sorry. They disavowed their own correction and apology. They admitted on the stand that they only issued it to avoid a lawsuit. CNN's not sorry. Marquardt is not sorry. You asked Marquardt directly how he felt knowing that Mr. Young can no longer work in the space he's trained in as a result of his hit piece. And what did he say? He says he does not feel bad. He said the impact on Young is not his priority. In other words, Marquardt said, look, maybe I ruined his career. It's not my problem. You need to make it Marquardt's problem. You need to make it CNN's problem. You need to make it the media's problem. You have a tool to save American media. It's called punitive damages. You need to use it. Now, the story ended Zach's career. It ended his business, full stop. Amentum, who just a month earlier was discussing the terms of Zach's renewal contract, allowed the contract to lapse.
And
Zach's business, which was making him $360,000 a year, went to zero overnight. His network of quiet professionals in the security and intelligence space dropped him like a hot potato. Historically, they would call him for help, but now they won't even return his calls. He told you, I never had to call anybody. They called me. Now they won't even call him back, he said. General Young, a 2-star general, came in here, and he testified before the segment aired he would have hired Zach to help extract people from Afghanistan, but that he cannot hire him now. If you had any doubt that Zach's reputation and career has been ruined, you need no further than General Young's testimony, because under heavy questioning from CNN, we weren't able to get everybody we wanted out of Afghanistan. He is a pariah. He cannot be touched. Their whole thing about mitigation, he didn't look for jobs. They put an expert on the stand who said he didn't go to monster.com. The 2-star general told you that's not where you find these jobs. And the 2-star general told you it don't matter. He's unhireable. This guy was asked specifically, CNN's guy, are you offering opinion that all these steps of LinkedIn and applications, are you offering an opinion that would work? No. You know who offered an opinion that would not work? General Young. It would not work. He'd have to let the 16-year-old go. Don't let them confuse you with mitigation. He's unemployable. What did their experts say? Without a security clearance, he's dead in the water. Well, you know what we found out 2 days ago? He doesn't have a security clearance. He's dead in the water. Now, a lawyer, became a lawyer because I don't do math. So we hired an expert, a CPA. He engaged in a very simple analysis. He called it before and after methodology. Now, there were two experts that talked to you about finances, Richard Balco for Mr. Young and Brian Buss for CNN. Only one of them provided you an opinion of an actual dollar amount. I think at one point, Mr. Buss said, the damages are zero. Really? Zero? Zero? Now, Mr. Balco walked you through it. He said I took his income from before, I averaged it out, I excluded the ramp-up period because you don't ramp up multiple times in a new business, you ramp up once. It's a one-time thing. I didn't include the last part of it because the last part of it was the income through not through the entire year. And if I included that, it'd have to be $500,000 over a very short period of time, which would make the model much more complicated. And in fact, that number would have gone way up. It would have gone way up. But he said, I opted for conservatism. I took the lower number. Could have gone way higher, but then I wouldn't have been as sure. Now, is he positive of that number? Who can read the future? No one can read the future. The law doesn't require you to read the future. The law requires you to apply methods. And we did. Before and after, CPA came in, very simple math, projected it out. And Mr. Buss, CNN's own expert, conceded on the stand that the before and after method that was used was appropriate. And he conceded that it can be appropriate to leave off a ramp-up period. And then he offered no opinion on what damages really should be except zero, which is in itself an insult. We ask that you provide Zach with the full economic damages that CNN caused. Now, you can't take this slide back with you. So if you want to know the number of the full economic damages, you'll have to write it down on your notes. It's $21,319,456. There's also emotional fallout. The story didn't just cause Zach financial woes. It shook him to its core. It changed him fundamentally. He knows it. He hates it, but he knows it. This man that fought in Afghanistan, trained as a SEAL, worked for the CIA, risked his life for this country, now has panic attacks and has to take medication to keep him calm. This man who trained spies to survive in warfare and evade capture now takes pills to avoid the consequences of a major depressive disorder, the most severe form of depression, according to Dr. Vincent, when asked by one of you. He questions his worth as a husband, as a son, as a provider for his mother. He was the emotional and financial rock for his family, and he no longer is. The man he was is gone. The man his wife married is no longer. And something he needs to live with for the rest of his life. Dr. Vincent put clinical names to these things. He called them major depressive disorder, persistent depressive disorder, other specified trauma and stress-related disorder. Zach has to take medications, something he's never had to do. Antidepressants, panic attacks, insomnia. Dr. Vincent told you how all of his specialized training didn't prepare him for this. Never prepared him for the way CNN's story destroyed his self, his identity, his ability to support his family. Zach told you the same. He told you how he tried to use his training to persevere, like he had always done in the past. But how this one time he couldn't get back up. For the first time ever, couldn't put food on the table for his family. He'd never been here before. And this is important, because all throughout this trial you heard he deleted documents. He deleted documents. Now the courts told you you have to look at the circumstances and decide whether he was trying to keep documents away from CNN or he was just in a full-on panic. And I submit to you that there would be no benefit to deleting documents. The court has found he did nothing illegal. The court has found he took no money from an Afghan. What was he hiding? There's nothing to hide. This is misdirection and red flags. This is lawyer tricks. Use your common sense. What was he hiding? CNN had the truth. What was he hiding? So, okay, maybe there's some exchange where he was rough or gruff with another Afghan and they want to put it up there or something. I mean, I don't know. But like, what is going to be there? There's nothing there. And the security operations. You heard from General Young. That's standard operating procedure. You have to delete those. You heard from Cable Lillis. You've got to delete those. This wasn't a man trying to deprive CNN of anything. This is desperation. This is grasping straws. So you're allowed to do it. But please look at the circumstances. Look at what was happening. Make a decision then. Not based on accusations of counsel. Zach's mental disabilities so significant, CNN couldn't even find an expert to say that he wasn't disabled mentally and emotionally. Think about that. This is one of the largest media companies in the world, and they couldn't find a single expert.
I'll sustain the objection. I think you rephrased your argument.
They couldn't put up a single expert on stand. Did you see somebody come in? That means they couldn't find a single person who would take that stand. But then they imply he's malingering. He's lying about it. Really? Where's your doctor saying that? You can have lawyers accuse people who are suffering from mental disability? That's your proof? Mark Twain said that a lie can travel around the world while the truth is still putting on its shoes. What about CNN's lies? How far did they travel? Let's take a look at the evidence. The initial broadcast was seen by 669,000 people. Facebook post by 21,000 people. CNN.com by 19,000. I'm going to skip this, the one that's estimated for a minute. Newsroom by 434,000.
Thank you, Mrs. Pete, for your super sticker saying thanks for being you. I can't be anybody else. I mean, there's no theater here. Yeah, is this the person you see if you were to see me in a legal setting, in my capacity as a union jurist? No. This is me, personal me. So thank you for being you, for showing up and watching all of this with me. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mrs. Pete, for your $20. That is so amazing. That is so generous. Thank you so much.
503,000. Now, the 2 international shows, we have no idea how many people saw them. You heard Mr. Young stand. It could have been 10 million. It could have been 20 million. It could have been 4. Really? We did the best we could. We took the confirmed views, 669, 434, and 503, and we averaged them. I have no idea if that's right. It could be way more. It could be way, way more. It could be less. But we thought that was fair. We've got confirmed views of 1.6 million people that saw this. We've got estimated views of 2.7 million that have seen this. It could be far, far, far more. You heard Mr. LaVine, everyone that Mr. Young walks on the street of in Vienna, 40% of them could think he's a black market criminal. They watch CNN's broadcast. The correction was seen by 942,000 people. But let's be honest. The correction didn't do anything. It doesn't matter. Man can't get hired. It doesn't matter how many people saw it. They issued a correction because they were trying to get out of a lawsuit. It didn't work. And no one saw the correction. It was up, it was off, and that was it. The segment aired multiple times, over and over. The segment was posted to their website. You've seen over and over. The correction? Can't find it. And who cares? It did nothing. Which brings me to the conclusion. Corey, can you put up the verdict sheet? I want to thank you very much for your time for these past 2 weeks. I know it's been long. I know you've sacrificed your time to be a jurors on this case. As I hope you've seen, we've tried our best to present the evidence in an efficient way as possible. We even stopped sidebars. Zach and all the attorneys on our team are deeply grateful for the time you've taken here today and these past few weeks. The deliberation that each of you are about to engage in is a rare moment and opportunity. It is rare that a media defendant goes to verdict in a defamation case.
Objection. Just thank you.
As you've seen and heard through Zach's testimony, being a plaintiff in a defamation case isn't easy or fun. Your whole life is laid bare, because defamation, unlike the kinds of cases, literally puts your entire reputation at issue. The verdict form that you're about to fill out is just over a page, but it has 5 very important questions that you have to answer. You must decide by the greater weight of the evidence that CNN committed defamation per se against plaintiff Zachary Young. If you think black market means criminal, if you agree with the dictionary, if you don't agree with the conspiracy of 7 people giving you a definition that makes no sense and is unsourced, and Judge Henry has told you the rest. Mr. Young did nothing illegal. He did nothing criminal. It's defamation per se. You should check yes. If you find by the greater weight of the evidence that defendant CNN committed defamation by implication against plaintiff Zachary Young, if you take CNN at their own words, what they said that the teasers meant, what their language said, that he was preying on desperate Afghans, taking money, a bad actor preying on them by taking money from them, you check yes. It's not a close call. Neither of these are a close call. And you get told if your answers to 1 and 2 are no, if you find against us, if I haven't met my burden, check no and return your verdict sheet. If I've met my burden, I believe. And if I have, you need to move on. You need to move on. What is the total amount of damages that plaintiff Zachary Young has in lost earnings in the past? That's the number I showed you, the $21 million number that Balco gave you. There is no other number, unless you want to take CNN 0. Put the $21 million number here. Do you find by clear and convincing evidence that punitive damages are warranted against CNN? Before I get to punitive damages, I want to go to number 4. What is the total amount of plaintiff Young's damages for pain and suffering, mental anguish, inconvenience, injury to reputation, lost capacity for the enjoyment of life that he sustained in the past and sustained in the future? It is easy for me to tell you the number from Mr. Balco. It's mathematics. Took his income from before, he multiplied it after. Science. That question's a real hard one. That question's a real hard one. Because there's no simple formula I can give you. Now, I urge you to consider the profound and irreversible impact CNN's actions have had on Zach's life. His reputation, once a cornerstone of his identity and his career, has been shattered. It's not a fleeting mistake or minor inconvenience. It was a calculated attack by CNN on his character that has inflicted deep and lasting wounds. Zach's ability to walk into the room with pride, to be seen as a professional with integrity, has been stripped away. His pain and suffering, the mental anguish of seeing his name dragged through the mud, the humiliation of being misjudged by his peers and the public, these are injuries that transcend monetary loss. They pierce the soul of who he is, who he was. And while economic damages are concrete, they just don't capture the true cost of this injustice. To Zach, the loss of who he was, the capacity to enjoy the life he worked so hard to build, and the humiliation he so publicly suffered is far more devastating to him than the financial setbacks. The scars of this humiliation, this pain and suffering, they will never go away. You heard Dr. Vincent. They will continue to plague him. To this day, he remains in treatment and on medication to keep his panic attacks and depression somewhat at bay. This was a former Navy SEAL trainee, a CIA operative. He can't function anymore. And they did it. You saw him break down on the stand when he talked about his relationship with his wife, his inability to be intimate with her, and him speaking out loud for the first time that he's just not the same man she's married. And in his eyes and his voice, you could see the fear that she loves the old Zach more. No man or woman should have to endure that pain, and certainly not because they want clicks and views. There's no amount of money here that can make Zach whole. Trying to quantify the pain he's endured, the pain we witnessed, is an impossible task. We can't put a number on it. What I can say is that while these damages can't be seen, you don't see them on his face, they appear far, far worse than the economic damages he's already sustained. They are worse by orders of magnitude. Of course, you are free to disagree. You can give less, you can give more. You are the arbiters of justice. And whatever your decision is, it'll be respected. What we submitted is far, far worse than the economic damages that he's sustained. Now, finally, if you get this far, I'm almost done, Judge. If you decide by clear and convincing evidence that punitive damages are warranted against CNN, if this case doesn't qualify for punitive damages, what does? There was a clear intent to harm Zach. There was clear knowledge that their report was false. CNN moved forward anyway. The previous questions on the verdict form, they make Zach whole. But make no mistake, this question is why the world is watching this case. This is the reason the press has lined the back of the courthouse for the last 2 weeks. This is what makes this case historic. Punitive damages. A media company has to face an American jury with the power to punish. That is not a frequent event. Do you believe CNN should be punished? Do you believe they need to send a message to other media companies to avoid this misconduct? Only you can answer this question. But I respectfully submit to you that CNN deserves punishment. Look at what they did. Look at what they caused. They did it on purpose. Do not let them get away. Media executives around the country are waiting by their phones to see what you do. CNN's executives are waiting in their boardroom in Georgia to see what you decide. Make the phone rings in Georgia. Send a message. This is not
objectionable.
This is not American
I know.
journalism. This is madness. This is not right. Do not let it stand unanswered. Thank you very much.
Yeah, they had a bunch of objectionable things in this, and they got some objections sustained. But everybody, it's Steve Gosney! Hey!
I don't know how long I'm going to be able to, but you invited me on, and I was able to pop on. I've got about 10 juggling, about 10 different things right now, but I did want to accept your invite because you're one of my favorite streamers, and this is an interesting case, and you're covering it. You're the guy again. You're the man.
Hey! Yeah, when I started covering this case last week, I had maybe 50, 60, 70 continuous viewers. Now, I had almost 700. So, and I've seen this because nobody covers, last week, none of the major corporations covered this case. And I understand why.
Well,
Because
of
it's
course not.
CNN.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Because they're covering, it's all one big media conglomerate. It's all
Yeah.
the same thing. Without X and without independent journalists, people like you, these things wouldn't get covered, right?
Yeah.
So, thank God we've got a couple free media still around, and thank God we have a jury that can hold accountable these institutions that have been corrupted, that go and destroy people's reputations based on their own little narratives and lone little agendas that they want to press. And who cares about the wreckage that they leave in their wake? Who cares about the truth? We've got a narrative to push. We've got a people to destroy, and that's what they're doing. And I'm glad they're paying. And thank God for the jury system in the United States.
In this case, I completely agree with you. First of all, I'm amazed this even reached trial. Defamation against a news corporation, that in itself must be extremely rare. But what I wanted to talk about with you is this last second settlement, because Mr. Young was already awarded $4 million compensatory for lost income, $1 million for, well, his personal damages, like what do you call it? His pain and suffering. And then they went on to these punitive damages. How much do you want to put it to CNN?
Right. And this is a jury up in northern Florida, which is as MAGA as it comes, right?
Yeah.
They are not friends of CNN, I guarantee you. And they get a chance to stick it to CNN. Boy, they better damn well settle.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, Mr. Young, when he started this case in, I believe, because this segment aired in November 2021. He filed his suit in March of 22. So what he made the $1 billion claim against CNN because they ruined him completely. He went from a valuable asset, a former Navy veteran, Navy SEAL trained, CIA trained, to a pariah. How can you even measure that?
I don't know. I don't know. That's what juries are for. And at some point, these media companies do need to be held to account and for what they do to people. And these narratives. The news organizations used to be about gathering facts and reporting the facts. Here, I've been in and out and watching a little bit of it. They were targeting somebody because it's like, well, let's get him, right. Let's do the story and wrap the story and find some target that we can. Sorry, I got a lot going on here.
Yeah, I know. It's Friday. It's the end of your normal working hours, but this last second settlement. Now, my chat have been all over the place with what amount of sum, and also what would make them not appeal this to Kingdom Come. So
that assumes that the appellate courts are friendly. And here, the appellate courts are not friendly. This is a state court action, right?
Yeah.
So we're talking about the first DCA in Florida, which is the Tallahassee jurisdiction, the capital jurisdiction. It's been filled with pro-state judges, basically Republican judges. The Florida Supreme Court is as hard right as it comes, and the U.S. Supreme Court, which I think has, Justice Thomas has indicated a certain desire to overturn New York Times v. Sullivan, which is the best friend of these big legacy media companies where actual malice has to be proved. But here you have actual malice, you have them targeting. So,
I didn't think of that.
There's no real good appellate prospects. What you get is delay.
Yeah.
And you have the possibility of losing the golden goose, which is the actual malice standard in New York Times v. Sullivan. So I don't think that this is a good appeal now. Like I said, all they can do is delay it.
Yeah.
So,
I did not think of that one. Thank
Yeah.
you. Because this would have been the perfect case to overturn the Sullivan.
Right. Yeah, and I think that this guy is a well, it's a bad fact. When the facts came out, now I haven't been following it too much, but a lot of the internal discussions at CNN were very unflattering to that organization. And if anything, that organization should be brought down. I don't know. It seems to me the $1 billion punitive damage maybe is justified, because then Mr. Young would end up owning CNN and he could clean house and establish some order. Because what they allow is now it's just going to come out of the corporate funds, and the same group is going to be running things. And that's what punitive damages are for, is to punish an organization for doing exactly what they did here. Now, the one little tail appendix that I heard, there was a big dust up, and maybe you can enlighten me about that he had actually gained some new employment or something, and he had some employment, so there was some damage mitigation that he hadn't revealed. What happened there?
CNN's attorneys hammered him on this. He still had security clearance and work with a certain company. Now, it was revealed a few days later that this was false, that this company revoked his security clearance in 2022, and they did not reveal this to Mr. Young's attorneys. So this was in the last few days of the trial.
That's a mistake by the plaintiff. That's something the client really should be in very tight with the communication. You should, as a lawyer, you should never be surprised by your client like that. So I would say that's a plaintiff mistake. And
but CNN's attorneys got the papers, all the papers that he had the security clearance and it was revoked. But in the day 2 of the trial, they confronted him with this: "You still have security clearance, don't you?" And he didn't know it, because now he signed the paper, he sent it back. He didn't know if he had or hadn't. And then it was revealed, I believe, the morning of day 7 or morning of day 8 of the trial, the second to last day of trial, that CNN's attorneys knew all along that they revoked his security clearance. And they called him a liar on the stand.
Oh, and the judge here was pretty good, don't you think?
Oh, this judge is amazingly good.
Yeah. Well,
I really enjoy
these types of things. Venue is very important, but also people are important. Reasonable jurors, people, the humanity, and this is really the foundation of this country. And we really need good jurors. We really need reasonable people, and people who are going to stand up against these big corporations. And I think one of the big revelations that a lot of conservatives people have made in the last, 5 years or so, or maybe 10 years, is that the big media, or the big corporations, big is not the friend of the people. And I think you've seen a realignment of the electorate, so that populism, the people, the average folks, are moving to the MAGA right, moving to the Trumpers, because the big entities, and that includes big corporations, which have traditionally been, you think of as Republican dominated, right? But that's obviously been, all these institutions have been taken over by the left. So what remains is populism versus big institutions. I think that's the realignment that you're seeing under Trump in America.
Now, I want to go I understand the Trump alignment, but I think this is a wake-up call for everybody, that big news media, the big four, I don't think any of them are friends of the American people.
No, absolutely not. Well, and in a good test, I've been thinking about this, because there's this Greenland dust up, and Trump loves to throw out these things, and you can have different opinions on it, right? But I mean, clearly there is he is identifying a national security interest that is Greenland. Now, whether or not it's covered by a purchase or whether it becomes one of these agreements like we have with, a lot of islands in the South Pacific where we cover defense. A weak large landmass like that is very vulnerable to aggressive neighbors such as China, Russia, these sort of things. So it's very destabilizing for the United States to have something like that. So, his move, whether it turns into a purchase or some other type of agreement, his move is not without merit. Now it's interesting because I'm taking it's sort of an unusual take, but the fact that the hard left basically hates America. They're driven by hatred and jealousy and hatred, right? And they hate America. They think America is fundamentally flawed and sinful. So therefore, any expansion of American influence and power or territory is immediately reviled because they want to see America go away. They want to see America destroyed. So there's a take in this. It's an initial visceral reaction to any type of American expansion as negative. Now, I don't, that's not where I would come from. I look at it as the merits about whether or not this is a good deal for the U.S., whether, there's a lot of complicated foreign policy issues, and generally, I don't think American people really have an opinion on Greenland one way or the other, except for the fact when you put it through this ideological filter. And if you're on the hard left and you hate America, any means of expansion or power of America is revolting to them. And so that's sort of an interesting lens. And when you see the media all up in arms about Greenland, but why? Let's have some analysis. Let's have some pluses and minuses. Let's have, what are the implications here? Hi, Kitty. I don't know. I'm just thinking about that.
Yeah. Now, when it comes to that,
MG loves in the chat. I want to see your chat. I see you guys. Yeah, MG Law, and I'm working. I really want to get my next children's book out. And, MG Law is the reason I'm pushing to do that. I've been so busy doing stuff, but I want MG Law to have a second children's book before the kids grow up. So thank you for being that. He warms my heart every time he tells me about that. So anyway, sorry.
No worries. For you guys who have been watching this my coverage of it, because I had maybe 50, 60 continuous on the first day of trial. Today, I had almost 700 at its peak. So this trial actually, because none of the big media corporations covered this trial in the beginning, but I'm actually taking credit for it.
But you've done.
Because it was just me.
But this is the second one in the row. Remember, nobody was covering the Melly rapper trial. You covered that thing into the ground, and you were the guy. Same thing with the defamation trial. I mean, you really have carved out a niche, and I'm impressed. I'm pleased to be your friend because it's cool that somebody's out there doing that because these are important things. I mean, what went on in Atlanta? This crazy prosecutor up there and the abuse of power, and this, which is also abuse of power. This is CNN abuse. This is big media abuse of power. So yes.
Yeah. Now I do want to address one thing. For you, everybody, thank you for the monetary support. Thank you through PayPal. I already told you guys that everything I get into PayPal will go to my trip to Utah in September because, as most of you know, Legal Vices, Jeff, passed away just before Christmas. I can't be on his funeral tomorrow. But in September, I'm going to go there to meet family and friends of Jeff. What you don't know is, after those 2 weeks in Utah, I will try to get to Miami.
Oh, hey, man, you are here. I will, if I'm still around, I will see what happens here, but I will definitely, I'll tell you, Miami's got some great, it's one of the best big cities in the United States. And can I just tell you, it's the grand, and you need somebody who knows the town to show you. And I will be happy I will take off and show you around for sure.
Yeah. So September 3rd, I plan to go by airplane, of course, to Salt Lake City, spend 2 weeks in Utah. Then I'm planning on a week in Miami. Now, the airfare alone is roughly $4,600 for Copenhagen to Salt Lake City to Miami, Miami back to Copenhagen. So
Right.
that is the goal.
Well, I'd
so far.
love that. That's wonderful. I think that's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the first I've heard of it, and I'm excited. You're already on what, September, you said?
September, yes.
Oh, that's great.
So September 3rd to September
Can I ask
17th
you a
or
little bit about
18th in Utah, and then a week in Miami. That
Now,
is
in
my
Utah, southern Utah is one of the most beautiful places in the world. And I don't know if you're going to get a chance to, if you like outdoors or that sort of thing, but Moab, which is the Arches National Monument, is spectacular. I would highly recommend Arches if you can get there. There's Bryce Canyon, which is beautiful. And then there's, I would say, one of the most amazing things. I don't know how much of a hiker you are, but
I walk with a cane, so hiking is not really that much of an option. So, but I'm good. I mean, if it's there, I have time for it.
Zion National Park, spectacular.
Mm.
Zion is amazing. There's some hikes that are the Narrows, which my son and I hike the Narrows, which you won't be able to do if you hike with a cane. But Zion is spectacular. And there's a string of 5 national parks along the bottom there, and are just great. So, and if you walk with a cane, I would highly recommend Arches, because Arches, you can drive through Arches. It's very accessible. It's very easy. There's not a lot of hard hikes, and you can enjoy the park and the scenery just by driving through it. And so stay in Moab. Moab is just right outside the park entrance. You drive in, it's great. So if you want an accessible park, Arches is the place.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will take any, because I already promised Dani on direct I will spend the weekend with her, and what will then be her new family. Because,
right. Yes, that's great. Yeah. So I love Southern. It's one of the best trips I've ever done, Southern Utah. But we like to hike, and I don't know this point in my life, but if hiking, I mean, Zion is great. You can go into Zion, you can see it. It's spectacular. There are some major hikes in there, like I said, the Narrows, which is you hike up a slot canyon, and you can go deep. And I mean, you're talking about 1,000-foot cliffs on either side with a river flowing. You walk up the river. It's incredible. Through the river. It's spectacular, but you can't do that if you're but just the scenery. Look, and you can look online, do a little research on it. There's some other beautiful spots, but I think the most accessible is Arches, if I was to guess.
Yeah. Now I'm open for everything. I'm checking my PayPal, and so far I'm at around $700 out of roughly $4,600 or $4,300 for the combined airfare from Copenhagen to Salt Lake City, from Salt Lake City to Miami, and then back. But I'm giving myself 4 months to get there. Now, I plan to do it anyway, but if you want to support this, of course, I will record. I will do anything. And
let me give you a little preview. I'll give you a little preview of what you can see in Miami. And being a new, but I'm starting to get there's people weighing in. On Miami, there's Miami Beach and the Art Deco district, which is just beautiful. I mean, the Art Deco district in Miami Beach is the richest zip code in all of the United States. Did you know that? It's very wealthy, and there's a Versace mansion, and there's all kinds of great restaurants. So Miami Beach is one district. There's the Bayfront. You can see all the cruise ships going out, which is spectacular. If we're there on I think it's a Saturday afternoon, the cruise ships leave, and you can go in the park and watch the cruise ships leave. That's great. And then there's the Fashion District, which is one of the few fashion districts in the world, equivalent to like Paris, New York, Miami Fashion District, which is beautiful, all sorts of very high-end stores. There's Coral Gables, which is that's where I work, actually, a very high-end neighborhood, all these are big. There's Little Havana, a great Cuban food, Cuban culture. You can walk around. Little Havana is great.
Cigars. Real Cuban cigars. Real Cuban cigars.
Real Cuban cigars. Well, I don't know. and then we have Wynwood, which is a kind of up and kind of graffiti, kind of hipster kind of place. Lots of good restaurants there. There's Coconut Grove. I mean, there's just so many places. There's so many places. There's the Brickell, which is the high end, kind of the Wall Street of Miami, and it's just beautiful. I mean, there's a lot of nice. The food here is great. The weather is great. The scenery is great. And I'll definitely show you around as much as I can when you get here, if you can get here.
If I get there. Now, of course, the ad revenue, the super chats, all of this, and the Rumble rants, all of this will go to this trip. Of course it will. But the PayPal, without any exceptions for costs I have with this channel and everything, the PayPal thing will go exclusively to that. And of course, I will make videos and streams and such. And while I am there, I'm also covering the YNW Melly case, which is planned to start in September.
Okay.
So I will be in Miami, in Florida, for the YNW Melly case. So maybe, just maybe, I might sneak myself into the courtroom just as I did with the YSL case. When I went to the courtroom in the YSL case, I might do that on the YNW Melly case.
Look at you. You're awesome. Well, what else do we need to talk about with what you're covering now?
This last second settlement, because Zachary Young got his monetary damages, loss of income. He got 4 million for that. He got 1 million for this emotional damage, and then they went to punitive damage.
But there was a settlement, so the settlement could be anything. It could be 10 million, it could be 1 million. You don't know, right?
Yeah.
It's a confidential settlement. So what the jury says, you can trump that with whatever they agree. They are probably. I think CNN was fearful of that.
Oh yeah. I reckon at the low end 25 million, because with this, I assume they are saying we will not appeal it, but you have to say sign an NDA and no apologies.
Well, another thing that we ought to think about is, I mean, I'd love to know what the settlement negotiations were between the parties, because at some point, was CNN lawyers, were they just like, we're going to fight, we don't tell anything, or were they like offering something that was in the
rumor has it that they offered pre-trial, but Zach wanted this to go public. That's the rumors.
It was what now? I'm sorry, say it again.
The rumors are that they offered a settlement pre-trial, but Zach refused.
Okay.
I have no idea about what amount or anything, but Zach wanted this try to go public because he also knew that it would be live broadcasted. And seeing how this trial started, day one, barely any coverage. Today, it's all over the place. Here on X, on YouTube, a multitude of channels who couldn't bother a week ago is now covering it. TikTok, Instagram, folks are covering it. So yeah, I think that was a great strategy from Zachary Young. And also, if the jury would have found an enormous amount of money, that would have made headlines. And also something that CNN's attorney, this absolute moron, said to the jury that there were other lawsuits, but you shouldn't pay attention to them. So for some odd reason, he himself, Mr. Axelrod, he himself mentioned something I assume wasn't allowed in from Mr. Young, that there are a bunch of other lawsuits in the pipeline. And that, I believe, is one of the major reasons for the settlements. Because they don't want actual numbers out there.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is why don't they just stop doing these things, right? It's a media organization. The media should report facts. They shouldn't create narratives and agendas, but they've been captured by this storytelling left that wants to craft the narrative, right, for political power. And that's a betrayal of the ideals. I mean, so many of our institutions, that's the problem. Ideological poisoning betrays the function of these institutions. A media institution is a fact-finding institution. Same thing with the prosecutions, right? Prosecutions, their job is to go after criminals with the blind lady justice, the sword of justice, instead of picking people that you want and forgiving and using it as a weapon. I'm going to take this institution and convert it from its original purpose to this new purpose. And you see that over and over again. Education, we should be imparting reading, writing, arithmetic, and true knowledge and the ability to think. That to me is what education is about. Instead, it becomes perverted into a corrupted propaganda tool, and so institution after institution becomes this. And I really, we really need to bring back moral honesty.
Yeah.
And that comes from the ground up. And I don't know. So many of our institutions have been captured. There was a really good article today, I think it was that, about how all these institutions have been corrupted.
Yeah.
And I don't know. There needs to be
for Alex Marquardt, the head, not the head honcho, but he's a news anchor for CNN. He was the one who started all of that because he saw Zachary Young saying, more or less telling somebody off. And from that point on, it was, I'm going to get this guy. And he's the face of CNN. And it's looking back at it, he had every chance of making, okay, we have people in Afghanistan, of course, who were victims of human trafficking. They were. Mr. Young, Zachary Young, was not the person who did that. But still, throughout for 2 weeks, more or less, from November 26, 28, something of that sort, when Alex Marquardt learned about Zachary Young, he learned names of actual human traffickers in Afghanistan, and he ignored them. Then he learned about Alex Young, or Zachary Young, only doing corporate work, and he still went through with it. And this Alex Marquardt is a 20-year veteran of CNN reporting from war zones. He should have known better. But he chose to shoehorn in Alex just because he didn't like it.
Well,
and I think that is something we should take with us from this trial. The people you see on CNN or Fox or whatever's, they have their personal issues. And we don't know how many people's lives they have ruined. And in this particular case, Zachary Young was saving women and children. When he got 22 women and 1 baby out of Afghanistan up until the point of this segment. I will ask you one thing here. How many, because of CNN, women and children could not get out? Because they chose to portray Mr. Young as a human trafficker, which meant that all the people who did the same thing as Mr. Young, legitimately, how many stepped away because, oh, CNN is here, we can't do this? How many women and children are now dead because of CNN?
Yeah, but see, this is the thing. I mean, the ideology drives it. They don't care. They don't care about people, really. They want their ideological power to succeed. And so it does the truth of the matter, and that the consequences of the destruction of people and the destruction of institutions is insignificant. It's like the same thing. Look at the California wildfires, right? What matters is the narrative. What matters is that the people in power stay in power, and the people that are getting run over in their houses, well, it's just collateral damage, right?
Yeah, I'm just going to show you guys something. This is Mr. Young's attorney, Devin Friedman. This is who you just saw half an hour ago during the closing arguments. I've sent communications to Mr. Young and Mr. Young's attorneys, because if he chooses to, I would love an interview with Mr. Young or his attorney, because this is important. Mr. Young's actually saved lives until CNN made him unable to save lives. And I think that is an extraordinary important story to tell, because the current administration forked up completely in Afghanistan with the withdrawal. And Zachary Young was one of few who actually tried and succeeded in getting people out alive. And CNN, in a 4-minute segment, made that impossible.
It's amazing, well, and this is the thing, the power of the legacy media still exists. And, and we like to think that there's alternatives, and it's nice there are alternative sources of information, but these, there's responsibility that comes with that power. The responsibility is not to harm, is to use that power for something productive, to build and to really call out bad behavior when it exists, but to be truthful. This idea that you're going to let the story that you have preconceived in your head drive what you're going to write is really dangerous, and and it can hurt people. It's a weapon. Sometimes societal and reputational damage can be much greater than physical damage. I mean, some things that I'd rather lose a finger or lose a than some of the things that have been done reputationally, right? So, yeah, it's.
Yeah, but what I wanted to ask you, this last second settlement, because it's all out there. They defamed him. The jury was already there. They were in the phase 2. How much should CNN be punished? Have you ever seen this late settlement in any case?
Oh, yes. Oh,
you have?
Oh, yes, all the time. It can happen at any time. Sometimes it may be the plaintiff that's digging in his heels. The plaintiff doesn't have to do anything. They can ask for a trial. It may be, looking at it theoretically, they know they've got a strong case, and they're going to take trial. And he got his vindication from the jury. And now that he's gotten that satisfaction, now he can accept whatever money. So if they had settled it before that jury had come back, he might not have gotten the vindication that he's seeking, right? It would be instead confidential settlement, that parties release each other, nobody admits any liability, nobody does anything. Whereas here, he gets to tell his story on the national stage. He gets a jury to come in and weigh in on that. And now his desire for vindication has been satisfied. And now he can start talking money, because this trial is something that CNN could not give him. No matter what, they print some mealy-mouthed retraction, they give him some money, but yet his reputation remains destroyed. Now, I mean, and not that it's not still, I mean, he's still going to live with the consequences of this. I mean, there's really no taking things back, right? However, he does have a jury verdict affirming his story. And that is something that CNN and none of these parties can do. So, yeah, this could happen anytime. It can happen during an appeal. He could got a punitive. He could have gotten $1 billion of punitive damages. They appeal, and it's 2 years down the road. Then they settle it then. I mean, settlements can occur at any time. Why it occurs in this time, I think that would be my speculation.
Yeah, my speculation is CNN really wants this to go away, because, as I said, When I started this trial, it was me and one true crimer who covered this case, and Law and Crime. And Law and Crime had not gotten over maybe 4,000 or 5,000 continuous views. Nobody watched it in Law and Crime. But today, the numbers were completely different. They wanted this to go away because it was starting to get numbers. And that's important for news organizations. Because the moment, it's almost, what you call it, it has a certain name. This, it's a fallacy. It's called more or less this, you go, and nobody pays attention. And then all of a sudden, poof, everybody pays attention. And this was on the verge of everybody paying attention. They really don't want us to talk about it. Yeah. Welcome to the reality of attorneys. Mr. Gosty got a call and he had to go. And now I will cut out the closing arguments for Mr. Young. I'm not really interested in the closing arguments of CNN because we all know it's bull crap. But if you want this to be a continuous talking point, you need to not just me. I have great numbers. Thank you so much. I have great numbers. Anybody else covering this, go in there to their video or former stream and press that like button. If you see the article on X or former Twitter, press that like. Do not let CNN get away with this, because this is the reason they settled so close to everything blowing up immensely. They don't want this to be news. And we have to make it news. All I can do is cover it and bring it to you. But you guys on Rumble, X, YouTube, you are the people who makes this a news. But thank you. What you're going to see from me going forward is not so much about this trial, but please watch my other content about the YSL trial, YNW Melly trial, another Florida case, which is the Adelson murder trial. Check that. Press the like. Hit the subscribe if you haven't yet. I hope I earned your subscription through my coverage. And again, from Rumble, thank you to Sparkysilla and SliderPie for your monetary support. Thank you to, let's see here, Catnot Williams. Thank you to Thunder Chicken, to Libby, to Greg Atkins, to K-Rab, to Wim, to Mrs. Pete, to Arian the Vegetarian for your monetary support. Thank you for your likes. Thank you for your subscribes. Watch my other content, but for this case, make this viral on every damn channel. Give other people the numbers they deserve. With that, I'm going to send you off to a palate cleanser, which is baby goats. Baby goats live. Baby goats. But everybody, again, thank you for allowing me to do this. Thank you. And with that, hug your family. Unless your family's crap, then screw them and give your love to the people who deserve it. from me and Mr. Jingles. Have a good one. See you in the next stream or video. Bye-bye.
Against the void, grasp the twisted threads of truth, laughing in the face of chaos, burning knowledge like a ruthless youth. Complex thoughts dance in the fire, cynics grin with a wisecrack's ire, fighting shadows with sharpened wits, baring teeth in a world unfit. Wrath the one with biting tongue, heart and brain a lethal arm, stand unshaken, minds collide, laughing with the storm inside. We're the one with biting charm, heart and brain a lethal arm, stand unshaken, minds collide, laughing with the storm inside. Faces enemies with a yes, every laugh a cutting test, carving paths through blackened skies, inside clear and bloodshot eyes. In the maze of thoughts ensnare, every joke a blade prepared, cuts through lies with humor's flair, unseen wisdom few can bear.
See ya. Bye-bye.